This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio. All the Little Raindrops by Mia Sheridan. Performed by Jesse Valinsky, Aaron Shedlock, Christopher Lane, Tom Rivera, and Andre Santana. Part 1. Man is the cruelest animal. Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 1. Noel had tried to keep track of the days, but they were indistinguishable from the nights, both bathed in still silence and utter blackness. So finally she'd given up. How could she have known how hard it was to measure an hour when that hour was spent in dark, quiet terror? She'd become aware that there were places where time did not exist, because even in the absence of a clock, its measurement was based on sensory input, the rising and setting of the sun, the sounds of traffic, a church bell in the distance, or 100 other signals from the surrounding world. Not here, in the cage she currently inhabited. And so instead of counting, the way she'd done once she'd gotten her bearings and forced herself to stay as calm as possible, she drifted. She tried not to let her imagination take over, tried not to picture herself in an airtight box deep under the sea. That only made her blood pressure spike and her breath come in ragged pants, as though her air were actually running out. The only things that did give her any indication of the passing hours were the clues of her own body. She grew hungry and thirsty, but food and drink came at random intervals from some type of small door in the wall just beyond her barred enclosure. She would hear it being lifted, and then a small shaft of milky light would appear, causing her to turn her head away, even the very dim glow too much for her dark-adjusted eyes. Like a bat in an underground cave reacting to a slant of muted sunlight streaming through a crack. But even turned away, she could smell the yeasty bread within, and it compelled her to crawl toward it and reach mostly blindly toward the food, her fingertips just barely reaching the plain piece of bread or a few crackers and a paper cup of water. The first time, unaware of its presence, she'd accidentally tipped the water over, and later she'd grown so parched her tongue had swelled and her lips cracked. Now she knew to be more careful when reaching for both. And then, before she could force her eyes fully open, the slot rolled shut, leaving her only with the hazy picture of the shape of the opening. Sometimes food and drink came when she was so famished and dehydrated that she shook as she reached for the nourishment, and sometimes they arrived when she still felt mostly full. It had to be by design, to confuse her, to torment her. At first, she'd yelled and begged when the food deliveries were made. After all, a human must be somewhere just beyond. But no one had ever answered. She thought she heard footsteps somewhere far above, but other than that, nothing. If she had to guess, she'd say her cage was about 6 feet by 4 feet, and there was a toilet in the corner. She'd found it when she'd finally worked up the nerve to feel around her surroundings after waking there, disoriented, petrified, and alone. She'd felt its shape, determined it was made of metal like one of those prison toilets. Apt. After all, she was a captive. Whose she did not know. She could not guess. The toilet flushed the same way an airplane toilet did, with a loud sucking sound followed by the soft closing of a flap. At least it offered some dignity. But it wouldn't save her from dying of thirst. When she'd realized her predicament and that she'd been kidnapped, Noelle had cried and rocked, imagining how terrified her father must be. He would have been raising hell with the police to find her. Recently, they only saw each other in passing, or not at all. But he would have called her, or grown worried if she hadn't called him back. He was working a night job right now, and because it was currently spring break and school was out, she was working her waitressing job during the day. But they spoke by phone at least every other day, or sent quick texts. I love you. There are leftovers in the fridge. Don't forget to put the trash out tonight. And it had been at least a week, right? But maybe she was wrong. Maybe it had only been a few days. At this point, maybe her job hadn't even called to see why she hadn't shown. Eventually, she had to stop thinking about her dad because it made her panic ratchet higher, made her want to wail for him, made her feel like she had when she was a little girl and had woken from a nightmare screaming for her savior. Her father had always shown up then and taken her in his arms. "Hush," he'd said. "Daddy's here. You're safe." The depth of longing for that now almost made her hyperventilate. And she wondered how long it would be before she began losing her sanity. Part of her reached for the reprieve of a broken mind, one that could not think, one that could not fear, or imagine things that lay in wait in the surrounding dark. But the stronger part of her rejected giving up one of the few things she currently possessed: her will to live. Noelle rolled away from the sudden burst of light, clenching her eyes more tightly shut and letting out a pained gasp. She sat up, holding her hand in front of herself defensively as she scooted back as far as possible, her spine hitting the bars of her enclosure. Through squinted lids, she saw alien-like moving shapes. She heard a grunt, and then some clanging. Someone was, or a couple of someones were, in the room with her. "Hello?" Her heart raced, breath bursting harshly from her lips as she tried desperately to open her eyes all the way. But she'd been in the pitch black for so long that her eyes would not yet cooperate. "Please, hello? Let me out, please," she begged, hope giving her the courage to pull herself to her knees and crawl forward to the front of her cage. More clinking, some type of door closing to her right, and then footsteps as whoever had been in the room with her walked toward what looked like an open door on the wall to her left. "Please, no!" she screamed. "Don't go! Please, let me out!" The door slid shut, and the room went dark once more. The gaps where the door was not even emitting a small trickle of light. The soft sounds of footsteps moved away, and Noelle fell backward, tears coursing down her cheeks as she gave in to hopelessness. There had been 2 people in the room, and they'd ignored her pleas. Her shoulders shook with her sobs, the ones she couldn't afford as they were depleting her body of moisture. And who knew when the next drink of water would come? Maybe there wouldn't be another. Maybe that would be better. "Stop it, Noelle. You're stronger than that, aren't you?" She'd thought she was. At least, she'd hoped she could be. But how did anyone prepare themselves to be captured and caged in the dark for no discernible reason? And the biggest question she'd agonized over: why? Why had she been taken? Why me? Noelle startled, letting out a squeak when she heard a small groan from her right. She froze. Her ears perked up as she listened. Another groan. Movement. Terror ripped down her spine. Oh God. Something was in here with her. An irrational vision filled her head. A scaly, lizard-like being with jagged teeth that would tear her apart. She remained still, suddenly grateful for the protection of the bars surrounding her, the ones she'd gone over with her fingertips, every inch. The word was barely whispered, more like the release of breath than an actual pronunciation. Noelle remained frozen. Every cell in her body, every tiny hair on her skin, focused on the direction of the sounds coming from her right. A slide, another groan, what sounded like the slap of skin on metal. Help. A definite word this time, stronger, clearer, and in a man's voice. Not an alien, then. Probably. Noelle remained still. More movement. A louder grunt as though the man might be pulling himself upright from a lying down position. Is anyone here? Help. Noelle's shoulders lowered infinitesimally, her hand releasing the death grip she'd had on the bar of her cage as she'd held herself completely rigid. Yes, I'm here, she whispered. There was a beat of silence, and then, Who are you? Where are we? He still sounded pained, but there was panic in his voice too. Fear. My name is Noelle. I don't know where we are. I don't know what day it is. The last thing I remember is leaving my job. I think someone put a cloth over my mouth. A taste came back to her. Sharp, medicinal. She thought she remembered flailing, being lifted, but nothing more. I woke up here, in the darkness. Other than a harsh exhale, the man was quiet. Who are you? She finally asked. Evan. My name's Evan. I think something similar happened to me. He let out a sigh, a slight groan. Someone attacked me from behind as I was leaving the gym. I've been kept in darkness somewhere else. I'm not sure what day it is. Her mind spun. She didn't know what was happening or why, and terror still sat heavy on her chest. But she almost wept with the sudden relief of having another human with her, of no longer being alone. Are you hurt? She asked when again she heard the sounds of movement, and he let out another soft, pained groan. A little. I fought whoever came for me earlier. They obviously had the upper hand. I think the person was wearing goggles to see in the dark. She'd turned in his direction, though it was too dark in the room to even make out his outline, and she wrapped both hands around the bars, her face pressed between them as they spoke. Goggles to see in the dark? What the hell was going on? Who brought us here, and why? I don't know. I have no idea. For what reason, then? Why are they doing this? There was a brief pause. My family has money. They could have taken me for a ransom. She licked her dry lips, her tongue probing at one of the cracks. My dad, he doesn't have any money. Her father worked as an electrician. He did fine, now after many years of struggle. Even during those hard years, she'd never lacked for food or shelter, even if they couldn't afford designer brands. Nowhere close. But he certainly didn't have any large sum of money stashed away that might be used to ransom her. Or small sums either, for that matter. No stocks or bonds. No jewelry. All that had been sold, even the sentimental items. If that's what her abductors, whoever they were hoping for, money, they'd be sorely disappointed. Then again, if they chose me at random, they must know that by now, she said. She'd been wearing a purse over her shoulder when she was taken, they would have looked at her ID, and with the barest amount of research, they would have discovered that her family had no money. Also, she was snatched leaving a waitressing job. Wouldn't that alone tell them she had little in the way of riches?
You mentioned your dad. What about your mom?
She let out a quiet sigh. My mom died when I was 12. She was a homemaker. And my parents had never bought life insurance. In fact, for many years after her mother had died, they'd struggled to pay off all the lawyer fees that had come in the aftermath as her father had tried, and failed, to enact some justice for his wife's death, which was ultimately ruled an accident. The fight had wiped out his savings, and his business had suffered. He was still her father, and she loved him dearly. But in many ways, he'd become a shell of the man he once was.
Sorry,
he murmured. She didn't respond. He had nothing to be sorry for, and the grief of her mother's death had long faded. It still pierced her sometimes, randomly, but more so for her father than for herself. But not now. Now her problems were far greater than any heartache she still carried over the loss of one of her parents. Now she longed for her father, the parent she still had, the one who might save her, who would save her if he had any chance to do so. Her mind returned to the man in here with her. He'd said his family did have money. If they took you for a ransom, wouldn't you know that by now? Wouldn't they have had you send a proof of life or something? She asked.
I really have no idea. No one said a goddamned word to me.
Now that he was talking more, his voice clearer, she could tell he was young. Maybe even close to her age. How old are you, Evan?
18. You?
Same. A strange fluttering took up in her chest. She heard him move, sensed him turning toward her, and his voice, even a few inches closer, confirmed it. There was a heavy pause that she felt as much as heard.
Do you go to Northland High?
He finally asked. She let out a breath. Yes. It can't be. Oh my God, it can't be.
Is your name Noel Meyer?
She swallowed. Yes. The word was as thick as her parched tongue, and she suddenly knew exactly who he was, too. Evan Sinclair, she all but whispered. Your father is Leonard Sinclair. He killed my mother.
Chapter 2. The collector leaned forward, his face only inches from the screen. They've realized they know each other. His father had killed her mother. They'd discuss it further, of course, which would clue the other players in. It definitely added another layer to the situation at hand, did it not? The picture flickered minutely, the green cast giving it an otherworldly glow. But it was remarkably clear for a room being televised through a night vision lens. The man, a boy to be more precise, still a teen, sat with his back pressed to the bars of his cage, while the girl was on her knees, her hands gripping the bars of her own container. The audio was good. The collector could hear every whisper, every breath, every pained sigh. My, but you bastards enjoy your entertainment. One of the boy's eyes was swollen, and he had what looked like caked blood on his lip. He kept bringing his fingers to his cheek and pressing, his expression contorting each time as though if he did it enough he'd soon encounter a different result. Despite the injuries to his face, it was obvious that he was an extremely good-looking kid. Tall, muscular, a square jawline and even features. An all-American golden boy. Good breeding, one might say. The thought made him chuckle. But it was a laugh laced with acid. The boy must be having an especially difficult time relinquishing control. Life was typically quite easy and very good for boys like him. How many allowances had already been made for the kid? Ones he didn't deserve and hadn't earned? Many, the collector surmised. Perhaps far too many. It tended to be a disservice when tragedy struck. And tragedy had definitely struck this particular golden boy, currently sitting in a metal cage like a dog. Perhaps he should dislike the boy, considering that good breeding. And yet he rather found that instead of feeling any loathing, he related to him, in some ways at least. His gaze moved to the right, where the girl had sunk down and turned to the side, so she was now sitting on her hip, her knees still bent, long legs drawn up, cheek resting on what had to be cold steel. Slender, fine-boned, straight dark hair. Pretty in a plain Jane sort of way. In a cheesy, made-for-TV movie, she'd be the girl her friends would perform a makeover on because they could see the potential lying just beneath the surface. That only happened in movies, however. In real life, teenage girls were typically too jealous to purposely create a swan when having an ugly duckling beside you made you the pretty one. Women. What petty creatures they could be. So ruled by emotion. It could be their strength, too, of course, but most often it controlled them rather than the other way around. Pity. He reeled in his thoughts. He didn't want to make too many assumptions and miss something that might tell him otherwise. Watch, listen, learn. It was what he did best. A light in the room flashed, and both the boy and the girl made sounds of surprised fear, moving backward to the corners of their respective cells, away from the bulb. The girl brought her arm over her eyes, her face screwed up in pain. The light must be torturous after so long in the dark. The boy sat still, though his face was contorted similarly, one arm held out in front of him like he expected an attack. He couldn't do much about it, but he wanted to feel it coming. His left eye was swollen shut, but he blinked the other repeatedly, trying desperately to see. "What's happening?" she asked, voice breathless and filled with fear. "I don't know," he answered, his arm moving one way and then the other, warding off whatever invisible threat his mind was conjuring. There was nothing in front of him, though. Only light had entered his cage. The collector watched, waiting along with the captives to see what would happen next. His eyes slid to his cell phone on the desk next to him. One of his options was to call the authorities, but he didn't think that was the best choice. At least not yet. He had ended up here, this voyeur, through a series of well-strategized liaisons, but also a twist of auspicious events. When he'd realized what this was, he hadn't anticipated having any interest in watching. He would play, yes, but he'd intended to skate the perimeter. After all, he had a different form of winning in mind. But now, he couldn't look away. People thought they watched reality TV, but there was very little reality to it. It was scripted and edited to lead the watcher toward predetermined conclusions. This, though, it was riveting. He understood the draw. God help him, he did.
Chapter 3. Evan flinched, trying to see but helpless against the painful pinpricks of sudden light that jabbed his eyes. Blindly, he swept his arm from side to side. If he was attacked before, he managed to crack his lid, open. He wanted to feel it coming. Not like the first time when he'd been roughly woken from sleep and hauled from the first cage he'd been kept in for what felt like weeks. He'd been taken off guard then. but he wouldn't let it happen again, at least not while he was awake. He took in flashes of the room through the slit of his eye, holding it open for a millisecond at a time. His own splayed hand held out in front of him. Gray, metal bars. A hazy, counter-like structure beyond his cage. He heard Noelle gasp, heard her movement, and turned his head in her direction. He saw her blur as she crawled to the front of her own cage, situated several feet away from his own. Concrete floor between them. "What do you see?" he asked, as she'd obviously managed to open her eyes before him, likely because she was working with two. "There's a table or a counter," she said, and he lowered his hand. He could see enough now to know he was the only one in his cage. He moved forward too, crawling toward the front of his enclosure. There was a door in the front of his tiny cell, and when he tilted his head, he could see a black keypad lock toward the top, holding it closed. He'd look at that more closely in a minute. He felt a surge of hope, small but energizing. If he could see, his chances of working his way out of this improved dramatically. He held onto the bars as he looked over at Noelle. Yes, it was definitely her. He didn't know why or how they'd ended up here together, but he had to believe it had been by some sick design. They'd been chosen purposefully. Why, he couldn't guess, but their connection wasn't a coincidence. He was all but sure of that. "Your father is Leonard Sinclair. He killed my mother." What the fuck? Who was behind this? She looked over at him, eyes still partially squinted, skin pale. She was wearing black leggings and an oversized pale pink sweatshirt. Her feet were bare, like his. His heartbeat quickened. He could feel his pulse thrumming in his neck. As they'd first spoken in the dark, even after she told him who she was, he'd half believed he'd made her up. He'd finally cracked after so many days and nights alone in the pitch black, and she was nothing but a figment of his deranged imagination. It even seemed appropriate somehow that it was her he'd summoned to torment himself as he descended into all-out crazy. She turned her head as he stared and leaned forward, studying what was in front of them. He faced forward, too, toward the counter against the wall. It was about 6 feet away from them, out of reach, but there were several items on it. He couldn't see the things on the back of the counter from his position, but he could see one that was slightly toward the front. "There's an ice pick," Noelle said breathlessly. Her eyes were wider now as she glanced quickly at him and then away. He craned his neck, blinking his one eye rapidly as the room came into sharper focus. Yes. He saw the ice pick among the things that were farther back. It looked like an ice pick anyway. But all he saw was a weapon. He turned around, looking desperately around his cage for something he might use to retrieve it, but the enclosure was empty except for the metal toilet in the far corner. He reached his arms wide, gripping the bars on either side of his metal prison and throwing his body forward in an effort to move the entire structure with the force of his weight. The cage trembled, causing his teeth to vibrate, but it didn't budge. It felt like it was bolted to the floor. He let out a grunt of frustration, returning to the front and peering at the counter. "One of the things near the back has a cord attached to it, I think," Noelle murmured, her head touching the top of her cage as she attempted to peruse the elevated table. "It's hard to tell." She looked his way. He could only see out of one eye, and so her account was going to be better than his. His gaze hung on the weapon he could see clearly for a moment before he huffed out of breath, sitting down and leaning against the bars before drawing his knees up and planting his feet on the ground. He raked his hand through his greasy, unwashed hair. "Fuck!" he yelled. "What the fuck good is a goddamn machine gun, much less an ice pick, when it's halfway across the room and we're caged like fucking animals?" "If we can retrieve it, maybe we can jimmy that thing somehow," she said, glancing up at the identical lock at the top of her own cage. "Jimmy it?" he asked. "Do you know how to jimmy a keypad lock with an ice pick? If you even had a way to get the ice pick? Jesus, even if you managed that, you couldn't fit your hand through these bars to grab hold of the lock anyway," he said as he jerked his head toward the bars of the door portion of the cage, skinnier and closer together than the bars that made up the rest of their enclosures, and going in 2 directions so they formed a grid. "Do you have a better idea?" she spit out. "Someone turned on the lights," he said, ignoring the derision in her tone. "Maybe that someone will make an appearance." She let out a thin laugh. "Is that your plan, then? To charm your way out of here? Flash them that megawatt smile? Maybe you can promise them a few bars of gold if they don't already know who your daddy is." So it had come to that very quickly. How could it not? Even in this unimaginable situation, trapped and traumatized. He felt himself spiraling. Disbelief and horror fighting to take control of any rationality or calm he might try to hold on to in an attempt to figure his way out of this. He gripped the bars again, shaking them with all his strength and letting out a feral roar. For a few minutes, he allowed himself to rage, to fight, even though he knew it would be fruitless when what he fought was steel and circumstance. Some ghastly plan, the meaning of which, so far, was beyond his understanding. Evan yelled and bellowed and shook the bars of his prison until his muscles weakened and his throat was raw. And still, no one came. Finally, depleted, he fell back against the bars, gripping his hair in his hand as his head dropped forward. "Didn't you already try that?" Noelle asked, her calm a contrast to his wildness. Evan worked to catch his breath, a trickle of sweat moving slowly down his cheek. Yes, he had. He'd done the same thing when he'd woken the first time in the dark. He'd even fought when the faceless man had come into his cage to retrieve him and bring him here to this second cage. He'd flailed around like a drunk seal as the man had easily sidestepped him and swung his fists at Evan at each opportune moment. He'd knocked him out and then somehow transported him here to this room. "Maybe your dad's behind this," he finally said. "What other reason for this than some skewed sense of revenge?" "You asshole," she hissed. "How dare you?" He still didn't look up. He didn't want to see her expression. "My father's not the murderer." She tossed the statement at him, and as though it were a spike, he felt it lodge in his flesh. He didn't murder her. It was an accident. Was ruining my mother's name an accident, too? Devastating my father and me? He did raise his head then, his gaze meeting hers. She looked upset but defiant. The sight made his thoughts blur. A caged girl, eyes blazing. And for just a second, he was glad he'd brought that out in her, regardless of the cause. Because for this one moment, at least, her will had been too big to be contained. It didn't last. She deflated against the bars, and they both sat facing each other in silence. He'd had this impression that she was meek, the way she walked, head down, arms always loaded with books, but there was fire inside her. Maybe it would help their cause. "Why haven't you ever asked me these questions before? Or any questions for that matter? You've never even spoken to me, and we walk past each other almost every day," he said. Maybe he should have spoken to her. But what would he say? And she'd always studiously avoided him, and so he let her be. He'd watched her without her knowing, though. He'd been curious about her. Was that the right word? They hung out with completely different crowds. Not that she had a crowd around her, not like he did. As far as he could tell, she only had one friend, a mousy redhead. Both she and Noelle were from public schools and had been chosen for academic scholarships to attend the exclusive private academy. There were 4 scholarship recipients at Northland, and they were all treated like the outsiders they were. "Talk to you?" she asked as though he'd suggested she eat dirt. "There was never a point. I knew the answers then, and I know them now. I only brought it up because emotions are high. Understandably." She waved her arm around her prison as though she needed to explain the cause of her current mental state. "What then? What are the answers?" She let out a gust of breath. "Maybe you should be asking what the questions are, Evan. Why did your father have to ruin our lives rather than take responsibility for what he did?" She gave a small shrug. "Privilege, entitlement, opportunity." "Your mother was trespassing, Noelle," he said softly. "Stalking him." That fire again as her eyes flared. She directed it to the wall, chewing at the inside of her cheek. "She wouldn't have done that. And there was no evidence she was stalking him," she bit out. I've always thought he invited her over and then lied about it to cover up his own crime. The jury thought otherwise. She stared at him for a minute, and he sensed something churning in her. But whatever it was, she held it back, obviously deciding that it didn't matter, or this was not the time. "Listen," she said. "If we have any hope of getting out of here, we'll need to work together. Anything else is pointless." He gave a nod, acknowledging that that was probably easier for him. She clearly held deep animosity toward his family, whereas he'd mostly been curious about her. To be perfectly honest, the thing that had decimated her life had been more of a tragic blip on the radar for him, an extremely unfortunate accident that his father had had to manage. He hadn't even been at home that summer. He'd been staying with his mother in the Hamptons. And in any case, from his perspective, before the tragedy, both her mother and his father had been at fault. Perhaps Noelle was right about privilege. He'd move on, while she had not. Her mother died, though. "You're right. We need to work together." Unfortunately, at that particular moment, there was no work to be done. No tools within their grasp. No person to appeal to. For the time being, all they could do was wait. For what? He had no idea.
Chapter 4. She was running along a path, following it as it twisted and turned, someone hot and heavy on her heels. Vegetation surrounded her, not a forest, but a garden, full of bushes trimmed into monstrous shapes. She had the vague notion that they were watching her, whispering her whereabouts to whoever was chasing. She'd never get away. Not here, where there were eyes everywhere. Suddenly, something hot tore into her chest, agonizing pain ripping through her, and she was falling. "Noelle!" She sat up with a jolt, a scream on her lips, looking around wildly as she attempted to get her bearings. Bars surrounded her. She lay back down, letting her head hit the cement floor. "Oh God, this is real. I'm still here." The horror that swept through her each time she woke would never diminish. How could it? Tears threatened. For a moment she considered praying to die. She'd had the thought several times since she'd first woken in darkness, but stopped herself each time. "Food delivery," Evan said from beside her. She sat up again, smoothing her hair back. She'd been dreaming of her mother, of the night she died. She'd been her mother, a bullet tearing through her flesh. She pulled herself to her knees, looking at the tray sitting inside the small compartment on the wall behind her cage. The sound of the door opening had been what woke her from her dream. A quick glance told her Evan had a compartment just within his reach as well. She crawled toward hers. This was the first time she'd been able to see her food, and unlike all the other times, when she'd reached for the bread and water, this meal came served on a tray made of soft plastic. A yellow children's tray. She reached, grasping it with her fingertips, and then carefully pulled it forward, her hands confirming what her eyes had already told her. It had rounded corners, nothing that might be filed into a weapon, even if she broke it into pieces. There was a slice of plain white bread, a paper cup half filled with water in the corner, and sliced peaches in the portion of the tray that curved into a small bowl. Her eyes widened, and she put her other hand through the bars, dipping her finger into the pale yellow peach juice and licking it off. She moaned, picking up one of the 4 pieces of soft, syrupy fruit and bringing it to her mouth. The sweet taste burst on her tongue, and she took a moment to savor it. It was the first thing she'd been served that contained any real flavor in what felt like years. She reached for another one, eyeing the white fabric napkin on the side of the tray. Her first peripheral glance had made her think it was unfolded and just sort of crumpled in a messy pile. But upon closer inspection, it appeared to be sloppily wrapped around something.
"What did you get?"
Evan asked. She glanced over at Evan. He was holding his own piece of white bread. He brought it to his mouth, practically inhaling the whole thing in one bite.
"Peaches,"
she murmured. He stopped chewing.
"I didn't get any peaches.
And I think there's something under my napkin."
Napkin?
He crawled toward where she was in the back of her cage and placed his head between two bars to get a closer look. And now that he mentioned it, she'd never gotten a napkin before. Why would a jailer, keeping her in a cage and feeding her bread and water, add the nicety of a napkin? She eyed it for a moment, almost expecting it to move. It didn't, but still, fear filled her, and she reached out tentatively while holding her body as far away as possible. Noelle grabbed the edge of the napkin, and with a sharp intake of air, she pulled the piece of fabric off the thing beneath, immediately yanking her hand back and flinging the white cloth.
"It's a
"Rope," she said.
What the hell?"
Evan asked. She reached out, picking up the white nylon rope. It felt silky between her fingers.
"Let me see that,"
he said excitedly. Noelle hesitated. She'd been given this rope, not him. And she wasn't going to give it up so quickly.
"No,"
she murmured, frowning down at it. Had someone smuggled this to her under the napkin? Or was it given to her on purpose? And if so, for what reason? Evan made a sound of frustration in the back of his throat.
"Fine, but try to use it to lasso that ice pick. Hurry up."
Noelle glanced at the ice pick and back to the rope. She didn't know if she had any lassoing skills, but she might be able to fling the rope at the tool and somehow knock it off. Evan was at least onto something. It was worth a try. She crawled to the front of her crate, and instead of attempting a lasso on the end of her rope, she tied a double knot, something she hoped would provide enough targeted force to knock the ice pick off.
"Tie a lasso,"
Evan instructed again. He'd crawled to the front of his own crate, too. "Anything other than a knot will shorten this rope too much," she said. She could already see that even completely unknotted, it was likely too short to reach the counter. She looked over at Evan, at the eager expression on his face. He had marks on his cheek from the rough cement floor where he'd slept. "And it's been a while since I ran down a heifer. I'm out of practice."
"Funny. Okay, try your method."
Noelle stuck both hands through the bars at the bottom of the front of the cage. The door, the bars of which were too small for her hand to fit through, took up the rest of it, and so going low was her only choice. She could feel Evan's eyes on her, feel his tension mixing with her own. As best as she could from the awkward position, she tossed the rope up and out, but it flopped uselessly on the floor, a good foot away from the counter, and nowhere near as high as it would have needed to be to reach the surface. "Damn," she muttered. She gave it a few more tries, just to prove to herself the fruitlessness of that plan, but then pulled her hands back through the bars, tossing the rope aside.
"Yeah, damn,"
Evan muttered. To his credit, he didn't ask her to pass the rope to him so he could try what was clearly impossible. He'd seen as well as her.
"Any other plan?"
he asked instead. She sighed, heading back to the tray of food and reaching for the bread. Next to her, she heard Evan moving too.
Trade you half a pat of butter for 2 peach slices,
he said. She whipped her head in his direction. You got a pat of butter? He nodded, holding up the small rose-imprinted square, a tiny piece of plastic covering it. She stared longingly at that miniature package of creamy goodness. When was the last time she'd eaten any fat? Didn't you need fat to live? She was pretty sure she'd read once that fat was what carried vitamins and minerals to your brain. But they also needed vitamin C. How long until scurvy set in anyway? Deal, she said, scooping up the 2 remaining slices of peach and holding out her cupped palm to him. Evan eyed her hand.
Some of the juice too,
he commanded. She narrowed her eyes, but pulled her hand back through, turning to the tray. Why does he think he has any right to make demands? Evan Sinclair was simply used to getting his own way, and right now, while trapped in cages, it was in their best interest to cooperate. Even with someone I loathe. She drank all the water in her cup in 3 big gulps, and then scooped half the peach juice up before again reaching both hands through her bars and offering the cup and the fruit. While she'd been turned away, he'd begun to cut the pat of butter in half using the small piece of plastic that had covered it. He finished just as she shoved her hands through the bars. For a few beats, they both locked distrusting eyes, each obviously trying to figure out the best way to exchange their items. Someone would have to let go first. Evan thinned his lips as he placed the half pat of butter still on the paper bottom on the floor, using his finger to push it toward her. It slid to the edge of her cage. For the breath of a moment, she was the one in possession of all the goods. And by the look on his face, he had bet on her integrity, at least in this matter, but wasn't at all sure if it would pay off. Noelle leaned forward, placing the cup on the ground so he could reach it, and held her palm open. Their eyes met and locked as he took the fruit from her, brought his hand back, and popped the peaches in his mouth. He closed his eyes as he chewed, letting out a small moan of delight. Noelle looked away, picking up the butter and licking it off the paper. She wanted to cry as the rich, salty cream melted on her tongue. She closed her eyes, savoring each delicious swallow, sucking at the inside of her cheeks so she tasted every last bit.
How long do you think we've been held hostage?
He asked. She opened her eyes just as he tore the paper cup to give himself access to the inside. He brought it to his mouth, licking the paper clean of the juice that had been in it. She didn't blame him. If she could manage to turn it and slip it through the bars without spilling the last drips, she was going to pick up her tray in a minute and lick any remnants of juice on it, too. She just wanted to enjoy the buttery taste on her tongue a few minutes longer. Noelle licked the small piece of paper the butter had been on. I don't know. I tried to keep track at first, but
they didn't do anything on any particular schedule.
He finished. She nodded, and the darkness was discombobulating.
If that means it made me feel mixed up, then yeah.
Her lips curved into the ghost of a smile. She rubbed the small piece of paper on her shirt, drying it. She supposed she was free to keep it. What would they do to her if she didn't give it back? Come and get it? Good. At least then there'd be someone to fight. Though if there was something to do with a small square of paper that would turn the tide in her favor somehow, she didn't know what that might be.
What would be the point of mixing us up about how long we've been here?
He asked. She considered that. I don't know. But it could be positive. It could mean they plan to release us at some point, but they don't want us to be able to give the police any information.
Others will be aware that we disappeared, though,
Evan said. They'll know how long we've been missing." She drummed lightly on the bars. "Probably." She'd left work with 3 days off in front of her when she was taken. Her father certainly would have realized after a few days that something was wrong when she didn't answer one of his usual calls or texts. But even so, the exact timing of her disappearance might be unclear. Then again, it also could probably be investigated using cameras from the area. She glanced to the corner of the cage where she'd stacked her empty water cups. There were 16. But that didn't help determine the exact amount of time she'd been there, because they'd been delivered randomly, sometimes with only a few sips of water, and sometimes almost full so that she rationed what she'd been given. "I don't know," she finally answered. "Maybe us being left in the dark was simply to torment us." He let out a chuffing sound.
"Mission accomplished."
She acknowledged his statement with an agreeable sound in the back of her throat. "Why do you think they finally turned the lights on?" Evan was quiet for a moment, obviously trying to work that out.
"I think we can assume that they want us to see the things in this room. You were given a rope for a reason, too. They expect something."
A shiver snaked down her spine. Funny that she could still be chilled by anything, all things considered. Could it really get creepier and more horrifying than this? She shoved the thought aside violently, refusing to think about that question lest she work herself up into a terror cyclone. It would be so easy. So easy. She'd been skating the edge of that storm since she'd first woken here, and she refused to let her mind do to her what they had not. Yet. But what? What could they possibly want from us? And why don't they tell us what it is?
"Look at me,"
Evan said. And she did, turning her body and leaning the side of her forehead against a bar as she peered through them over to where he sat in a similar position.
"Let's try to put our emotions and our fear aside so we can think as rationally as possible, okay? We don't have a positive view of the other person, is that fair?"
"Sure."
"And we have a connection that makes us natural enemies, I guess?"
She tipped her chin in agreement.
"So here's what I've got. Let's assume that connection is no coincidence. Who benefits from this?"
He gestured his arm around the small space.
"Is it an exercise to get us to work together somehow? Sharing our food? Trying to figure out how to get out of here?"
She wrinkled her brow. His theory sounded far-fetched. Who would do something like that, though? We've been terrorized and half-starved so far. Our parents wouldn't do this to us. At least I know my dad wouldn't. And if not them, who?
"That red-headed friend of yours who always gives me the death stare when I pass her in the hall?"
She felt a sliver of indignation lodge under her skin. Of course he was assuming it was one of her people. "Paula?" She let out a short, humorless laugh. "Paula didn't do this."
"How do you know?"
"This isn't the work of a shy 18-year-old girl who cries at sad commercials and dreams of working in the publishing industry because books bring her such joy. Plus, Paula was smart and kind and loyal. She had to be scared to death right now by Noelle's disappearance."
"Why not? Still waters run deep."
"Oh, shut up." She turned her body more fully. "You know nothing about us."
"Okay, then. Why'd you accept that scholarship anyway?"
he asked. "Why shouldn't I?" She'd earned that scholarship, and because of it, she might get another scholarship to any number of good colleges. It was her ticket to a life where she could not only support herself, but help her dad too, after his life had been decimated.
Because I'm there,
he said. I ignore you, she retorted.
No kidding.
She gritted her teeth. What about you? She asked. Who do you know sick and twisted enough to set up something like this? I'll bet there's a list. Someone totally soulless with plenty of money to pay enough people off to go along with this? To aid and abet? What about your gang of purposeless androids always looking for the next thrill?
You're getting emotional, Noelle.
Fuck off. She didn't say it, but she wanted to. Instead, she turned away with a huff because she was well aware that he'd be more than happy to fuck off if he could. He was right. She was letting her emotions take over when they were supposed to be thinking rationally in order to solve this, to come up with something that might help their situation. She took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Someone put us in these cages. Someone benefits from this. What types of benefits are there?
Financial.
Yes, but this is not a ransom situation. That makes no sense as far as me, and, like you said, if they were interested in ransoming you, you'd know. Your father would have asked for proof of life. And they'd have put you on the phone or taken a photo or something.
Okay. Revenge. But it would have to be someone who hates us both and is looking to punish us both for something.
Or punish our families, those who care for us.
That's still a type of ransom, though. Wouldn't your father and my parents ask for proof that that person has us?
I mean, we're missing. If the point is to scare them, that would be enough. Whether we're alive or dead is sort of immaterial to that, right? Either way, they're suffering. The not knowing might make it worse. She pushed away the vision of her father, walking the floor until all hours of the night, gripping a handful of hair the way he'd done after her mother had been found, shot dead. She couldn't let herself imagine what he was experiencing now. She would lose it if she did. Evan blew out a breath, bringing his hands up and massaging his temples.
Who hates both of our families that much? As far as I know, they haven't had any contact since the trial, and that was 6 years ago.
Yes. 6 years had passed. 7 years and 3 months since Noelle's mom had died. And yet in some ways it seemed like yesterday. It had taken that long for her father to get a handle on the lawyer fees he still owed. 6 years where every day his eyes seemed to dull just a little bit more. He'd gone from 37 to 43 during that time. And yet he looked far older than that. Noelle sighed, massaging her head as she stretched her mind, trying to come up with anyone who might be connected to them both, who also might hold some sort of grudge, rational or not. The sudden squeak of a speaker made Noelle jump, and Evan jerked his head in her direction. "Deposit your trays and refuse in the dumbwaiters." The voice was robotic, the cadence odd, and Noelle froze, fear climbing as the doors their food had been delivered through slid open. There was nothing on the back or sides of hers. It appeared to be a silver metal box. A dumbwaiter that would be pulled up to some unknown place above.
What the fuck?
Evan asked as he stared into his. The message repeated, the rhythm identical to the first time it had played. It was obviously some system, not a disguised human voice. "Where is it coming from?" Noelle asked, scooting to the end of her cage and peering out between the bars. She couldn't see a speaker, and it was difficult to tell which direction the recording was coming from. It repeated again.
"Hey!" Evan called. "Hey, whoever's playing that! What do you want with us? What do we need to do to get out of here? Hey! Help us!"
The recording repeated. Evan shook the bars the way he'd done the day before.
"Fucking talk to us! Tell us what you want!"
The recording repeated yet again. It seemed that was the only instruction they were going to get. Noelle picked up her tray and extended her arm as far as possible, giving the tray a small toss so it landed in the tiny elevator behind her, then picked up the stack of cups she'd collected and tossed those inside too. Next to her, Evan followed suit. The doors shut with a slide and a click, and whatever system was used to pull the boxes upward was well oiled, because no other sound came from within. The recording ceased, and Noelle turned toward Evan. His one uninjured eye was wide and wary, and she could only imagine she wore a similar expression. Her heart slammed against her ribs. She had this strange sense that something was starting, that the second part of whatever this was had just been set in motion, something that she couldn't yet define or understand. As if in response to her thoughts, a portion of the wall to her left slid open, and a man walked through. Noelle braced, pressing herself backward. Next to her, Evan hurled himself forward.
"Let us out,"
he demanded. He shook the bars.
"Tell us what you want. My father has money, lots of it. He'll pay you."
His words came out in a panted rush, tumbling over one another as he attempted to bargain with the emotionless stranger who had practically appeared out of nowhere. The man, wearing black pants, a black button-up shirt, black coat, and red shoes. His hair, parted and combed to one side, ignored Evan. Noelle watched him, tense and afraid, as he came toward the door to her cage. His outfit reminded her of some sort of uniform, and for reasons she couldn't explain, this alarmed her. Evan continued to appeal to the man, but the man seemed completely unaffected by his begging. But when he reached Noelle's cage, and she met his near black-eyed gaze, she could see the barely contained excitement in his beady eyes. Light reflected off his wide silver tie clip, and she slunk back farther.
"You've been rented,"
he said. Terror shot through her, and for a moment she felt like she couldn't breathe.
No.
Her breath released in a harsh gust.
"Rented?"
she squeaked. Next to her, Evan had grown quiet.
"For what?"
She knew. On the perimeter of her thoughts, she knew, but she refused to acknowledge it.
"Do you like cars?"
Evan asked, and she heard the panic in his voice too.
"My dad has a sweet Ferrari. Man, it's an icon. You could have it. No questions asked."
His voice was choked, desperate, and for the beat of a moment, Noelle wanted to laugh. He was bargaining for her. But it was also ridiculous because the promise of money hadn't worked, and so neither would a car. A drumbeat of fear pounded in her bloodstream.
Rented.
She couldn't think of another word that had ever inspired so much terror as that one, in this particular situation. The man reached for the electronic lock and inputted a series of numbers. Noelle shrank back farther.
"No. Please, no. I'm a virgin."
That made the man pause, but only briefly. Her heart sank to see that his eyes had only grown brighter with her declaration. She'd fight him then. She'd kick him in the nuts. She'd kick anyone in the nuts who tried to touch her. He pulled the handle just as he took something from his pocket. A stun gun. The door swung open. "You have a choice," he said, his voice high-pitched and nasal. "Here you always have a choice."
Here? Where is here?
Her breath came in pants as she shook her head.
Then no. I say no. I will not cooperate.
He smiled. His teeth were small and square.
"That is not the choice. You may choose to come with me, or you may stay here, sitting safely in your cage, and we'll take his fingers."
Her mind went blank. She worked to make sense of what the man had just said. His fingers? The man's smile had not slipped or grown. It remained oddly still.
"Correct. I will stun him and remove 2 of his fingers."
Remove. The world around her seemed to have slowed as though she'd entered a nonsensical nightmare. One that was awful, but that she would wake from. Shaking her head in bewilderment at what disturbing scenarios the mind could manufacture when left to roam. She looked over at Evan, whose skin had drained of color. Even the angry reddish-purple bruise surrounding his eye looked suddenly pastel. He brought his hands slowly from the bars he'd been holding on to, as though unconsciously drawing back the part of him that had been threatened. "Come with me, or we'll take his fingers." "Will." "Who is we?" she asked, her voice soft and shaky.
"I couldn't answer that,"
he said.
"Even if I wanted to."
He was just a type of servant, then. A henchman. Hired muscle. He looked more soft than solid, a roll of flab at his waistline obvious even under the dark shirt. But she supposed a taser made brute strength unnecessary. She also was pretty sure she saw the outline of a weapon beneath his coat. He was going to deliver her somewhere, and he was prepared should she decide to fight him. But that was if she agreed to the terms. "Come with me, or we'll take his fingers." And if she didn't go with him, she didn't need that answer spelled out for her. He'd given her a choice. There wasn't a third option, not really. Save yourself from whatever unknown fate being rented meant, or save Evan's fingers. She felt like she was underwater, trying desperately to surface, to shrug out of her own skin rather than face this reality. Rented? She turned her head, meeting Evan's one wide eye. He stared back at her. She saw fear there, yes. Horror. Sympathy. Confusion and disorientation. His lips parted as though he wanted to say something, but couldn't figure out exactly what. Instead, he waited. Waited for her to make her choice. He did not attempt an appeal. He did not give her the permission she might have been waiting for. "Let them take my fingers. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to suffer." She didn't want that, though. Her choice was already made.
Chapter 5. The collector eased back in his chair, the wood creaking softly beneath his weight, as he watched the guardian step back, making room for Noelle to exit her container. He sighed. Stupid Noelle. Brave Noelle. Did she even know why she'd made the choice she had? He thought not. Perhaps she'd puzzle that out later, if later existed for her. For them. The boy Evan remained silent, his face turned slightly as he watched Noelle stand and wobble toward the door the guardian had nodded toward. Evan, Noelle. He knew their names. All those watching did because they all had access to their conversation. But on the screen, they were still referred to as Dodger and Midori, like horses at the track. They'd been given names. The collector didn't know how or why the chosen monikers had been picked or if they were random, and he didn't care. He referred to them only as Evan and Noelle. He wanted to know them. He'd viewed the entire exchange with the Guardian with breathless interest. When the man had first entered, the collector had watched as Noelle shrank back, as though preparing for an attack, and Evan had raced toward what Noelle perceived as a sudden threat. His response was to meet the danger head-on, whereas Noelle's was to run. Interesting. He tucked it away. Everything meant something. Everything might be valuable. Later. Whatever he decided that later might entail. On the screen, the door slid shut with a resounding thud, and Evan pitched himself forward, his knuckles white on the bars of his cage, head hung as his shoulders rose and fell. The collector watched his body language, taking in the curl of his spine and the press of his skull against the metal. Then Evan raised his head and pushed himself back very slightly. For a moment the collector had thought the boy was crying. But he wasn't. He was enraged. Ah, good. The collector tapped his fingers lightly on the arms of his chair. The numbers at the top of his screen refreshed, showing the current odds. His eyes moved over the categories quickly. Those who had bet on Midori going willingly toward the unknown of being rented had just made a pretty penny. Those who had wagered she'd give permission for the Guardian to remove Dodger's fingers had lost. Interesting that she hadn't asked how his fingers might be removed. She'd still been in her cage when she'd made the choice, unable to see the array of tools on the high table directly under one of the hidden cameras. Apparently it didn't matter whether a hacksaw would be taken to his hand, or whether anesthesia and surgery would be utilized. Evidently, the method mattered less to her decision than the outcome. This was all good information to have if he was going to lay some money on the line, if he was going to become personally involved. There might very well be more risk to that than merit, however. He pulled the report lying at the edge of his desk forward, flipping it open. There were printouts of the court docket, a few news articles, and any other publicly available references. He had paid a private detective for this information. Perhaps it was frowned upon that the players have inside information, but how would the organizers know? He doubted most players bothered to look up specifics about the contestants. He doubted players would see any advantage in something like that. But the collector knew better. The collector understood the value of information. His eyes skimmed the report he'd already read thoroughly. The tragedy occurred close to midnight on a humid summer night 7 years prior. Noelle's mother, Megan, who had been engaging in an extramarital affair with Evan's father, a shipping tycoon who was twice divorced and recently remarried to a 20-something lingerie model, was shot to death on his property. Stupid Megan. Naughty Megan. Bennett Meyer, Megan's husband, an electrician by trade, sued for wrongful death. According to court proceedings, the defense claimed that Leonard Sinclair had broken it off with Mrs. Meyer earlier that day, and, scorned and obsessed, she had driven to his residence and gained access to his property through unknown means. Mr. Sinclair, armed and under the assumption that an intruder intending harm was outside his office door, shot Mrs. Meyer in the chest when she lunged at him from the dark. She died before an ambulance could even be summoned. Mr. Meyer didn't believe Mr. Sinclair's story, and though it was proved in court via the existence of an intimate photo found on a camera in her purse that Mrs. Meyer was indeed having an affair with the multimillionaire, her husband continued to claim that the shooting was no accident. He lost his lawsuit. The collector knew very well how that whole scenario played out. Mr. Sinclair hired the slickest attorneys money could buy, while Mr. Meyer mortgaged his house and his business and used every cent of his savings to pay for a lawyer who didn't even have half the team or a tenth of the resources as the firm he went up against. The collector knew other legal benefits had been paid for by Mr. Sinclair as well. Money could buy you your own brand of justice. The collector had grown up in that world. He understood the inner workings. In the end, Mr. Meyer wasn't only a widower. He'd lost his home and his business, drained his bank accounts, and gone into deep debt. Whether or not his wife deserved justice for her untimely death would never be known. She'd been placed under 6 feet of dirt, and Mr. Sinclair had walked free, making a statement to the media waiting outside the courtroom that he was grateful to the jury who had seen the truth and that he wished Mr. Meyer well. How that moment must have burned. Of course, the collector knew very well that it had. A smaller screen within a screen blinked to life. As the viewer, he could decide which picture to enlarge. On the smaller screen, Noelle had entered a room upstairs and was sitting on a bed, waiting. Her hands twisted in her lap. Whoever had rented her had not yet arrived. "I'm a virgin." Not for long. The collector focused back on Evan, who now sat back slowly, bringing his legs up and resting his forearms on his knees. He let his head fall back against the bars and sat staring straight ahead, one eye open wide, the other barely cracked. The collector watched him for a moment before bringing his gaze to the various odds at the top of the screen once more. They were constantly changing, based on shifting circumstances. Just like life, he supposed. You had to be quick to keep up, or others moved ahead. There was one bet that remained constant for each of them, however. Escape. Highly unlikely. There were betting rules that made such a thing virtually impossible. No, if Dodger or Midori got free, it would be because they themselves had come up with something that the creators hadn't thought of. And then whoever had put money on that outcome would be a very, very rich man. Or woman. Though he didn't think there were any of those. Some sports were meant solely for men. The collector didn't need or want the money. He had enough of that, and it wasn't what drove him. But still, his gaze kept returning to those odds, the number causing something hot to simmer in him. He knew why, of course. He was not a stupid man. His finger hovered over the keyboard momentarily before directing the cursor away from that bet. He'd decide later if it was one worth making, or if it was foolhardy. Could he figure out a way to help them get free? The idea intrigued him beyond everything. Was it possible? Maybe. It wasn't going to be easy, though. He'd need a strategy, on several levels. The boy sat motionless in his cage, staring straight ahead. "What are you thinking?" the collector whispered, his gaze hanging on the boy's bruised cheek. The collector glanced at the rope they'd discarded near the back of Noelle's empty cage. Interesting that neither of them had considered using it to hang themselves. Of course, only one could do that. It couldn't be shared. He wondered if suicide had been the intent of the sender. A kindness, maybe? Interesting. Neither Evan nor Noelle had even mentioned the possibility, though. It hadn't occurred to them. At least not yet. Which meant they still had fight left. On the small screen, a man had entered the room where Noelle sat. He was old and at least twice her weight, if not 3 times. The collector zoomed in, focusing on her face. Her expression was blank, but hatred burned in her eyes. "Good. Hold on to it. It will help you survive this. Anger sharpens the mind. Fear clouds it." He clicked off that screen. He wasn't interested in watching an old man grunt and rut as he tore into a young virgin. Many were, though. He could practically feel the excitement of all those faceless strangers emanating through the monitor. Yes, perhaps he'd assist them in getting free after all. If he could. In the meantime, however, if they were going to stay alive, they'd need to eat more than bread and water. He assumed the man who'd rented Noel had sent the treats of peaches and butter earlier, a preemptive thank you for whatever entertainment they were about to offer. How generous. Perhaps he was also hoping the peach juice would still be on Noel's skin, making her that much sweeter. The collector clicked on a series of keys, spending what would equate to someone else's mortgage payment to order them each something special. And this time, the gift came without strings. For now, anyway.
Chapter 6. The door slid open with a soft thud. Evan startled, moving toward the side of his cage closest to Noel's. The same man, dressed all in black and wearing red shoes, who had taken Noel out of this room, now accompanied her back in. Evan's eyes were glued to her as she was walked to her cage and roughly pushed inside. The man locked the door and left without a word. His breath emerged in a gusty tremor. He'd sat there alone for what felt like 100 years, wondering if they'd bring her back at all. She'd been rented, and though he was pretty sure he could figure out what that meant, he couldn't be positive. "I'm a virgin," she'd said, telling him her assumption about what was about to happen to her was the same as his. He'd sat there, stretching his fingers wide and then curling them into a fist, wondering what she'd paid for the fact that he currently possessed each one of them. He wouldn't disrespect her with a thank you. God, she'd hate him even more if he did. Noelle slumped down on the opposite side of her container, facing him. Her expression had been blank when she re-entered the room, but now it crumpled into a grimace. He didn't know what to say. "Are you okay?" hung on his lips, but he could see she was not. "What did they do to you, Noelle?" he asked softly. He had to know. They were in this together now, whether they liked it or not. Her eyes opened, jarring him. The pain he saw there was raw, palpable. Some man, whoever he was, raped me. He wore a mask. I couldn't see his face." "Fuck. While I just sat here, she was..." He pressed his forehead on the bars, taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly. She was clearly distressed, but he was grateful that she'd been straightforward. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry. I should have..." "No," she said. "Don't." Her voice was raspy, and it made him wonder if she'd screamed, which made him want to do the same. He felt it rising in his chest like a tidal wave, and he swallowed it back with effort. He would not make this about him. He watched her. That fire he'd seen in her eyes the day before hadn't returned, but he saw a spark. Tiny, but there, flickering, for just a moment. "I survived it. I'm here. And now I need you to turn around and make some noise so I can clean myself up." Noise. She wanted noise for privacy. Maybe to disguise the sound of whatever she was doing to clean herself. Maybe so she could cry. He turned, looking for something to create noise with, but his cage contained nothing. Okay, his voice then. What did he know by heart that he could recite? His heart beat swiftly. She had asked for something simple, and he was quickly failing. For the life of him, he couldn't think of the lyrics to one song, which was interesting considering he liked music and always had something playing in his car. But in that moment of stress, the only songs that crowded his mind were the children's songs his mother had once sung to him, still imprinted on his brain all these long years later. What a strange thing, considering his mom had lost interest in him years ago. "If all the little raindrops were lemon drops and lollipops," he sang. Behind him he heard her doing something, but he couldn't tell what over the sound of his own voice. But she'd started moving, he knew that. "Oh, if all the little raindrops were lemon drops and lollipops. Oh, what a rain that would be." He tapped his foot to the tune to provide her more cover. "Standing outside with my mouth open wide, singing la 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 la, la la la, la la la, la la la, la 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 la, la la la, la 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 la, la. La 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 Finally, after several stanzas, he sensed her lack of movement and his voice quieted. "Decent?" he asked, and when he got no answer, he turned slowly. She was curled up on the floor of her cage, eyes closed. He released a sigh, lying down in his own crate and staring at her as a tear rolled slowly down her face. His chest tightened, and he turned his hand, sliding it through the bars and reaching for her. At the sound, her eyes came open, and she stared at his open palm. For a moment, he was sure she wouldn't reach back. Why should she? She hated him. But then she brought her hand from beneath her head and fit it between the bars. They weren't close enough to hold hands comfortably, but close enough that he could wrap his index and middle fingers around hers, forming a link. She tightened her grip, joining him in the silent statement he'd made by offering his hand. We need each other now. Nothing else matters. Noelle sighed, closing her eyes, her tears ceasing. The room went dark as the lights switched off. The vision of their linked fingers still burned in his mind. She'd saved those fingers of his. He'd never forget that. But she'd paid dearly for it. The lights came on what seemed like mere moments later, but he knew it had been longer than that. His fingers were still linked with Noelle's, but his muscles ached from being held in the same position over time. And he dreamed, even if he could only remember fragments and pieces. Nothing he recalled made sense, his brain obviously in anxiety-ridden freefall, latching on to anything and everything in a desperate attempt to retain some sanity. Or at least, that's what it felt like to Evan. Noelle groaned softly, her fingers slipping free of his as she rolled onto her back, stretching and opening her eyes. Her expression barely changed, but he swore he could see the moment reality set in, even though his only view was of her profile. It was like he'd witnessed a slap to her soul, some form of deflating that he sensed as much as saw. Would there be a morning they'd wake here when it wouldn't be a traumatic shock? And should he wish for that? He didn't think so. She ran her fingers through her hair, sitting up slowly. "So, that's it then," she said after a moment. Her voice was bland, listless. He frowned, running his hand through his own hair. "What?" "The motive. The one we were trying to figure out. We're being rented out to sickos and perverts. It's as simple as that." He rolled the words over in his mind. She was right. As far as motives went, it was a simple one. They'd been trafficked, and now they were being bought and sold. How much, he wondered. What was their going rate? "Did he hurt you?" he asked softly. He felt suddenly zapped of any and all energy, and maybe she did too, because she lay down again facing him, and he lay down as well, so they were looking at each other through their bars. "Of course he hurt me." He closed his eyes, blew out a breath. "I'm a virgin." "I mean, was it more than sex?" "No." He felt a smidgen of relief. Not much, but something. She'd been raped, but she hadn't been brutalized. In a turbulent sea of horrible, it was a small life raft. Something to hold on to. Of course, that experience might have been an outlier. Who knew what was in store for them? Who knew what type of monster might rent one of them next? He was here, too, and he wondered if they were up on some dark marketplace. The very thought made him want to fall willingly into the abyss of madness. "The items on that counter, the ones behind the ice pick?" she said. "Yes?" He asked the word hesitantly. He almost didn't want to know. "They're power tools. Smaller ones." Power tools. An ice pick. Fear coagulated in his throat. He wouldn't think about them. He wouldn't. He couldn't help it, though.
"Come with me, or we'll take his fingers."
He knew very well what the tools were for. They turned in unison when they heard the dumbwaiters on the wall slide open, both crawling toward their deliveries. He reached, pulling the corner of the tray toward himself and gazing down at it. Bread and water, their current staples, were there, but so was a handful of peanuts. Oh, hot damn. Protein. He picked a singular peanut up gingerly and placed it on his tongue, crushing it on the roof of his mouth and moving it from side to side to extract the small amount of oil. Oh, that's good. Oil. Salt. He'd never known how much pleasure could be contained in one peanut. "What did you get?" Noelle asked. "Peanuts," he answered. "What about you?" She plucked something from her tray and held it up. "A chocolate-covered strawberry." She glanced down. "On a bed of artificial rose petals." "Romantic." "That's what I'm afraid of," she murmured. As if she'd attempted to add some levity to her tone, she'd failed. He'd scooped up the peanuts and begun counting them, but now paused. "Yesterday you were given peaches, and then you." He paused, and she nodded. Thank God. He hadn't wanted to say that out loud. Is there a connection between these deliveries and what was done to you? Like what? He couldn't think of anything that made sense. I don't know, he said as he continued to try to understand the situation they were in based on the new information. Did the man who... Do you think he's the one who took us? He asked her after a moment. I don't know, she said. But I don't think so. He wasn't strong. How do you think he knew about you then? About us? Where did he rent you? She met his eyes. A marketplace where you can buy and sell people. I don't know. Yes, he'd had the same dark suspicion. He'd even come up with the same word. Marketplace. Okay. Yes, I agree. So then maybe these are gifts, and are from the people who rent us? Gifts? She asked and then shrugged. It's possible. Why, though? I don't think wooing is necessary. We're sort of a sure thing. Not funny. I wasn't trying to be. She stared morosely down at her strawberry for a moment before using her fingernail to score the middle and then pull it apart. She reached through the bars, giving him half. It doesn't matter. Rejecting this food won't get us anywhere. We need it. He took the strawberry and set it on his tray, quickly counting the peanuts and handing her half plus one on account of the one he'd already eaten. They ate in silence, allowing the other to savor the food, especially the chocolate, which he continued to suck from his teeth long after it was gone. He knew she was as aware as him that it would be the only small pleasure they'd receive that day. When they were done, they pushed their trays back in the dumbwaiters without being directed to, and the doors slid shut, the internal cart lifting to some unknown location above. He sat there in silence for several minutes before she picked up the conversation they'd been having before their food arrived. We're being sold. But I keep coming back to, why us? Why us in particular? Our connection, it has to mean something. He couldn't answer that. But, like her, his mind kept returning to the same question, and if he could figure out what, maybe they would be able to appeal in some way to whoever was keeping them captive. It wasn't random. They'd been taken from two separate locations. It must be someone who knew them both, but he couldn't fathom who. Maybe it was simply some sicko who'd followed the court case and had developed some strange fascination with them or their families, or who knew what aspect of the case. It had to be an operation, though. This wasn't some singular deranged madman. There were at least a few more people involved, one being the lackey who had escorted Noelle to the room upstairs, the man who'd threatened to take his fingers and appeared excited at the possibility, another being the man who'd rented her. If they were being rented, then they were being advertised, on some black market, like she'd said. But where? He had no comprehension of that kind of thing. He couldn't even fathom the depth of evil he was pondering, the kind of evil they were living. I think there were cameras up there, she said after a few minutes. I saw this tiny red light on the upper portion of the wall near the ceiling. I focused on it. Cameras, he repeated. People watching as this man... Yes. Someone watched. God, this is insane. He sat up slightly, leaning on his forearm. "Do you think there are cameras down here too?" He whispered the words, as though speaking quietly might help make him invisible. "Do you think someone is watching and listening?" It was like he could suddenly feel their eyes, the unknown predators behind all this. She leaned up, too, looking around. He hadn't seen any small light, though. If it was here in this room, it was hidden well. Or perhaps the equipment was different. "I think we should assume there are," she answered. "Otherwise, how did someone rent me? Based only on a description?" She shook her head. "No, I'd think they'd want to see what they were getting for the money." She fell back on the floor, rolling onto her back and throwing her arm over her eyes. For a minute, he thought she was crying, and he began to put his hand through the bars to reach for her. But then she lowered her arm, turning her head toward him. "My father stopped taking me to church when my mother died," she said. Evan's forehead met the cold bars, and he watched her as she spoke. "She'd been the more religious one." She let out a small laugh that didn't hold much humor, if any at all. "Ironic, I guess. I don't know. She was committing adultery after all." He hid the grimace that threatened. "I think my father thought maybe it was all just BS, a building to go to on a Sunday morning. Words that went in one ear and out the other. I wonder if that's what church became for him, because obviously that's what it had been for her." She gave a fleeting smile and a small shrug. "Or maybe he just couldn't bring himself to be around so many people. I really don't know." Evan hung on her words, wondering where in the world she was taking this. "When I first woke in the dark, I thought about praying to die. But each time the words began to form, even in my mind, I stopped myself from saying them." "Why, Noel?" Because he thought maybe there'd come a time when he said that very prayer. Wouldn't it be better to fade into nothing than to live in untold suffering for who knew how long? How long could a person endure being caged the way they were before their minds slowly rotted anyway? "Because a prayer like that felt like an affront to God," she said, her eyes moving around the room, maybe searching for the cameras they'd just been wondering about. "And if there's any chance God exists, we need him now more than ever." He looked up at the top of his cage, gripping a handful of hair and giving it a gentle tug. It already felt longer than it had been when he'd left the gym that night. "God put us here," he finally said. She breathed out a laugh. "God didn't put us here. Some person did." "God didn't stop them? He didn't intervene?" "No, I guess not." He turned his head and met her eyes and saw that tiny spark again. "But I can't seem to give up on the hope that maybe he still will." He was amazed by her. She was in a cage after having just been raped, with unknown tortures in front of them, no possible way to get free, and there was still the flickering ember of hope in her eyes. And if she could manage it, so could he. "We can use all the help we can get." He smiled. "But God helps those who help themselves." She smiled over at him, and for a moment he was able to linger in that tiny light of hope. It was abruptly interrupted when the door clanged open. Evan jerked, sitting up, and Noelle did as well, pushing her hair back from her face. The same man in the black suit with red shoes entered the room. A spike of adrenaline speared through Evan's system, his breath suddenly growing shallow. The man headed directly to Evan's cage. "You've been rented," he said, bringing the taser from his pocket and holding it in one hand as he keyed a code into his lock with the other. Evan's throat swelled, and for a moment he had trouble catching his breath. "For what?" he demanded. The man laughed. The sound was squeaky and mean. "I don't possess that information. All requests are unique. You'll have to wait to find out." He leaned his head on the top of the open door. "The choice, of course, is yours. You may opt out for the small price of her ear." Shock radiated through him, and he glanced over at Noelle, who was holding herself completely still. "Her ear?" The man grinned, nodded. She has too, after all. He looked over at Noelle again, who had brought one hand to her ear. She blinked, her hand dropping away. Their gazes lingered, her lips parted, though she did not speak. She did not ask him to spare her ear, just as he had not asked her to spare his fingers. She didn't need to. "No," he said, his eyes held to hers. "We stay whole. We leave here whole." And then he crawled toward the man at the front of the cage who stood back to let him exit. Noelle crawled forward hurriedly, gripping the bars on the front of her crate as he stumbled by, his legs already weak from constant sitting. He couldn't look at her right then. His body vibrated with fear. "We stay whole," repeated in his mind, a mantra to give him courage. But distantly, it occurred to him that they'd already begun to be carved up. Noelle was no longer whole. She'd already had something taken from her. And he was all but certain that's what awaited him, too.
Chapter 7. The collector watched Evan double over as the paunchy man's fist connected with his midsection. No rape, this time, anyway. The predators on the other side of the screens had so many reasons for renting the prey. The short man with a curved spine and toothpick legs swung again, hitting Evan in the jaw as Evan's head whipped back, spittle spraying in the air. Yes, the motivations could be varied, but some, like the one he was watching, were so predictable, so boringly trite. Despite the older man's success, and he had to be successful to afford this sport, inside he was still the ugly, gawky kid who'd once been pushed into lockers, and he'd never moved on. He likely wore a three-piece suit most days, commanded some boardroom in a luxury zip code, and dined in the finest restaurants. In that life, he didn't need a mask to hide his face. The collector would bet he had a penchant for young prostitutes, and especially enjoyed hurting and humiliating them, because now that he'd amassed power, he was bent on revenge, hungry for it. And he'd take his fill wherever and whenever he could. He'd seek it out if he had to, like now. The collector supposed this was especially satisfying, given that the kid who was tied up and being beaten by him was handsome and strong, everything all those long-ago bullies had been. The ones he'd wanted to be. Maybe even the ones he'd wanted to fuck, though that might be going out on a limb. The collector zoomed in on Evan's face, watching carefully. He could obviously take pain. He appeared completely zoned out. Interesting. It took some practice to achieve that. He'd bet the boy was used to being hit. Maybe not often, but enough that he knew how to take it without flinching. The collector tucked that away. He'd use it at the right moment. He'd know when and if that was. He glanced down at the picture reduced in size near the bottom. The girl lay curled on her side in the cage, her eyes closed, hands tucked between her knees. She'd rolled into a small ball, and though it almost appeared she was sleeping, the collector knew very well she was not. He was quickly learning her tells, each and every one, the ones she was aware of and the ones she was not. Her hair streamed over one shoulder, and he could see one delicate ear. The picture above showed the boy taking a strong blow to his gut, paying the price for the fact that her pretty little ear was currently still attached to her head. The collector had entered a chat room connected to the sport a few days before. He hadn't participated in the conversation, but he'd listened in. He'd heard chatter about past games, the players reminiscing about other contestants who had opted to see each other chopped to bits. Apparently, once it got started, it was gory indeed, each unwilling to have mercy on the other. The collector wasn't surprised in the least by this information. Even the most civilized could become savage under the right circumstances. And sometimes, like now, the most unlikely contestants, two people with a bone to pick with the other, enemies, one might say, took pain on themselves rather than hand it off to the other. Fascinating. He rubbed his thumb over the chocolate-brown wristband of his watch. It was a Patek Philippe reference 5:30 time-only watch. He'd found it at an auction house a year ago for close to $500,000. He supposed, now that he thought about it, he was no stranger to making bets, after all. But he'd never bet before when his chances of winning weren't all but guaranteed. This situation, it most definitely added an edge. Did it mean he was one of them? No. His motives were different. Very different. He glanced down at his prized possession. He loved it because it was deceptively simplistic. All the best things were, to his mind. He wasn't a man who appreciated bells and whistles, showy, unnecessary. He'd heard the watch he was wearing called a wolf in sheep's clothing. He liked that. Yes, he liked that very much. The skinny, beak-nosed man was done beating on the boy. He looked exhilarated as he pumped his stick-like arms in the air in triumph. The boy's head hung limply as blood dripped from his lip and a cut on his cheek. He'd received no medical care, the same way he'd have received no medical care had his fingers been sawed off. Things that might bring medical relief were off the table of items that players could gift the contestants, as was outright weaponry and a short list of other objects. There was nothing anyone could do to ease his pain. He'd have to live with his injuries, at least as long as he lasted. The collector wondered if he'd look at that rope differently when he was thrown back in his cage. But even as he thought it, his lips curved in a smile. Something told him the boy would not.
Chapter 8. How do you feel? Noelle asked softly, her face pressed between the bars. His eyes flickered, and he became aware of the pain, first the screaming of his ribs, then the ache in his eye, the one that had just begun healing and was now swollen shut once again. His other eye hadn't fared much better, but at least he could open it a slit. His head pounded, and his jaw hurt. He brought his hand to his mouth, assessing his teeth. Like I was tied up and beaten half to death, he finally rasped. Her face was blurry, and he blinked to bring it into focus, sorry he had once he saw her bleak expression. She looked like she'd been crying. Neither of them could afford that. It was a waste of bodily fluids. Of course, it didn't help that he'd lost what looked like a pint of blood. I don't think my ribs are broken, though, he said, as much to her as to himself, pulling his body up and grimacing as he leaned against the bars, scooting over so his spine was between two of them rather than being supported by one. The guy who did this weighed all of 90 pounds soaking wet. It's probably why I'm not worse off than I am, he said, attempting to make her smile. His effort failed. Just like the asshole who'd used Noelle, his guy had donned a mask, so the top of his face was unrecognizable. Coward. All fucking cowards. Listen, I need to mop up some of this blood, and about all I've got to do that with is my underwear, so... She stared at him for a moment as if waiting for him to go on before her face registered understanding. Oh, she said, pushing herself away and turning around. Right, that's a good idea. He groaned as he sat up, and he saw her shoulders rise right before she started singing. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. Evan removed his pants with effort, attempting to hold in his groans of pain, but damn, he hurt. He hurt everywhere. He didn't think he had any broken bones, but he had at least 2 lacerations that probably needed stitches, one on his cheekbone and one he felt gaping open along his jaw. He pressed the flap of skin closed, grimacing against the sting, doing what he could to get himself back in order. His body would have to do the rest. His father had hid him over the years when he'd been displeased with him, and he'd often been displeased with Evan. They were so different. Evan had this sense that his father considered him weak, and the physical abuse was his way of toughening him up. But he'd been careful not to leave marks, careful not to hit his face. Evan almost laughed. Maybe his father had done him a favor after all, because he'd learned how to take some hits.
You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please, don't take my sunshine away. Hey.
As he began removing his underwear, he paused for a heartbeat at her overly exuberant added lyric, smiling slightly despite his present state, then continued undressing.
The other night, dear, as we lay sleeping, I dreamed I needed you in my arms. When I awoke, dear, I was mistaken. So I hung my head in a plan.
He let out a small huff of breath, what would have been a chuckle if it hadn't been swallowed up by a grunt of agony as he dabbed at the cuts on his bruised ribs, wiping the mostly dried blood away. Noelle obviously didn't know all the lyrics to that song, even though it was simple. She sang softly as he completed his clean-up tasks to the best of his ability. The song died away, and she turned, sitting across from where he was.
Better?
She asked.
A little, yeah. Do I look better?
Her eyes washed over his face, and she gave him a sad smile.
Not much.
He let out a pained laugh, squinting over at her. She gave a slight wince.
I don't know that my ear was worth all that.
I meant what I said, Noelle. We leave here whole. It's a promise. It belongs to us. She bit at her lip, and he had the idea that she was thinking what he'd thought earlier, that appearing whole from the outside could be misleading.
Can I tell you about my mom?
She asked. He tilted his head, surprised. Her mom was the very last topic of conversation he'd expected Noelle to bring up. They'd agreed to leave all that aside so they could work together. Why was she willing to talk about this now? Was it because she felt indebted to him for taking a beating rather than allowing her to be physically hurt again? She shouldn't. She'd endured a rape, for Christ's sake, so that his fingers remained attached to his hand. She'd had her virginity stolen by a disgusting predator.
Noelle, you don't have to.
I want to, she said, flaring her eyes slightly as though communicating some message.
I want you to hear who she was from me.
Not from your father or some court transcripts or a news story or whatever else you might have read about her.
I want you to know who she was to me.
Okay. She pulled in a breath and let it out slowly.
My mom, she was a really great listener. She had this ability to read between the lines.
That slight eye flare again, there and gone, and followed by a casual shrug.
And then after she listened, really listened, she gave great advice. She had this way of sprinkling just the right words in to get her point across in the simplest way. It was like music, the way she did that. Her message always felt so perfectly strung together.
She looked away on a sigh as though picturing her mom. The skin on the back of Evan's neck tingled. What she was saying, it sounded reminiscent, but there was something else mixed in there. Was she sending him a message? Saying something secretive under the guise of sharing memories of her mother?
I miss her,
Noelle said.
I still talk to her in my head. These private conversations.
She let out a small, embarrassed laugh.
I guess that's hard to understand.
She read between the lines, sprinkling just the right words in, like music, perfectly strung together. Evan stilled, understanding dawning. The song. He thought she had forgotten words and was inserting the wrong ones to make up for what she didn't remember, but no. She'd been inserting words for him to pick out and string together. A secret way of speaking that would be just between them, because she believed, as did he, that they were being watched and listened to. No, he said, meeting her eyes. I do understand. Perfectly. Their gazes held, his head tilted so he could see her clearly out of his one good eye.
I'm so glad,
she said, her voice slightly choked and a tempered excitement shining in her eyes. He searched his mind to recall the words that had stood out as wrong to him, the ones he'd chuckled at as she'd sung. He couldn't remember them now because he really hadn't paid much attention. Songs became such background noise.
It was why he'd started singing when she'd asked him to create noise. The mind naturally drifted into its own thoughts, in essence tuning out the specific words of the music. She was fucking brilliant, and despite his aching body, he felt momentarily elated. And he suddenly remembered one word he'd picked out as she'd murmured the song he knew well. It was another one his own mother had once hummed to him as he fell into dreams. A plan. Noelle had put the word plan into the song. She'd been telling him they needed to come up with a plan. He had no idea what remote options they might have, but he did understand that if they were going to implement anything at all, they needed to be able to strategize discreetly. And though he had no access to pain medication or soothing salve, for the moment at least, his discomfort faded to the background as his thoughts took flight.
Chapter 9. It had been a week since the collector had logged on and checked on the contestants, the boy, the girl, Evan, Noelle. He'd had a work commitment that couldn't be delayed, and because of it had been away from the computer in his home office where he watched the game. He felt a small buzz of excitement, but tamped it down. He never allowed his emotions to control him. He'd had many long years of practice, and he used it still. He'd found that in all matters, both consequential and not, a much cooler head prevailed when one could remove their own feelings and sympathies. Not everyone could master the ability, but it came naturally to him. It always had. He sat down, turning on the monitor and going through the many steps necessary to join them where they were, locked in a building, in some room that had been prepared just for them. From what he understood, the locations were chosen months in advance and set up not only for the purposes of the game, but in such a way that if it became necessary to disassemble them, it could be done in record time. In this business, he supposed, all sorts of contingency plans were necessary. The point of the game was that anything might happen. The more unlikely, the better, as that's where players stood to make the most money. The collector steepled his fingers, bringing them to his chin as the live feed spread across the screen. They lay in their cages, arms stretched toward each other, 2 fingers linked as they... He leaned in and turned up the volume slightly. Ah, they were singing those same children's songs they sang to give the other privacy. Silly, stupid jingles that they half murmured sometimes. Some of them he recognized, some of them he did not. It was a comfort for them, he supposed. A coping mechanism. They'd found something else to share. Always helpful in the case of dwindling optimism. How many times had they been rented since he'd been away, he wondered. He regretted that he hadn't been there to take note of the details. When Noelle ceased singing, Evan picked up where she'd left off. The boy looked better. His swelling was down, and both his eyes were open, though his bruises had darkened, much of his face mottled in deep red and dark purple. The collector turned the volume down again, lightly tapping his fingertips together. He wondered if they realized that the stakes of the game were bound to increase. This was the first time the collector had played, but he knew very well the gamers would become bored if the contestants were allowed to go on enduring rapes and beatings indefinitely, just to save some fingers or an ear. An eyeball, maybe. He'd be sure to listen in on a few more chats and see if he could glean more specifics about where this might go. But he was pretty sure he already had an idea. They'd made a vow to leave here whole. And so the creators would strive to break them of that notion. Silly of them to say that out loud, really. They'd freely doled out ammunition, and they didn't even realize it. Pity. It'd make things less interesting, and he'd had high hopes that these two would be interesting indeed. He paused, watching them, noting their body language, assessing their mental states, listening to her softly murmured singing voice. She had a lovely singing voice, and surprisingly, his wasn't half bad either. At least not when it came to nursery rhymes. And the way they concentrated so intently as the other person sang. His brow dipped, and he turned up the volume, leaning in closer to ascertain if he was right about what he thought he'd just heard. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what fit bars." They sounded like two little kids in their playpen babbling. It reminded the collector of the secret language of twins. He felt a small pang in his chest, but ignored it, leaning forward and listening to a few more bars. No, they weren't merely singing. He let out a small, incredulous laugh. They were speaking in code, inserting words into the songs to form messages. She'd lowered the volume of the parts she'd changed, barely enunciating the words, and moved hurriedly through them, both to signal to Evan what to pay attention to and to make it more difficult for anyone listening to be able to note what she'd said. Even if they did hear it, it would be easy to assume she simply didn't know all the words to that particular song and was throwing anything in there, as people often did with forgotten lyrics. Yes, similar to twin language indeed. No wonder he'd caught on. He laughed again, delighted and intrigued. People rarely caught him off guard, but these two had. They'd been doing this for at least the entire time he'd been away, if not before. And even he, who considered himself a master at seeing things others did not, hadn't noticed the subterfuge, simple as it was. But that's why it worked. No one suspected it. Clever. Well, color me impressed, he murmured. How much had they already conveyed in secret that none of the viewers had realized? What had they already said? How many had turned the volume down as they began singing so as not to get annoying preschool tunes stuck in their heads, or because it was plain boring? He wished there were a way to rewind the video, but of course there was not. Not for him, a mere player, anyway. It was a live feed, after all. His gaze hooked on Noelle. She'd come up with it. He knew she had. He'd had this vague notion that she was mixing up the lyrics to whatever song she was singing the week before, not because he knew all the lyrics to that song, but because of Evan's bemused reaction as she sang. He wondered how long it had taken her to clue him in. Well, either way, they were clued in now. Secret languages moved quickly once both people understood the rules. Secret languages morphed and quickened and became more and more difficult for outsiders to understand. Smart. Very, very smart. Songs. A well-known language that could be easily and discreetly altered if the listener was paying attention. His gaze stopped on Noelle once more, the outline of an idea unfolding. It was a long shot, a very long shot indeed. But he knew now that her mind operated the same way his did. He knew now what a worthy contestant she actually was. And the boy. Well, he didn't think she would leave the boy unless she had to. Like secret languages, bonds formed extremely quickly as well, if they were nurtured even the barest bit. He knew that personally. Regardless of his thoughts on the boy, however, it would require a team effort to make this work. And yet, even still, there was so much room for error, so much that might fail or go wrong. And perhaps that was what made the choice for him. Long shots were his specialty. He was here, after all. He logged on to another screen and spent an exorbitant amount of money for what he wanted. Then the collector logged off, heading to his bedroom, where he opened his closet and began to pack another suitcase after he'd just unpacked the one he'd taken on his business trip. He packed a variety of items for different types of weather, since, this time, he had no idea where his destination would be.
Chapter 10. They blindfolded her, and she didn't know why. She'd been brought to the same room, told to undress and lie down on the same bed as the first 2 times she'd been here. The same beefy man holding a gun stood at the door, looking stoically ahead. The only difference so far was the silky blindfold the man in the black suit and red shoes had tied around her head. "Why?" she had asked. "Rental request," he had said, right before she heard him exit the room. Rental request. She was nothing more than a rental now, like a car or a bike or a hotel room, a thing to use temporarily. And so now Noelle lay on the bed, shivering, trying her best to prepare mentally for what she was about to endure, but distracted by every small sound, her vision gone, her other senses hyper-aware. There was no preparing for what she'd have to endure physically. She was not in control of that. Others currently possessed her body, but she was determined to keep her soul if she could. She heard a soft knock at the door. Her muscles tensed. God, I hate this. I hate it. Make it fast. At least make it fast. She heard the man with the gun move aside and the soft footsteps of someone else enter the room. Light on his feet. No shuffling.
"Hello, Noelle."
His voice was deep and somehow melodic. He sounded older, but perhaps not as old as the other two men who had entered this room the last two times. She hadn't been able to identify all their features under the masks they wore, but she'd been able to ascertain their age by their bodies and their sagging necks, veiny hands, and balding heads. She had only this man's voice, so far.
"You do not greet me. Why?"
His phrasing, it was different. Should the rabbit caught in the trap greet the hunter? She bit out. Her voice shook, but her anger and hatred gave her courage. They were the only things she had in which to clothe herself. He chuckled, and she felt the bed depress. He'd sat down directly to her right. Instinctively, she drew away.
"If the rabbit wants to get free,"
he answered smoothly. That confused her. "You're going to help me get free?" He made a tisking sound.
"That's against the rules, little rabbit. Would I break the rules?"
He'd emphasized the word, though subtly, and she had no idea why. He dragged a finger down her arm, and she tensed and pulled away. Still, this was the first man who'd offered any conversation at all, and she'd take advantage of it if she could. The other ones had laughed and grunted and made lewd commands and taken every liberty with her body. But they hadn't spoken more than a handful of words, and they definitely hadn't required any from her. One of them had enjoyed her tears, and so she'd cried harder to hurry it along. "Who makes the rules?" she asked him. "Who's doing this? Is there anything I can do to get out of here?"
"You know I can't answer those questions,"
he said, using 2 fingers now to feather down her arm. She wanted to lift it and slap him. She fisted her hand to resist the impulse. There was an accent she couldn't place that floated around the edges of his words. It was slight, very slight. She might not have even noticed it if she hadn't been blindfolded. Maybe he was trying to hide it. Or maybe it had been a very long time since he'd spoken the language that gave his English that particular lilt, and only on certain words. His scent wafted toward her. Expensive, but also clean and understated. The other men had smelled expensive too, but she'd smelled them the moment they'd entered the room, their cologne preceding them. Some overpowering fragrance that barely hid the scent of sweat and dry-cleaning chemicals, and whatever else they'd carried on them. She had a very good sense of smell. She wished she didn't. Only one of them had chosen to get fully undressed, and then she'd been exposed to a whole new slew of smells she had tried to hold her breath against. This man, though, she didn't have the desire to draw away from inhaling his air. He smelled good, she'd give him that. And she'd take it as a very small mercy. "Can I take off this blindfold?" she asked. She'd felt exposed before, but this was a whole other level of bared. To be naked and blind, while the other untrustworthy person was not, was awful and unnerving. He might hurt her, and she'd never see it coming.
"No,"
he said.
"I believe you've already been advised that the rules of this room were established beforehand. If you break them, the large man by the door will not hesitate to put a bullet in your brain."
He opened her palm and ran his fingers across it.
"Some would enjoy that. Some would benefit from that. I, however, would do neither."
So others are watching then. That's all this is. She didn't know why she was being so brazen with this man. He was just like the others, vile, taking advantage of a helpless girl without consent. But she felt she had a chance to speak her mind, and she had no idea if she'd ever get that again. The way he was running his fingers down her skin made her want to scream, although she bet he thought she'd find it relaxing. In this way, she was actually glad for the blindfold. It was like being hidden behind the windshield of a car and feeling more comfortable road raging. She wanted to attack him with violence, but she also wanted to appeal to him for help. She didn't know why, or what, or how. All she knew was that since she'd arrived here, she'd been operating mostly on instinct and gut survival. And this man was somehow different from the others she'd so far come into contact with. Was it his refined voice? That gentle accent that almost seemed to ebb and flow? The clean, elegant scent of him? Forget all that. He's no different than the others. All those things were falsehoods, a costume, so to speak, meant to put others at ease. He's a monster. He rented me.
"Roll over, little rabbit,"
he said. And she heard the command in his tone. This was someone used to being listened to. It had been the same with the others. The difference was they'd said it meanly, and they'd added insults to the orders. Roll over. Her heart thumped in preparation of being hurt in a new and different way. She wanted to scream, but that would only prolong things. She did as he asked, bracing. She felt his heat above her, and was surprised when his hands came to her shoulders and began kneading, his thumbs pressing into her sore muscles. Oh, God. She clamped her lips shut as she sucked the sound of pleasure that had threatened back into her mouth. She wouldn't give him that. She would not. He chuckled as if he saw her struggle, and it amused him.
"Do you want me to tell you a story, little rabbit?"
No. She held herself still, willing her body not to respond to the manipulation of her muscles. But oh God, it felt good. She'd been in a cage for weeks, sleeping on hard cement, hunched over, and contending with stress that most other people had never come close to experiencing. She hurt everywhere. She'd stopped addressing it, but his hands on her muscles made her extremely aware.
"I believe I will anyway,"
he said. I'm shocked. He laughed softly, and she heard genuine appreciation in the sound. Her mind was going slightly fuzzy in response to the combination of his melodic voice and kneading hands. That, too, was a pleasure, and one she hadn't allowed herself since she'd been taken. By necessity, she'd been on high alert, her mind constantly churning with a way they might escape. "Go on, then," she said, and he again produced a deep chuckle that rolled over her skin. "Tell me your story."
Did I say it was my story, Noel? It was relayed to me recently, and it's one I find vastly interesting.
What's the point of you telling it to me?
Does there have to be a point? I'm simply trying to put you at ease.
Why?
Because it satisfies me. I find pleasure in yours. Some men find fulfillment in hurting others, and some do not.
But you're using me, just like they did, so what's the difference?
I'll leave that to you to decide,
he said. That confused her, but she didn't press it. And maybe he was lying. Maybe his kink was to lure her into relaxation and then spring something terrible on her. She would try to be ready. Or maybe she wouldn't. Maybe she'd take what she could, too, while she could. Maybe a back massage would better prepare her to fight. He paused in his machinations, as if expecting something, but then continued, her body sinking into the mattress beneath her.
There was once a man who collected things, very fine things,
he said.
Jewels, rubies, emeralds, diamonds. And he draped them on the women he stole.
Stole? What do you mean?
He took them, Noel. Much like you've been taken. He took them and he used them.
Used them for what?
Sex, violence. But mostly he took them for power. All those half-drugged girls, naked and draped in gems. They made him feel like a king.
If he could afford all those gems, it sounds like he already was a king.
Peculiar, isn't it? Or maybe a better word is gluttonous.
Gluttonous? What did he mean by that? Her mind defined it for her before she'd even decided to try. Greedy, to want more and more and more. Never enough. His hands moved down the backs of her arms, kneading and then feathering lightly. She pretended to be merely enduring his touch. How would he know if she wasn't? Why not take what comfort she could? Wasn't this the same as the nourishment she was provided each day in the form of bread and water and small treats? Who would she be punishing if she turned away the food? I need it if I'm going to find a way of escape. Are you a second tier of torture? She asked. Here to bore me to death? He couldn't read her mind. In this moment, it was one of the only things that was hers.
On the contrary,
he said, his hands moving over her buttocks, lingering, squeezing gently. She came out of the half-trance she'd allowed herself to be lulled into. Of course, this wasn't just a massage. But she'd known that.
Others have told me I'm quite interesting.
That's not exactly the word I would use, considering the circumstances, she said. Pervert and sicko came to mind. He only hummed in response, his hands continuing to run over her skin. She distracted herself by going over the plan she and Evan had been discussing for A week? She thought it had been about a week, though who really knew? Time was somewhat irrelevant where they were. They spoke in staggered strings of words, inserted incorrectly into simple jingles, leaving out any that were obvious and therefore unnecessary. The, and, if, or. Man tie clip, reflect, she'd told Evan, meaning the man in the black suit who escorted them to and from their cages wore a silver tie clip that might reflect the keypad at the top of their cages. As she'd sung, she'd pretended to rub a sore spot on her chest where the man wore the clip. Thank God Evan was quick. Thank God he got almost everything she conveyed the very first time. Of course, a little earlier when the man had come to escort her to the room she was in now, she'd not only been too far back in her cage, but he'd been turned slightly so she couldn't make out the numbers he pressed on her lock. Not even one. The rub was that with each chance they had to read the numbers, it meant one of them was being removed and taken here to be further victimized. And yet, it was an outcome they had to hope for nonetheless. The man was running his short fingernails up and down the backs of her legs. And without her permission, her mind began to drift again, a moan rising in her throat. She swallowed it down as he went on, blathering on probably just to hear himself speak.
Anyway, this man was well equipped to ensure none of his girls got pregnant. But, well, nature is quite adept at asserting her superiority where she can.
One hand kept stroking her leg, while the other parted her thighs.
Children were born. Twins. A boy and a girl,
he said, leaning in close to her ear.
They grew up in the House of Gems as well. The king had a court, other men with interests such as himself and their offspring. Generations of gluttons raised with the knowledge that they should take as they wanted from those with less, and let every whim be satisfied.
He leaned in closer, exhaling the next line on a murmured breath.
But the boy and the girl, they had only each other.
She clenched her eyes shut, turning her head to the mattress as his fingers moved delicately along the inside of her thigh. He leaned in close to her, and even though her face was pressed to the mattress and she was barely able to breathe, she could still smell him. And though she was loath to admit it, it was another pleasure she wanted to take comfort in. He smelled expensive, yes, but he also brought to mind dim, secret wooded places where sunlight streamed in muted beams of light and wild sage grew. She'd smelled only her own funk for so long that the clean scent of him felt like a luxury. How could a scent convey all that? She didn't know, and yet it did. His scent had layers. She felt like she was losing her mind. In a sense, maybe she was. Her brain doing cartwheels as her thoughts merged with the relaxation of her body, as she both enjoyed it and hated it. She tried desperately to suppress her pleasure. She despised this man. Whoever he was, she hated him even more than the others. She hated herself for her body's betrayal, hated herself for wanting more of what he was giving her. He kneaded the backs of her thighs, and then dragged the pads of his fingers down them, making her toes curl. He let out a soft chuckle. He'd seen her reaction. The laugh had told her so.
Is this wrong, little rabbit? I suppose it is. But when so much is wrong, sometimes you must find what rightness you can.
He came over top of her. She felt his heat, and she braced for some sort of invasion. But then he applied both hands to her shoulders, massaging deeply, his thumb moving up the back of her sore neck, releasing the tightness and tension she'd held there for so long. Oh, God, yes. Despite her attempt to bite it back, a deep moan came up her throat, breaking free of her mouth as she pressed her face more firmly into the bedding so that her air was all but cut off. No, no, no.
That's it,
she heard him say through the fog of pleasure.
Let it make you angry, Noelle. You're so hot when you're mad.
After a moment, she turned her face, gulping in a breath, warm tears soaking her blindfold. He'd broken her. The moan meant he'd won. Somehow, of all the shames she'd endured, this one was the worst. She'd let a monster give her pleasure. She'd all but admitted to him that he had.
It all ended,
he murmured, continuing on with whatever story he'd decided to tell her for reasons unknown.
The night of the king's annual ball. His version of one, anyway. Even if the scheduled merriment was unusual for a ball. That's when the massacre happened.
She attempted not to move, not to let him know in any way that even now she wanted his hands to start stroking her flesh again. Instead, she focused in on his story to distract herself from her painful desire. Massacre. What was the point of this?
One of the women displeased the king, and he slit her throat right in the middle of the ballroom. The others, fueled by drugs and the sight of blood, went just a little wild, and the killings began. It didn't stop until the 11 women they'd stolen, and 3 members of the household staff were dead. And still, Little Rabbit, the music played on.
He removed his hands from her skin and got off her, and God help her, she suddenly missed his warmth. When he spoke, his voice was casual.
Like the man I told you about, and yet very different. I collect things as well, Little Rabbit, he said. As you have nothing to offer that I might take with me, I should like you to create something. A poem, a note, a drawing, perhaps. Something personal to frame and hang in my gallery. Something to make me smile and remember this interlude.
Interlude? What a sick joke. What the fuck was he talking about? The mattress lifted as he stood.
The paper and pencil are on the desk. I paid a king's ransom for both. Please make it worthwhile. You'll be asked to leave both behind. The powers that be determined that writing utensils were against the rules once out of view. Secret messages and all. It wouldn't be fair now, would it? Once I leave, you may remove the blindfold. It's been a pleasure, Little Rabbit. I hope you take something of our time together with you as well.
She waited, her breath hitching as she heard the door open and then softly close. Noelle ripped the silk blindfold from her eyes, simultaneously rolling over and sitting up. She tossed the small piece of silken fabric aside and blinked at the empty space before her. Sure, she could see the outline of the man in the air before her, as though he'd disturbed the atmosphere, and it was taking a moment to fill back in the space he'd just occupied. Stupid. You're so hot when you're mad. The words hung in her head, similar to the imagined outline of him. Even in her haze, they'd seemed odd. Or maybe it was because he'd said them at the precise moment he had, on the heels of her unbidden and oh-so-telling moan, that they'd imprinted on her brain that way. But also, they hadn't fit the persona she'd assigned to him. They sounded more like some current teen than a sophisticated man who wore cologne that probably cost more than the rinky-dink car she drove. The man by the door remained still, staring straight ahead, his firearm held by his side. Noelle brought her hands to her naked breasts, jumping off the bed and quickly dressing in her filthy clothes. She took a minute to pull herself together as best as possible, eyeing the singular piece of white paper on the table, a pencil sitting beside it. She took the few steps to the desk, then picked up the pencil and tapped it lightly as she assessed the sharpness of the point. She considered using it to lunge at the man with the gun behind her, but he'd likely shoot her before she had a chance to turn and make it across the room. Would Evan hear the shot from below? Would he realize right away that he was now completely alone? No. She leaned over the desk, writing out a short poem, and then she took several minutes to sketch an accompanying piece of art. It was juvenile, both in content and in lack of talent, but it gave her a small burst of satisfaction all the same. I hope you take something of our time together with you as well. She paused, something occurring to her as the words he'd emphasized pricked at her mind. Would I break the rules? You're so hot when you're mad. She left the paper on the desk, gripping the pencil and turning slowly toward the tiny eye of the camera peeking from high up on the wall. Why hadn't they hidden this one? Did they want them to know they were being watched up here? Was it meant to add to their humiliation? She stared, wondering how many sets of predatorial eyes stared right back at her. It made the hair on the nape of her neck stand up. Noelle raised the pencil held in both hands, hesitating only a moment before snapping it in two. She narrowed her eyes, gritting her teeth as she pictured her hatred like a ball of flame flowing from her eyes and leaping through the lens of that tiny eye, straight to whomever was on the other side as they burst into flames. Her chest rose and fell as she took in swallows of air, lowering her hands, and then tossing the broken pencil to the floor. She waited a beat, then two, but no repercussions came in response to her mini temper tantrum. Perhaps they had enjoyed it. The man by the door remained still, staring straight ahead, his firearm held by his side. A moment later, the man in black arrived to return her to her cage.
Chapter 11. Evan's muscles burned, his arms shaking as he grunted and struggled to push his body up one more time. He growled with the effort, straightening his straining arms, then dropped down to the floor with a whoosh of released breath, pressing his cheek to the cold cement floor. He had to stay strong. He had to push through the pain. And even though he wasn't getting nearly enough calories to do this, he refused to lose all muscle tone, refused to grow weaker. Because someday, he was going to be the one doing the beating. If it's the last thing I do, he murmured beneath his breath. The door opened and he came quickly to his knees, waiting as Noelle was returned, eyes cast away as they always were. A scream of rage rose in his chest. How much more of this could they take? The door slid closed behind the henchman, and Noelle sat down, though not as gingerly as she had the past couple of times. He wished he didn't notice that kind of thing. He wished he didn't realize what it meant. She seemed different, though, her eyes alight despite the slackness of her features, and this time she didn't lie down immediately and close her eyes. Was she in shock? Oh God, whatever had been done to her must have been worse. It was only my teeth, Noelle, he said. They'd said they'd leave here whole. They'd made a silent pact the moment he'd followed her lead and refused to hand to her what was to be his own suffering.
But some sufferings were greater than others, and they should recognize that too. "We leave here whole," she murmured. "Yes, but—" "No buts," she said. "None." He sank down to the ground, turning his back without being asked so she could use the toilet or do what she could to wipe away the evidence of the man who'd rented her. And then he waited for her to sing, tapping lightly on the bars as though accompanying her with percussion. He didn't expect that she would utter a word about what had happened upstairs. They had an unspoken rule about that, developed over time. Neither asked any more, and neither offered. Of course, they were in the same predicament, which meant neither was completely in the dark about what the other was enduring. Instead, they planned and discussed possibilities for escape, few of which they'd come up with so far. Sometimes they spoke out loud, too, after they'd sung the most secret part of their conversation. They'd pretend they were talking about another topic when they were actually discussing the secret they'd just shared. He hoped that anyone listening in, even if they were suspicious about some part or another of their spoken conversation, would have no frame of reference from which to make any assumptions. So far, they'd worked out that they needed the codes to their cages, and they might have a way. By watching in the henchman's tie-pin, which so far he'd worn each time he'd shown up, but that presented a few problems. Number 1, he only entered the code when they'd moved away from the door to their cage. Number 2, sometimes he was turned slightly away. And number 3, they weren't even sure the code could be seen clearly in such a small accessory. The theory hadn't been tested. Evan kept tapping, and Noelle finally began to sing. "Stole a song of sixpence, a something full of rye." Noelle murmur sang, raising her voice in the correct words so those were the ones that stood out. Stole something. His pulse gave a sharp leap. No wonder she'd look like she was vibrating in some strange way. He'd assumed it was shock, but no. Was it nervous energy she'd been trying to contain since she'd swiped some object from the room? But what? He'd done a full visual inspection of the space, and even when he wasn't tied up, there was nothing small enough to swipe and hide. He stretched his neck, giving a small, questioning shrug in response, knowing she was watching him from behind. What? 4 and 20 pencils, baked in a pie. When the part was opened, the birds began to sing. Pencil, part. That confused him. He knew that sometimes it was too difficult to say a specific word because it either didn't blend into the song or it gave too much away, should it be overheard. He assumed that was the case now, so he considered the parts of the pencil and what purpose they might serve, but couldn't come up with anything other than maybe a sharp piece of wood. But that would be so tiny that even if they managed to sharpen it into a blade, it would break upon contact with even the softest target. Another stretch, another shrug. Why? Oh, wasn't that a dainty plug to fire before the king? Plug, fire. He'd been rubbing his shoulder, sore from the push-ups he'd done while she was gone, and now he paused, his breath catching. He gave a small cough to cover his reaction. "I'm done," she said. Evan turned, lying down on the floor of his cage and facing her where she was now doing the same across from him. "You were telling me about that kitten you found when you were a kid," he said, picking up the topic they'd been using to converse about their plan earlier. He assumed that, like him, she made up some of what she told him to fit within the framework of the secrets they told, but that she also inserted some truth. "Right," she said. "Yes, so I adopted this kitten, but he was a little troublemaker who was always causing havoc in places he shouldn't." She yawned, and her eyes slid upward and slightly to the back before her gaze quickly returned to him. Evan stretched his neck, his glance going to the place behind her that she'd signaled toward. There was only the small square of the dumbwaiter directly behind her cage. Was that what she meant? "Even the smallest, seemingly inconsequential places," she said. So, not the dumbwaiter. His gaze slid backward on another stretch, his eyes moving over the outlet off to the right of the dumbwaiter and low on the wall. Was that what she was talking about? Her chin tipped downward. Yes. Yes, okay. So she was proposing using the piece of pencil she'd stolen to start a fire in the outlet somehow. That seemed highly unlikely. Then again, he actually had no idea if that could even be accomplished, but she seemed to think otherwise. He could do nothing except trust she knew something he didn't. Something occurred to him. Wasn't her father an electrician? Maybe she'd picked up some knowledge on electrical from him. His hope soared. He blinked once. I understand. Enough, anyway. He saw her lip curve slightly before she turned it against the arm her head was resting on. They were both very precise now at their movements and signals. This second language they'd created had been built on fear and necessity, and therefore honed in a way Evan didn't think he'd be able to teach someone if he had months to do it. They had no idea where the cameras were in this room, so they had to assume they were everywhere. He quickly filtered through what they had as the outline of a plan. So far they had 2 maybes. Maybe they could unknowingly gain access to the codes to their locks. And maybe they could start a fire that would, what? Provide a distraction while they attempted to input those codes and escape. Yeah, that. Or burn them alive. The hope that had blossomed a moment before deflated. Several problems still remained. Even if they were able to obtain the codes to their cages, the bars at the front crossed both vertically and horizontally near the top, making up small squares. It wasn't as if they were made of wire. The bars would not bend, even under the greatest of pressure. He'd have to shrink his hand to the size of a child's to force it through. Or use a tool of some sort that could fit through the smaller section of bars and then bend to reach the keypad. Given that it was impossible to collapse his hand, they'd need to find or steal the perfect item. The problems were stacked up far higher than any potential solutions. They spoke about the possibly made-up or possibly real troublesome kitten for a while, brainstorming on the things he just considered, finally running out of ideas. All they could do now was wait for more opportunities. He reached his arm out, and she did the same, their eyes meeting as their fingers linked. "We leave here whole," he said to her, not caring who heard that, figuring they imagined it to be an empty promise anyway, something they said in a useless effort to keep their spirits up during hopeless circumstances. "And we leave here together," she added as they were both pulled into sleep. They slept, they woke, they ate bread and they drank water. There were no extras, and there hadn't been for days. He felt weaker, and he could see by her movements and the listlessness in her speech that she did too. Still, they sang. They discussed possibilities that seemed unachievable, and they fell asleep, fingers linked. Their hands fell apart as the man in red shoes woke them 3 days later as he walked toward Evan's cage. He blinked with sleep, his head foggy, and yet he knew what he had to do. "Now, this is your chance." He threw himself forward, grabbing the bars at the front of his cage and shaking them just as the man raised his hand to enter the code. He had ceased announcing that either of them had been rented, assuming correctly that Evan and Noelle knew the drill. "Please," he begged. "I can't take it." The man blew out of breath, appearing bored. "Move back." "Please help," Evan begged. "It's not too late to let us out of here. It's not too late to do the right thing." "Move back now or I'm going to tase you," the man said, pulling the taser from his outside coat pocket. Evan threw his body on the floor of the cage, his face turned and pressed against the front grate as he kicked the top with his feet, rattling the bars and sending waves of pain through his legs, but causing no damage whatsoever to the enclosure he was in. The man's mouth set, and even through his fear and the performance he was putting on, Evan saw the look of excitement in the man's eyes. Finally, he was going to be allowed to inflict pain. Still, he gave Evan one last warning, and Evan put his hands flat on the floor as he braced for the jolt. When it came, it felt like hot lightning flowing through his veins and rendering him incapable of movement. He gritted his teeth and rode through the agony, his eyes locked on the man's tie pin, the small, blurry reflection revealing the man's finger as it stabbed at the keypad. 9906. Evan let out a sound that was something between a sob of victory and a growl of pain and anger and horror at what he had to suffer before he could use what he'd just obtained. Because they didn't yet have Noelle's code, and he wouldn't even attempt to leave without her. He'd made a promise, and one thing Evan had learned as he'd sat in the bowels of hell was that he could be stripped of everything and still keep his word. It was his. No one had been able to steal it, and he wouldn't allow them to now. The man with the red shoes grabbed Evan's arm and yanked him back before Evan could even attempt to force his limbs to work. The man slammed the door of his cage and then stepped back, allowing Evan to slowly pull himself to his feet. "Enjoy that, meathead," the man sneered. Evan let out a feigned whimper as he followed the man toward the door, hanging his head but shooting Noelle the smallest of covert winks as he passed. A movement that, if seen, would be construed as nothing more than a blink. She was at the front of her cage, her hands gripping the bars, her eyes following him as he moved by. At his signal, her lips parted, eyes widening slightly. She knew. She knew he'd been successful. One step down. About 10 more to go. But they'd moved one space forward. Both he and Noelle were so much weaker, physically and emotionally, and he had no idea how long they could remain hopeful on so little. What he did know was that if breaking free was possible, they were very quickly running out of time.
Chapter 12. The collector swirled his drink, tipping it back and closing his eyes as the liquid burned down his throat. He rarely drank alcohol. He didn't enjoy a dulling of his sharpness, and he didn't require being anesthetized, either physically or mentally. But some things required a special celebration, and so the collector toasted Noelle with one shot of Old Fitzgerald bourbon, a specialty liquor of which only a finite stock was still available to those bourbon enthusiasts who could afford the $6,000 price tag. The collector set the empty shot glass on the bar cart in his office and then opened the French doors to the patio. He took the bottle with him, smashing it against the outside stone wall of the house and watching as the amber liquid pooled on the flagstone floor. There was so much more where that came from. The collector's lips tipped, and he brushed his hands, re-entering the house and then sitting down at his desk. He'd been delivered back to his home that morning after a day of travel. Somewhere south, he thought, based on the few clues he was able to pick up even in his drugged state. The organizers insisted on it, and though the collector was loath to put his narcotized body under someone else's control, someone else's ownership, he'd made an exception. He hoped the girl and the boy appreciated it, but he could see why they might not, even if they knew what he had sacrificed. He pulled the envelope forward that they had left with him, the souvenir he'd paid for. If others enjoyed mementos of their time spent with a contestant, he imagined they chose a piece of clothing, or perhaps a lock of hair. Soiled underwear, no doubt, went for a pretty penny. But he'd chosen what he had for a reason, and she'd already impressed him greatly by committing the theft he'd hoped she would. He'd watched from a screen on the wall outside the room as she'd stared at the camera defiantly, breaking the pencil in two, and, he thought at least, slipping the piece of graphite under the wristband of her filthy sweatshirt. He hoped she managed to steal a long enough piece. Only time would tell. Time that was slowly filtering away, the grains of their survival dwindling. He pictured her lying on the bed, her naked skin dry and dirty, cracked and bloody in spots. She'd looked malnourished and broken, completely vulnerable. But looks could be deceiving. Who knew that better than him? He thought back to the way she'd fought against the pleasure of his kneading hands. He almost regretted causing her such humiliation, and he knew well that it was a humiliation to submit in such a way to your subjugator. She might as well have called him master with that moan, and she'd obviously known it by the tears that followed, staining her blindfold. But the men watching only understood two things when it came to a rental: violence and degradation. He had to blend if he was going to win. Perhaps initially they thought his form of manipulation weak, but then he'd earned her tears, while they had not. Should it trouble him that manipulation came so easily? Or did it? Because his time spent with Noelle had held truth, too. He'd uttered a few chosen words using the accent of his native tongue, and then mixed it with a subtle rendition of the other accents that were a result of the various languages he spoke. He hadn't used the accent of his youth in a long time, though he did move between the others, depending on whom he was conversing with and which aspect of his life. He'd been so many versions of himself, and found it easy to slip on each persona, a skill honed over decades. Allowing his original accent to be heard, even briefly, even murmured, had been a small risk, he supposed. But the part of him that was still the boy he'd once been had wanted her to know him, or at least to hear him. He'd also given her information about who they were. He'd waited for the flashing light on the wall that would warn him he was broaching subjects that were off limits. He'd only get one chance, but no such warning came. He assumed, though he had no proof, as this was his first game, that if he didn't heed the warning, he would not be making his flight back home. They hadn't stopped him from repeating the story, the one his game sponsor had shared with the collector, bragging about his past exploits. Perhaps it even amused them. What could one little rabbit do with a tidbit of vague information he'd presented as some tall tale? But certainly they'd recognized themselves as the king and his court that he spoke of, and believed him to be giving them a nod of appreciation. Perhaps the fact that he hadn't worn a mask gave him leeway. They had him on video now. Regardless, here he was. The collector broke the envelope seal, sliding the paper from within. She'd written the poem he'd asked for, and his smile grew as he read it. Werewolves have fangs, but they also have pelts. I hate your guts. Go fuck yourself. His gaze moved to the rendering next to it, a poorly drawn sketch of a werewolf, saliva dripping from his fangs and looming over a tiny rabbit in a trap. He looked closer and laughed out loud. Ah, yes, that tiny rabbit held a knife in its paw hidden behind its back. It was hoping to skin that hunter, somehow, against all odds. He laughed again. She was divine. The collector went through the steps of logging in, his fingers flying over the keys as the screen within a screen blinked to life. There was Noelle, his little rabbit, sitting alone in her cage. The boy was in the room upstairs. The collector sighed as he took in the scene in that room where rental contracts played out. He could see that he'd been right about the spindly man with the beak nose. He had wanted to beat those boys who'd pushed him into lockers and called him names, but he'd also very much wanted to fuck them. There he was again, having obviously made the trip once more, his head between the boy's legs, as the boy gritted his teeth and covered his own eyes, in essence blindfolding himself, shutting out what was happening to him in the one way he could. He wondered if Evan was picturing Noelle. If such a bet could have been made, the collector would have made it, and he believed he'd have won. Evan would experience emotional consequences for that later, if there was a later. The collector clicked off that screen, zooming in on Noelle and steepling his fingers as he assessed what they already had in their possession. The things the others had sent them had been consumed. The collector had sent them treasures to keep, to use, and he'd send them something more. Each item had to follow the rules of the organization that wrote them, but he had his own criteria. Each item had to serve a purpose, and speak to them, as though he himself were there. He pulled the drawing she'd done for him forward again, running a finger over the rabbit, stroking it much the way he'd stroked her. He'd planned it, what he'd say, what he'd leave, and she'd understood. She'd risen to the occasion just as he'd hoped she would. He was still riding the high, and now that the small amount of liquor he'd consumed was taking effect, he couldn't help closing his eyes as he replayed the scene in his mind. What had she felt the moment she realized what he'd left for her? Hope? Excitement? Fear? Yes, certainly all those. Her heart had certainly been beating triple time as she'd surreptitiously slipped the small piece of the graphite from its broken casing. She'd hid her fear behind her hatred. Please don't notice, she must have prayed. The piece of graphite had to have been small, but if whoever cleaned up the room reconstructed the pencil, they'd surely notice a small piece was missing. But they hadn't. She'd have lost something if they did, something vital, something that would negate that vow to leave whole. The contestants had rules, too, though they didn't know what they were. He opened his eyes, and there she was, looking completely intact. He watched her for a moment, recalling how angry she'd been when he'd elicited that moan of pleasure. He understood. He'd been angry once, too. He took in a deep breath. He needed to think. What to send? It might be their last chance before the rules of the game changed. The longer the contestants held out, the longer the devils had to use them, and the more money could be made. But eventually that wouldn't be enough for them. He sensed their restlessness. He smiled as the possibility of something specific to send the boy came to him. If he understood how to use it. What perfect poetry! Beautiful. Violent, but beautiful. The door to the room Noel was in slid open, and the boy was shoved back through it and returned to his cage, the metal door slamming shut. "Hey, Limpdick!" Noel yelled at the man in the red shoes. The man hesitated, turning, and the collector leaned closer to the screen as he watched this interesting turn of events. "Why'd you get this job? Do you know what your position is called? Lackey. Because you obviously lack balls. You must lack money, too, or you'd have one of us up there, wouldn't you, lacking balls?" The collector let out a soft chuckle. Smart, very smart. Make the man angry. Prod him into doing something unwise and take advantage of it. But how? What do you have up your sleeve, little rabbit? What had she and the boy discussed that he had missed, either because he hadn't been watching or because he didn't know the songs they sang well enough to discern their secret language? The man with the red shoes walked to her cage, then stood in front of it, and Noel stared defiantly up at him. "Hi, Limpdick," Noel said, and the collector saw by the set of his chin, even in profile, that Noel had already infuriated him. The task was made much easier now that she and the boy had stuck to their guns in regard to sacrificing the other. The man with the red shoes had bid on the position because he expected to carve two people up. He'd expected to use those electric tools sitting on the counter. And yet there the devices sat, nary a drop of blood or tissue on their sharp, shiny blades. How disappointed he must be that his job had come down to merely escorting the captives to and from their cages for others to enjoy, for others to abuse and draw blood from. And Noel was picking that wound. The collector made a tisking sound, but he didn't take his eyes from the screen. He was riveted. "What are you, the local eunuch?" she asked. The collector chuckled again as the eunuch removed the taser from his jacket pocket. Noel's knuckles turned white as she gripped the bars to the cage, not cowering, not moving back an inch. "I'm surprised you can even shoot that straight," she said. "Are you sure you can? Maybe hitting Evan was a one-off, eunuch." She wanted him to tase her. Why? What was she hoping to achieve? It only took her spitting at him and calling him a eunuch again for him to take the bait. He shot the barb, and Noel dodged, going in the other direction. The man let out an enraged grunt and shot the barb again, and Noel went down, the side of her face slamming against the bars and then the floor. "Eunuch," she slurred, even as her muscles twitched, her body rigid with what must be indescribable pain. And yet she seemed to be trying so hard to keep her head lifted, focused on the man's chest. The man with the red shoes punched in the code to her cage and opened the door, grabbing a still immobile Noelle by the hair and punching her square in the face. The boy yelled and rattled the bars in his cage, looking like a wild animal. A nice show. The players must be enjoying it. He knew he was. The eunuch tossed Noelle back inside as though she were a rag doll and slammed the door. "A new phase starts in the morning," he growled. "The choices get bloodier." The collector could have turned on the camera behind Noelle's cage so as to see the man's face, but there was no need. Even from behind he could tell the eunuch was sneering, eyes shining with malice. Ah, yes, the stakes would rise in the morning. He supposed the man wasn't supposed to let the boy and the girl in on that little secret, but he was clearly too excited to stop himself. After all, finally they'd be given a choice that would lead to him slicing off a piece of them either way. The man turned to exit the room. It was then that the collector noticed the silver pin on his tie. He hadn't paid that any mind before. He was getting far too comfortable from this chair in his office far away. He'd have to do better at channeling the girl and the boy. Comfort had slackened him. The tie pin flashed once more as the eunuch turned out of the room. The collector rocked once in his chair, letting out a surprised chuckle. Well. His little rabbit was even smarter than he'd thought she was. His gaze moved to the boy. He appeared concerned about her condition, but also hopeful. He knew very well what she'd been doing. The boy had surprised the collector, too. And the collector was very rarely surprised. His gaze moved to Evan. Good breeding indeed. The collector grinned, standing and heading to his home gym where he'd push himself until his muscles burned. He'd think about exactly what to send them as he worked his body to the point of exhaustion. Things that would arrive in the next few hours while they still had time to use them. Something special for each of them. Either they'd understand, or they would not.
Chapter 13.
"How's your face?"
Evan asked. "The least of my problems." Noelle sucked in a breath as her fingertips found the open cut on her cheek. She lifted the hem of her sweatshirt and dabbed it lightly, but it had mostly stopped bleeding. Yes, her body hurt like hell, but there was also a current of victory running through her, mixed with frustration. 330. She'd only gotten 3 out of 4 numbers. She'd have to bait the man with the red shoes again and hope for the best. But her chances got slimmer and slimmer. Perhaps he'd be counseled about his lack of discipline in allowing them to rile him the way she had. Perhaps someone watching would catch on to what they were actually doing and quickly put an end to any delusions they might have about breaking free. She'd told Evan she'd only seen 3 of the numbers by tapping at her wounds with 3 of her fingers. He'd given a quick nod, then turned away, his mouth set. 3 was better than 0. And if they found an appropriate tool that would allow them to input the codes into their locks, they could attempt to find the last one by going through all 10 digits if they were given time. And if the keypad allowed for unlimited tries, which it might not. A new phase starts in the morning. The choices get bloodier. She didn't want to think about what that meant. Hopelessness began to swirl, but she forcefully pushed it aside. There was no point to that. Because once you turned down that road, it was very difficult to turn back around. Giving up meant certain defeat. She lay down on the floor, and Evan did the same, their hands reaching for each other, fingers linking. a movement that now felt as natural as breathing air. She exhaled, and for a moment, they simply stared into each other's eyes. His eyes were an oasis to her now, an island in a deep, dark sea. Something to cling to, a reason to hold on. The knowledge that she was not alone. She thought of the man with the voice like velvet who had given her pleasure that made her moan. Let it make you angry, Noelle. You're so hot when you're mad. Would I break the rules? And then he'd left a pencil for her to write him a note. A pencil that could be broken to extract something that could be used to create fire. Was he helping her? Them? It couldn't be, could it? He was using her, playing with her. Some confounding game within a game. But they had no choice but to play along. And tomorrow the stakes would rise. Fear shimmered inside, a nuclear blast in the distance, rocking her world and making her want to shut her eyes, hit the ground, and never look up. Instead, she stared into his eyes. Evan's expression was more desolate now, even though they'd been mostly successful in getting the codes to their cages. Noelle didn't know if it was because they were closer than they'd been, but still so damn far away. Or perhaps, like her, he was considering that the level of horror was about to rise in the morning. Or maybe it was because of something that had happened to him upstairs. She wouldn't ask. They'd come to an understanding, and she didn't want to talk to him about what happened to her up there either. The way her body had been used, her soul disregarded. Like the road to hopelessness, if she started to go to that dark place inside, she wouldn't return. She was already standing at the intersection of so many bleak crossroads. She tightened her fingers on his, creating what felt like an unbreakable link. We leave here whole. We leave here together. Much later, their dumbwaiters dropped and the doors opened. They both dragged themselves upright and then crawled to the backs of their cages. Noelle pulled out her tray. There was only one slice of white bread and 1 cup of water to eat and drink, respectively. But she stared down at what was on the other side of the tray, picking them up gingerly and turning them this way and that. A tiny pair of nail scissors, dull and slightly bent at the end. A grooming tool? She turned to Evan, who held something of his own. Nail scissors, she said, holding up the small tool and looking with confusion at what he was holding. A hammer with a rubber head. What is that? It says on the side it's a chime mallet, he told her. Like an instrument or something. He turned it over, staring down at it for a few seconds, and then tapped it on his open palm. It looked light, less than 2 pounds. The head was rubber, solid but unlikely to hurt anyone. And it would definitely lose against a taser and a gun. Disappointing. Evan raised it uncertainly and paused before dragging it along his bars. He let out a small huff that might have been a laugh. He said. Accompaniment for our songs. Someone enjoys our singing. Or is mocking us for it. She looked down at the scissors. They were small and flimsy. They wouldn't successfully go up against a taser either. Even if she managed to hide them and bring them out at an opportune moment, they'd probably break when they struck something solid. Not that the guard ever got close enough for them to do something like that anyway. They were useless, except... Noelle sat down, inspecting her long, dirty fingernails. She'd chewed a few off, and another couple had broken. But those ones were jagged and bothersome. Yes, she had aches and pains, and had suffered in ways great and small. But her instinct was to groom herself, and the fact that she could not had stolen a bit of her humanity. She took a few minutes to trim them all, while Evan experimented with the sounds the chime mallet made on the different bars of his cage. She turned toward him. "Here," she said, sliding the small pair of scissors across the floor. "Clean yourself up." He scoffed. "Not exactly running for prom king here." God. The thought of school or dances hadn't been something Noelle had thought about for what seemed like forever. Prom. Huh. How ridiculously simple. Maybe she'd even have worried about it in her old life. Would someone invite her? Or would she pretend not to care and make plans for a girls' night with Paula? She'd never even considered being prom queen. But Evan had been a shoo-in for prom king. King. All those half-drugged girls, naked and draped in gems. They made him feel like a king. His voice, unbidden. She pushed it aside and mustered a chuckle. Evan put the mallet on the floor and sat down to trim his own nails. She watched as he did it, seeing that the small grooming errand was making him feel, if not like a king, at least a tad more human, too. That was good. Perhaps whoever had sent them had done so understanding the small pleasure. Or maybe it was worse than that. Maybe whoever had sent them had been given some advanced notice that their fingernails would be torn from their fingers in the morning, and this was a sick inside joke. She swallowed, refusing to let her mind go there. In any case, she had a specific use for them in mind, and it wasn't just to trim her nails. Evan started singing low and slow, mostly under his breath, as he focused on his chore. She turned away from him and pretended to pick at a scab on her arm, but listened intently to what he said. Her heart raced as he sang, and then plummeted as he explained what he was going to do. Evan. No. Yes, he insisted. Yes. Oh, God. Oh, the sacrifice. She clenched her eyes shut, picturing what he'd described in fewer than 5 words. She couldn't allow herself to grimace, in case they were watching closely and her expression tipped them off that they weren't merely mumbling nursery rhymes. She lifted her shoulders and let them fall. Okay. They had no choice. She turned and he looked up, their eyes meeting. He picked up the mallet and dragged it over the bars, certainty in his gaze. Oh, Evan. On a silent, exhaled breath, she turned away. He was right. The plan must be enacted now, before things got bloodier. Before they were each missing parts of themselves that would make an escape attempt impossible. These 2 new tools had made the decision for them. They had what they needed to try. It was now. Or never. Noelle came to her knees, and so did he as she joined him in song. They sang loudly, belting out their certainty, Evan dragging the mallet along the bars. They sang on and on until their voices were hoarse, laying out their plan, the entirety of it. This was it. Things would only get worse from here. They would break free, or not, after the lights had gone out. There would be cameras on them, just as there were now. They had to act quickly and without hesitation. Exhausted, they sank down on the floor, reaching for each other. Fingers linking, gazes locked, as they waited for the darkness. Chapter 14. It seemed forever until the darkness came, and even longer that they lay still and silent, feigning sleep. A small squeeze of her fingers, and then Evan sat up and crawled to the front of his cage, and she watched as he reached for the mallet. Oh, God. She was so scared she was shaking, her heart in her throat for him, for herself, for the risk they were about to take and the possibility of failure, when failure was not an option. Go time. Evan's deep yell broke the silence, and he picked up the mallet, pounding on the bars and grabbing hold, shaking them as much as possible. If you're watching, you sickos, watch Evan. Just long enough. Just long enough. She pulled herself to the back of her cage, cringing and letting out a small whimper when Evan placed his hand flat on the cement floor and slammed the mallet down on his knuckle, howling with pain. The benign-looking instrument wouldn't pose too much threat to another person, but oh, the damage it could do to one singular hand. All those tiny bones. Noelle took the small hidden piece of graphite from her pocket, the one she'd extracted from the pencil, willing her hands to stop shaking. She heard the hard smacks of the mallet and the wet sounds that told her Evan was pulverizing his own hand. He was screaming, but he wasn't stopping. She wanted to cry for him, but there was no time for that. You're up, Noelle. Watch him, creeps. Don't you want to see his pain? Doesn't it excite you, you sick fucks? She pressed her body to the bars of the cage, her heart galloping and a bead of sweat rolling down her cheek as she brought out the tiny pair of scissors as well, and the handful of rose petals. Gifts. Tools. The lights came on, and though she squinted, she did not pause. The countdown had begun. She had counted each time she was taken from her cage and brought to one of the men upstairs who had rented her. It had taken 4 minutes to make the walk down the long hallway and up the metal steps to another series of hallways above. If someone was in a similarly placed room upstairs, watching them, sending food down through the dumbwaiters, if they ran, it would take them a third of the time it had taken her. 1 minute. Maybe a few seconds more, that was it. If they got very lucky, whoever was upstairs was in a room that was farther away, maybe even sleeping, and it would take them even more time. But they couldn't count on that. They had no real idea of the layout. They only knew of the one room where they'd been taken. She reached, turning her head so she could press her face against the cold metal and shifting her eyes so she could see the small outlet off to the side of the dumbwaiter. Her fingers barely brushed it, and she let out an exhale. She hadn't been positive until now that she could reach it at all, though she'd attempted to measure it using her vision alone and hoped she was right in her calculations. She used the small pair of scissors to unscrew the outlet plate, each screw coming off easily and falling to the floor. She dropped the scissors and reached back through the bars for the small piece of graphite she'd set down, her breath coming shallow. Breathe, stay calm. 1 step at a time. Fuck, she murmured when she dropped the piece of graphite, picking it up, letting those 2 precious seconds go. They were gone. She couldn't get them back. Breathe. Behind her, Evan had ceased pounding the bones of his hand to mush, only his small grunts and whimpers meeting her ears. You've got this, Evan. I know you do. She couldn't look, though. She had her part, and he had his. They couldn't afford to pay attention to anything except their own assigned tasks. Noelle retrieved the graphite and the handful of fabric petals. Reaching out with both hands now, her face pressed between the bars so hard her cheekbones hurt. One hand was poised to stick the graphite in the socket. The other held a rose petal as far toward the back of the outlet as she could manage in order to catch the spark. Please. Evan let out a roar of agony, and then she heard the beep of a button being pushed. He'd forced his collapsed hand through the smaller bars of the door. He was accessing the panel with his broken fingers. She held her hands steady as she jabbed the piece of graphite into the socket. Nothing. Oh God, oh God. She did it again, a little harder, but not hard enough to break the small tool, and a tiny spark shot off the back. She heard 3 more beeps behind her, and then the sound of Evan's cage door opening. A sob welled up inside her, but it was far too soon to celebrate. Stay calm. Keep going. She pressed the rose petal closer, and then stuck the graphite in again. A bigger spark this time that jumped to the edge of the petal, catching and glowing red. Yes, 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 yes. Evan's agonized yell as he pulled his hand back through the bars made her stomach cramp. And then she heard his footsteps and a loud kick, wood splintering. But she tuned all that out as best she could as she held the petal steady, the edge barely burning, bringing it from the outlet and touching it to another petal. The small fire transferred, and now 2 petals were burning, a thin trail of smoke rising in the air. She heard the pounding of footsteps overhead now, but toward the rear of the building. Someone was, or a few someones, were on their way. But they weren't coming from the direction of the only room she'd been in upstairs. They'd been in a different room, farther away. Thank God, thank God. And then Evan was there, going down on his knees next to the tiny fire she was keeping burning by adding 1 rose petal after another. His hand dripped blood, creating a small puddle on the floor. He stuck a splintered piece of wood, a portion of the counter holding the power tools that he'd kicked apart, into the fire, holding it steady until it caught fire. Then he stood carefully, walking the short distance to where there was a hole in the plywood wall. She watched, breathless, panting with fear, heart beating out of her chest. He held the stick to the edge of the jagged wood, waiting as the splinters turned orange. And then the fire began spreading and growing rapidly. Noelle let out a surprised gasp when the flames leaped up the wall with a whoosh. She leaned away, the heat finding her even from several feet away. Shouting now, more pounding from above. Distract with fire. But she hadn't expected it to work quite this well. She heard an explosion in the wall, and then the pause of their feet as they changed direction. Whatever was in the walls wasn't fire-retardant insulation. No codes had been followed here. From the way the fire was spreading, it seemed like there was paper and kindling between the studs. The men above were obviously confused by the sounds of the traveling flames. Noelle and Evan were getting lucky. Good, good, good. Please hold out. Noelle's breath came short, her limbs shaking. Evan opened the dumbwaiter and used the burning stick to light the walls inside there as well. He closed the door, and through the cracks, she could see the red glow of the flame and hear as it began climbing the walls, moving upward as well. There were sounds everywhere now. The men's footsteps went one way and then another. Their shouts were full of confusion. "Let me out! Let me out!" she chanted. Smoke billowing into her cage as Evan ran around to the front, and she crawled quickly on her hands and knees. She kept chanting, and her voice sounded very far away. She worked to breathe, to stay calm. She couldn't lose it now. They still had so far to go. "I'm going to get you out," Evan said, his hand creating another puddle on the floor as he used his good one to punch in the 3 numbers she'd been able to see. 330. "I think the last one was on the right," she said, her words stumbling over each other. The man with the tie pin had moved his hand to the right, she thought. "Okay." He punched in a number. She thought he'd tried 3306, but couldn't be totally sure as she couldn't see, and there was nothing reflecting what he was doing. She had to wait. She had to trust. She went lower to the ground, coughing as the smoke made it to the front of her cage.
Shit, shit, shit,
Evan chanted, punching in a second code that didn't work.
Oh God, oh God.
What if it only gave him a certain number of chances? What if it reset? She would burn to death. The fire was raging behind her, smoke billowing into the room. The heat was already intense, and she could feel it getting closer. Evan's chest rose and fell, blood splashing in the puddle at his feet from his limply hanging, ravaged hand. Noelle went low, staring at the puddle of blood, drawing her feet in as the heat came closer, clenching her eyes closed. Maybe they shouldn't have planned to light the walls on fire first. But they'd discussed and calculated, and it had seemed wiser to buy time, to hope the men above went for a fire extinguisher, or to potentially set off an alarm, something, considering they only had 3 of the numbers to her code. She hadn't expected the fire to spread so quickly. But now... Oh God, she was scared.
I won't leave, no matter what,
Evan said, his voice strangely calm.
We leave here together.
No, Evan, she whispered. No. One more try and then you run. Bring back help. She was okay. Even if she burned to death in this cage, it would be better because she'd chosen it, rather than giving her death to the monsters who'd put her here. A strange peace came over her, and tears pricked her eyes. They'd given it their all. They'd made it farther than she had dared hope they would. She'd give him the final tool and tell him what to do. He still had time to make it out. She heard the beeps as he tried a third code. The door unlatched, and Noelle fell forward as it opened. For a beat, she didn't understand what had happened. Then Evan was yanking her to her feet, and they were running unsteadily, together, toward the door. Another code. She reached in her pocket for the small pair of scissors, almost unable to say whether she'd put them back there per the plan, letting out a gust of relief as her fingers found them. The heat was almost unbearable now, the smoke thick. She brought her sweatshirt over her mouth, and beside her, Evan was using his shirt in the same way. Tears ran down her face, and she blinked away the burning smoke, prying the cover off the electronic panel on the wall that held the wiring for the door. She prayed the system was simple. Why wouldn't it be? They'd been in locked cages. There was no need for anything more than simple security to access the room. The fire had spread quickly through the walls, and it had already made it to the inner portion of the one that held the door. It was still far enough away, she hoped, that the electric system hadn't melted. The fire roared and crackled, and they could hear random crashes behind them as things collapsed. But she thought she heard 2 male voices and the pounding of feet descending the metal stairs. Then they'd be at the long hallway that led to this room. Noelle and Evan would be cornered, a gun in front of them, a raging fire behind them.
You've got this, Noelle,
Evan said from beside her, his voice hoarse.
You've got this.
Deep breath. Okay, yes. She blinked at the wires, using her fingers to separate them, clipping the one she hoped operated the door. It remained shut. She let out a grunt of frustration and fear, refocused, and clipped the one beside it. The door groaned open. Noelle and Evan shot out into the hallway, coughing and gulping in lungfuls of fresh air as they ran.
There! They went that way!
A man yelled.
Holy shit, watch out!
Something exploded behind them, a portion of wall falling into the hallway, or so she thought. Her lungs burned, chest heaving as they ran, no idea where to go except away from those in pursuit.
Up there, turn!
Evan panted as they approached a turn in the hallway. She followed him, ducking around the bend and then skidding to a stop as he yanked hard at her sweatshirt, plastering himself against the wall and signaling that she do the same. Evan pushed her behind himself and then reached in his back pocket, handing her the rope he'd tucked there. She took it, confused and terrified. What was he doing? She wanted to scream and pull at him, make him run with her, away from the pounding feet that were approaching quickly. They had guns. They had weapons. They'd throw them back in cages. No. I'll die first. Evan planted his feet and raised something in his good hand. The ice pick. He'd taken the ice pick when he'd kicked the one piece of furniture in the room to pieces for the wood. She wished they'd had the power tools now. They'd be no good, of course, for full usage. They'd nixed the idea of taking one as they'd planned their unlikely escape. They'd only slow them down. They were too awkward and cumbersome to stab with. But she wished she had one now, just to swing at the man running toward them, just to hurl at his head. Crashes could be heard all around them, from up above and somehow down below. The building was quickly being consumed, smoke billowing past them in the hallway that led from the room where they'd started the blaze. The footsteps were almost upon them. Evan raised his hand higher, and Noelle swore that for a moment the world stilled, then froze, then sped up, racing toward her in living color. She swayed, her fingers touching the wall next to her as Evan gave a mighty yell, bringing his hand down in an arcing motion at the same moment the man who had stood guard in the room upstairs while she was brutalized appeared at the turn where they were waiting, his head whipping toward them as Evan planted the ice pick in his neck. The man screamed, going down on his knees as he grabbed for the pick with two hands, a geyser of blood spurting from the wound. He went down hard, his face hitting the ground with a crack. He did not move. Evan pulled the ice pick from his neck, and she barely registered the squelching sound over the noise of the fire and her pounding heart. They heard the other man's running footsteps. He'd taken a different route, but he was close, and coming closer. He called a name that sounded like Mo or Joe, but the fire was roaring loud. The sounds of beams falling made it all but impossible to hear.
Yeah,
Evan answered, deepening his voice as he pretended to be the guard he'd just killed, responding to his friend's call. Then he took the dead man by one arm, and Noelle took the other. Together they pulled him around the corner so he couldn't be seen from the main hallway. Then they waited again, their panting breath loud but mixing with the other noises as the footsteps drew closer. The man with the red shoes coming around the bend and stopping just as the first man had done. Noelle saw the hatred in his expression, and then it morphed into shock and fear. Evan brought the ice pick down again, the sharp end going directly in the man's eye. He screamed, bringing his hand up and firing the gun he held. Noelle felt the bullet whiz by her cheek, and she screamed too, throwing herself against the wall. It all happened so fast. Evan knocked the gun out of the wounded man's hand, but the man succeeded in getting his hands around Evan's neck, and they both went down, Evan underneath the man with the pick in his eye, blood flying into the air around them. Noelle screamed, circling behind the man and using the rope to wrap around his neck. She pulled with every ounce of strength in her body, his head bending backward, but his hands remaining on Evan's neck, whose face was a ghastly shade of crimson. It was not going to end this way, and especially not with this man who had led them upstairs over and over to be used and degraded. She gritted her teeth and let out a yell, pulling once and then again, the man making hideous wet grunting noises as blood spurted from his eye socket. He almost took her with him when he fell, toppling over and landing on his back. Evan scrabbled from beneath him, his good hand going to his throat as he coughed and wheezed and worked to regain his breath. Was the man dead? She had no idea, but she hoped so. Rest in hell. No time. There's no time. Who knew how many more were behind those two? She pulled on Evan, and he stumbled along with her back to the main hallway, where a piece of falling ceiling barely missed them. They jumped over it and then dodged a fiery section of wall as it popped and crackled and burned. A loading dock. There was some sort of loading dock ahead. A pulley next to the garage-type door. Noelle dropped the rope and used both her hands to pull on the chain. The door rose with a creak and a groan, and when it was open enough that they could scoot under, they both did, rising to their feet on the other side, standing on the edge of a dock. Outside. They were outside. And it was night. "This way," she said to Evan, pulling his shirt as she bolted to the concrete steps that led to the ground. They practically flew down them, and then they ran. She had no idea where they were headed. All she knew was that it was away, and they were free. Behind them, the building was a wild inferno. She glanced back, just once. The building appeared to be a giant factory or some old warehouse, and the entire thing was going up in flames, sparks shooting into the nighttime sky like fireworks. If she weren't so petrified, fighting for each breath that came into her burning lungs, she might have thought it beautiful. It might have looked like victory. Instead, she sobbed with fear and pain, grabbing Evan's uninjured hand as they raced into the night. They ran until they couldn't run anymore. The terrain was desert-like, the earth hard-packed and cracked from the sun. The light from the fire faded, but the moon shone down, lighting their way. Her legs gave out, and she crumpled to the ground. Her body had done all it could for her after being virtually immobile for weeks, if not months. Brutalized, half-starved. It would not go on.
"Noelle,"
Evan wheezed.
"We have to keep going."
"I can't," she said. "I'm sorry. I just need to rest. Just for a little while." He looked like he might argue, but then he sat down beside her, lying back, both of them staring up at the twinkling stars. She heard only movements of the night, a soft breeze that stirred the brambly bushes dotted here and there, the faint scurrying of some small animal. She had no idea where they were. Had there only been 2 henchmen in that building with them? Had the men who had raped her traveled to be there? "You've been rented." She pushed that from her mind. It was too much. She had all she could handle not to fall to pieces.
"Do you think there are others coming to look for us?"
Evan rasped. His thoughts had obviously traveled along a similar path. "Maybe," she said. Who were they? Did they have sweeping helicopters or all-terrain vehicles? Would they find them where they lay in this unknown desert under the stars, the burning building where they'd been held prisoner too far away to see? It felt like they'd emerged onto the wasteland of some other planet. She knew that wasn't true, because the same stars she'd known all her life were overhead. There was Ursa Major, and her star sign, Gemini. The twins. They lay there, still and silent for several more minutes, her lungs filling with air and the acrid smoke clearing from her sinuses. She felt his arm brush hers, and then his hand, his 2 fingers linking with her own and squeezing. Oh God. Oh God. They were holding hands the same way they had for so long, but now their shoulders were touching and they were free. She let out a gasping sob, turning to him and weeping against his side. He raised his arm and put it around her, and she thought she heard him crying softly too, but she wasn't sure. Her sobs dwindled to soft cries, and then her tears dried. Wordlessly, they sat up, and then stood. They had to keep moving. Soon morning would come, and they would lose the cover of darkness. They walked this time, Noelle leading as Evan followed behind. She glanced at him now and again, his broken hand cradled against his chest. It wasn't bleeding, though, which was good. But the damage, she knew, was contained within, the mayhem of which had allowed him to collapse his knuckle so that it could fit through the small opening of the bars of his cage. His cage. Horror rose within her at the vision of where they'd been such a short time ago. It didn't seem real. Her mind was spinning, hysteria seeping into the cracks of her thoughts. Don't think. Not now. They weren't safe. Not yet. And so they traveled on.
Chapter 15. Evan's hand throbbed mercilessly. He hurt everywhere, but his hand was where the pain radiated so harshly he felt like he might throw up. Still they walked, Noelle shuffling over the cracked ground in front of him. He followed because he didn't feel capable of leading and he didn't want to let her down. But he wouldn't leave her, not even to sit for a minute, and so if she kept moving, so did he. Don't stop. You're the only reason I'm upright. They were in the middle of fucking nowhere. How far had they been transported? Who the fuck took them to be locked in steel cages and forced to make horrendous choices? Rented? And why them? We leave here whole. We leave here together. And they had. They had, against all odds. So far, anyway. A wild roar stirred in his chest, and he wanted to sink to his knees and scream at the sky. He wasn't even sure what that sound would contain if he allowed it to emerge. Tempered triumph? Rage? Agony? Yes to all of that. And Evan sensed that emotions that enormous and all-encompassing would not lie dormant for long. But for now, the agony of his hand overtook the thrashing emotions inside, and strangely, he was grateful for that. A slip of pale gray met his eyes, peeking into the dark sky. Morning had come. Fear leaped inside. Noelle glanced back at him, and he saw the concern in her face that he felt too. The darkness had seemed like protection, like cover from those who might be hunting for them, though they hadn't heard any sounds, near or far, that might have suggested that. Not even fire trucks to extinguish the inferno they'd left behind. And so they walked on, the shadows of the desert becoming sage-green and brown plants, shiny yellow-topped cacti covered in white spines, and red-hued dirt beneath their feet. The sky moved from pearl to pale pink, and then all at once seemed to explode in streaks of purple and orange. Noelle stopped in front of him, sucking in a breath as she met his eyes. He stopped, too, realizing that the sound of a vehicle could be heard moving in their direction. He'd zoned out, synchronizing his steps to the pulsating of his hand, and almost missed it. Adrenaline surged, and he pointed to a hedge of dry bushes to the right, and both of them limped as quickly as possible for the cover they provided. The vehicle was driving slowly, and Evan realized there was a road ahead of them. He heard the tires rolling over the gravelly ground, but also the sounds of laughter and singing. "It's Spanish," Noelle said under her breath, her eyes wide as they met his. Were they in Mexico? They held themselves still as the vehicle passed slowly by, coming to a squeaky stop 100 feet from where they hid. More Spanish, an adult saying something and a child responding. Evan moved a piece of brush aside, peering out. It was a truck, and 6 or 7 people sat in the open cab at the back, a few of them children. A little boy about 9 or 10 jumped down from the flatbed and ran into the desert, stepping behind a cactus and unzipping his pants. Evan heard the sound of him urinating. He turned his head and met Noelle's eyes. Did they dare? Did they dare ask for help? There was nothing as far as the eye could see, and he was so parched he felt like passing out. He could see she was at least as bad off as he was. They wouldn't make it much farther on their feet, and that would mean they escaped hell simply to die in a desert alone. That'd be better, but not by much. "They're children," she whispered. He gave a nod. They looked like farmers or laborers of some type, headed to a day of work along with their sons. If they were there as part of whatever Noelle and Evan had been dragged into, would they have their children with them? And, he looked closer, one old lady, sitting at the back of the flatbed, a scarf tied around her hair. No, these were locals, whatever local meant. Evan looked at Noelle, giving a tip of his chin. Then he took her hand and they stood, stepping from the bushes. The man standing at the back of the truck waiting for the boy startled, letting out what sounded like an epithet in Spanish. The little boy came running from behind the cactus and joined his father. The other people in the truck were staring at them, eyes wide, expressions incredulous. Noelle and Evan approached slowly. It was all they could manage anyway. "We need help," Evan said. "Can you help us?" The man standing at the back of the truck with the boy stared, then said something in Spanish to them. Evan shook his head. "I'm sorry, we only speak English." "English," the man said with a heavy accent. He turned to the rest of the people in the truck, speaking several strings of words. Next to him, Noelle swayed, and he put his arm around her, holding her up. The old woman stood and said something, and then one of the men jumped down, and he and the father came toward Evan and Noelle, each taking one of their arms and helping them over to the truck and then up to the open bed, where they sat on built-in wooden seats. A man leaned through the open back window of the cab and said something to the driver, and the truck began moving slowly again, dust and gravel kicking up in its wake. A different man offered them a jug of water, and they both drank greedily, thanking him and returning it mostly empty. He handed over something wrapped in a cloth, and Noelle opened it. Food. She broke it in half and gave part to Evan. They both ate it. Evan couldn't have said what it was or how it tasted. He only knew they were half-starved and needed to eat if they were going to make it any further. "Where are we?" Evan asked the father and son, who were sitting across from them, staring suspiciously. The little boy said something to his father and then turned back to Evan. "Sobreviviente?" he thought the little boy had said. Evan nodded. He had no idea if he'd heard the word correctly or if it was the name of where they were or not. The old woman said something and gestured for Evan to come join her where she sat. When he hesitated, she pointed to his hand and then removed a piece of cloth and a small jar from the bag next to her. When he hesitated again, she repeated the same line, but this time with more command, clucking and tisking. "I think she wants to wrap your hand," Noelle said. He glanced at her and then stood, mostly crouched over, shuffling the few steps in the swaying truck and then sitting next to the woman. She took his hand gently in hers, and when he hissed in pain, she said something low and under her breath. He sensed sympathy, and so he didn't pull away. His hand had swollen and was twice its normal size, the skin angry red and cracking in places where it stretched tight. His fingers looked like 5 fat sausages. He watched Noelle as the old woman put some kind of clear salve onto his skin, clucking some more and muttering under her breath. He felt like he was floating out of his body and had the strange urge to laugh suddenly as he and Noelle stared at each other from a few feet away, knees bouncing along with the other riders. A man had taken out a very small guitar and begun to sing, and it was just all so surreal and hilarious. Evan's lips trembled, and he looked away, out to the brightening horizon. He knew that if he started laughing, he wouldn't stop, and would eventually end up a howling, writhing nutcase on the floor of this truck. The woman said something else, patting his hand very lightly. He caught the word, "médico," and figured she was telling him to see a doctor. He nodded. "Gracias." It was about the only word he knew in Spanish. He was taking German in school, of all things. That suddenly seemed hilarious, too, but he couldn't for the life of him explain why. The truck came to a stop and Evan turned. He could see the roofs of buildings. It looked like a small town. His heart quickened, but it felt far away. He was numb and half out of both his body and his head. The little boy pointed to the town and said something, and then the man jumped from the truck, reaching his hand up to help Noelle down. Clearly, they were dropping them off at the edge of whatever town this was. The man pointed. "Vamos," he said. Evan stood and followed Noelle as she sat on the edge of the truck and hopped down. They both turned around. "Gracias," Evan said again. Police?" he asked. They all looked at each other, their expressions filled with wariness. He heard one of them say the word, "Policia." "No," the little boy said. No, policia. No bueno. The police are no good. Before either of them could try to communicate anymore, the truck began moving, leaving them in a cloud of dust. They walked again, skirting the streets, moving behind buildings. Evan didn't know if the people in the truck didn't trust the police in this town just on general principle or what. Maybe they were involved in organized crime of some type. He'd heard stories about corrupt departments in foreign countries. Who knew if they were true? They wouldn't risk it. Look, Noelle said, her voice slurring. She was pointing at a building with a sign on the front. He recognized a word. Motel. It wasn't like any motel he'd ever seen, but it looked like it might rent rooms. She stumbled and he grabbed her arm, practically dragging her there. If they didn't make it somewhere, she was going to fall down in the street. A young girl sitting behind a desk stared when they walked in the door. A ceiling fan turned above, rattling slightly with each rotation. Evan blinked, working to keep himself upright. A small TV set played behind her. The picture zigzagged with static. The young woman greeted them in Spanish. Do you speak English? Evan asked. She stared again. A little, she finally said. He let out a long breath. We need a room, he said. A room with a phone. We've been robbed. My father will pay double for the room, but I need to get a hold of him first. He'll call the front desk with his credit card if you could show us to a room. Please. He didn't know if he could trust her with the truth, but he had to tell her something. They desperately needed her help. She stared again, her eyes darting to Noelle and then back to him. Please, he said. Double, quadruple, anything. She stared for another beat, but then turned, taking a key from a pegboard behind her and handing it over along with a business card. This number, she said, tapping the card. Thank you, he breathed. Thank you so much. My father, he'll call. She nodded, pointing to a side door, and Evan led Noelle back outside to a walkway that led to the 3 rooms along the side. The key had a 2 on it, and Evan began moving toward that door when Noelle stumbled, almost going down. He grabbed her before she hit the ground and then picked her up and walked with her toward their room. He could hardly feel his left hand anymore. It had gone numb, maybe from whatever the woman had applied to it, but more likely because he was going into shock. His hand shook as he finally got the key in the lock on the 3rd attempt and then entered the room and placed Noelle in the bed, less than gently. She didn't seem to notice, though. He shut the door behind them, locked it, and closed the curtain on the one window before sitting down on the bed himself and picking up the receiver of the old-fashioned phone on the bedside table. It took him a minute to figure out how to place a collect call to the U.S. Later, he couldn't have said how he did it. His body was shutting down. His brain was foggy, thoughts disjointed. His voice shook as he gave his father's cell phone number to the international operator, and he started to fall forward but caught himself as the phone began to ring. Hello? Dad? His voice cracked. There was the briefest of pauses. Evan? Holy shit, Evan? His voice must have woken Noelle because she sat up groggily, dragging herself from the bed and shuffling into the bathroom. How, he did not know. He realized also that he'd never known a stronger person than Noelle Meyer. Yes, Dad, it's me. Where are you? His dad's voice cracked now, too. He sounded desperate. Mexico. He read the address from the card he'd been given by the woman at the front desk. I don't know if we should go to the police. I don't know if it's safe. He heard the shower turn on, and then the sound of the clips sliding on the bar as she pulled the curtain aside. His dad swore, and there was much movement in the background, as though his dad was hurrying somewhere as he spoke. Stay there, his dad said. I'll pay for the room, so no one should come knocking. Lock the door and stay put. Don't let anyone in. I can be there in 4 hours. 4 hours? It seemed like a lifetime. Too long to endure. But what other choice did they have? Were the people who'd taken them looking? Hunting them down? Evan's eyes flew around the room, looking for potential weapons. An iron on the shelf in the open closet. A chair leg. Thank you, Dad. His voice was fading. I love you, son. I love you. I'll be there soon. Don't let anyone in. Not anyone. You hear? Evan dropped the phone back on the base on the nightstand and then pulled himself to his feet. He began dragging the larger items of furniture in front of the door, grunting with the effort. He heard the squeak of the pipes as the water turned off in the bathroom. A moment later, Noelle emerged, a towel wrapped around her body and her hair hanging partially wet. She'd been slender before, but now there was nothing to her. She looked dead on her feet, but he understood why she'd stayed conscious long enough to cleanse her body. "Help is coming," he said. "I need to call my dad," she slurred. He picked up the receiver, going through the same process he'd just gone through to call his own father. She gave him her father's number, and when it began to ring, he handed her the receiver. She held it to her ear, a small sob emerging as he heard it go to voicemail, and the call was disconnected. "You can call him from my dad's cell phone as soon as he gets here," Evan said. There was pain on her face, but she gave a woozy nod, shuffled to the bed, brought the quilt back, and got under it, still wearing nothing but her towel. Evan opened his mouth to ask her if she was okay, but before he could, he realized she'd fallen asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. He watched her for a second, her chest rising and falling, mouth open as she slept. He looked at the mountain of furniture he'd somehow piled in front of the door, then he checked the lock on the window again, peering out quickly onto the sunlit street. People ambled by. A woman with a baby strapped to her back called out to a toddler running ahead, and a skinny dog lay in the shade of a building. Evan turned, wanting nothing more than to fall into bed and sleep for an hour, just one. But before he did that, he turned to the bathroom, headed inside and shed the clothes he'd first put on, in another life entirely.
Chapter 16. Noelle woke to the light streaming around the edges of a curtain. For the briefest of moments, she thought she'd awoken in her own home, having fallen asleep on the couch. She'd had a terrible, traumatic dream. The boy from school, handsome, popular Evan Sinclair, had been in it. How odd. How vivid. But then she smelled the smoke. Her eyes opened wider, and she blinked around. Everything coming back to her in a horrid rush. The cage, the hunger, the dreadful loneliness and fear. The men, their breath hot on her face as they tore at her body from the inside, taking. Evan smashing the bones of his hand. The escape, the fire, the chase, the ice pick, the desert. Oh God, oh God, oh God. It felt like a crushing weight bearing down. She didn't trust her freedom. She was flailing inside. She couldn't accept it. It would be taken from her. This was a dream, or a wish, or a prayer. And in a moment it would burst and she'd wake behind bars, trapped like an animal. A sound met her ears. It was her, moaning. The whimpers were coming from her. She couldn't stop them. A hand, reaching, fingers linking with her own. Her breath released in a whoosh, her lungs expanding with air. She could breathe. In, out. She took in gulping breaths until her heart slowed. "You're okay," he said. His voice was groggy. "We're free. It's real." A sob was welling in her chest. She clutched his fingers with one hand and gripped the sheet beneath her with the other, holding on. He was solid, and the sheet was soft, so very soft. Outside, she heard the distant sounds of children playing, a dog barking. Life. People. The world moving around them. They were part of it again. They'd risen from the depths of hell. She turned her body toward him. He was already on his side, his broken hand resting on his hip. His chest was bare, and she saw the top of a towel wrapped around his waist. She could see his ribs. He'd lost so much weight. He'd showered as well, washed as much of the filth and smoke and horror from his skin as he could. And yet she knew, like her, it still remained embedded inside. she'd never feel clean again. She'd never feel free. Their eyes met, and she saw the same desperation in his that must be in her own. The vital need to feel alive, to grasp control, to prove that they hadn't been irreparably broken, to freely consent to another person's touch. She came up on her knees, dropping her towel as he rolled to his back. Then they were clutching at each other, both making animalistic sounds that might be sobs or grunts or pleas for help. Maybe all that and so much more. Unspeakable things that must be expelled. He ran his hand over her breast, and she wrapped her palm around his penis, which was already hard. She moved it downward, cupping his balls, and he hissed, pressing against her hand. She had the vague sense that choosing Evan, choosing anyone, truth be told, would erase the memories of those others. And so when the sob burst free, the words that rushed from her mouth were, "I can't forget. I want to." He sat up, turning her so he was on top. She didn't mind, but she kept herself propped on her elbows so they were both in control. Her eyes were open, because it was essential she see what they both chose to do with each other. For each other. "Forget with me. Make new memories. We'll only think of this. This is all we'll let ourselves remember." "Yes," she breathed as he entered her. "Yes." She wasn't wet, but she didn't care. It wasn't about pleasure. It was about much more than that. It was about survival, a form she hadn't even known existed. She was trying to save her soul, and she looked in his eyes and knew he was too. He began moving, plunging into her. He wasn't gentle, but she didn't want gentle. She wanted hard and pounding. She wanted it scored into her flesh. She wanted it to smash and beat out the smells and the sounds and the feelings she'd experienced against her will. "Harder," she breathed. He complied. He didn't have to tell her he needed this too. They couldn't have explained it to anyone else in all the world so that it sounded right or good or even sane. But they had been there, and they were here now. And they knew. They knew. She wrapped her legs around his hips, and then she did fall back, landing on the pillow. He followed her down, still thrusting, and she chanted in his ear, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." The word was healing. It was medicine. It was the beginning of knitting some terrible gash closed, tiny stitch by tiny stitch. It wouldn't close the wound, but in that moment, it felt like a start. One so desperately needed. When he came with a growl and a sob mixed up into one. She tightened her legs around him, and she held him there, breathing in the scent of his skin. She realized she was crying. Hot tears that leaked from her eyes and dripped into her ears. Their breath evened, muscles loosening as she lowered her legs to the bed, and he pulled himself away from her. There were no words, no eye contact as they sat up. Evan brought the discarded towel around his waist, and Noelle covered herself with the one she'd slept in. 3 hours, he murmured, looking at the bedside clock. We slept 3 hours. I feel like I could sleep for eternity, she said as he stood. He glanced back at her, a small, sad smile playing on his lips. He didn't say anything, but she knew what he was thinking. We avoided that. You will sleep for eternity someday, but not yet. Not yet. She stood too, smoothing her hair. Evan held up his bandaged hand.
Do you think you might?
He nodded to the bathroom, and it took her a moment to understand. But then she did. Of course, she said. Evan turned on the shower, and they both dropped their towels. She supposed it was odd that they weren't embarrassed by their nudity, but in some ways, she felt that she'd spent the last however long with him completely stripped bare. What was naked flesh when a person had seen your soul? They'd had sex, and yet it almost hadn't been sexual. In a way, she was too cloudy-headed and close up to make sense of. Maybe later she'd be able to articulate the meaning of it. But now she neither wanted nor needed to. They stepped beneath the hot spray, and Noelle used the bar of soap to wash his body. She poured a generous amount of shampoo into her hands and scrubbed his hair and the beard that had grown on his face. And then she repeated the process. When she was done, she washed herself again, including her hair this time. A few hours ago, she'd wanted a shower more than anything in the world, but she had been too exhausted to do more than the minimum. Now she was thorough about it. Leisurely. She turned, and wordlessly, Evan used his good hand to lather the entirety of her back.
I'm sorry,
he murmured as he rubbed the soap in circles on her skin.
I'm so damn sorry.
She hung her head and closed her eyes. She knew what he was apologizing for, and she supposed she felt the same. Or she should. Their sex had been necessary, but in some way they'd used each other. They'd used each other's bodies to relieve their pain. She wouldn't take it back, and she didn't think he would either, but still. Surely the regret would come later, and she'd be glad she'd said the words.
No, I'm sorry,
she told him. He put his forehead on her shoulder, and she felt his breath on her skin.
I'm sorry,
he said.
Seriously, Noelle.
I'm the sorriest, she said. She turned, taking him in her arms. He released a breath, mixed with the smallest of laughs.
Stop,
He lifted his head, his eyes widening, and that's when she heard it too. The approach of vehicles. Evan turned off the water, jumping from the shower and grabbing a towel as he raced for the window.
It's my dad,
he called. Panic and elation and 100 other emotions in his voice. Noelle grabbed a towel and dried herself hastily, and then reached for the only clothes she had, items that were now all but oily, bloody, disintegrating rags, and began to put them on as what sounded like a fleet of vehicles arrived outside their room. Evan had pulled on his clothing and was now moving the items of furniture he'd piled in front of the door. How he'd done that with one hand and half dead from exhaustion, she wasn't sure, but he had. She ran to him, beginning to help, when a loud knock came at the door.
Evan? Dad, hold on, I'm moving things. Hold on. Jesus Christ, hurry, Evan!
There was the sound of heavy commotion outside, as though Evan's father had brought 100 men. She and Evan huffed and puffed and pulled until there was room for the door to be wedged open, and then Evan turned the two locks, and a man, his father, came pushing through the door. He let out a sob as he took his son in his arms, shaking as he held him. Then he stood back and took Evan's face in his hands and searched it as though looking for the injuries he might have imagined. Where his cheek had been ripped open just above his patchy beard, there was the start of a nasty scar. Apart from that, and his terribly broken hand. Evan looked like Evan, though. Skinnier, bearded, but still himself. And so utterly, completely different. There were far too many scars beneath the surface that no one would ever see. Only she would fully know. Her thoughts tripped clumsily over themselves. She felt out of it, unable to believe this was real, that they'd been rescued. They were going home.
"Thank God," Evan's father said. "Thank God."
Mr. Sinclair dropped his hands and stepped back, his eyes moving over Evan.
"We'll get your hand fixed," he said. "I'll find the best surgeons, for your face and for your hand." "It's fine,"
Evan said. His father blew out a breath and nodded, his relief obvious. That's when he noticed Noelle standing off to the side. For the briefest of moments, she swore she saw raw hatred on his face. But then it was gone, and he nodded at her.
"You've both been through a lot. But you're whole. You're here. We'll get you back to the US, and then you'll receive the medical care you need. Let's go."
They exited the motel, and Noelle saw that rather than 100 men, there were only 3 other black SUVs. Mr. Sinclair said something to one of the men he passed, and that man stepped toward Noelle, touching her arm.
"You can come with me, ma'am."
Evan had stopped and now began walking back toward Noelle.
"No, she'll ride with us."
"Son," his father said, gripping his shoulder. "It's okay," Noelle said before his father had to say anything more. She could imagine that he wanted time with his son. She had no love for the man, even now, when in essence he was rescuing them. But she could only imagine the fear and grief he'd been experiencing while his only child had been missing. "I need to call my father. Can I use your phone?" she asked the man standing next to the vehicle.
"Yes, ma'am. Let's get on the road and you can make your call. That way we'll have an ETA."
She nodded and turned back to Evan. "I'll be okay," she said. Evan hesitated, not looking happy but accepting with a nod. The man opened the back door of the SUV for her, and she looked back at Evan, every muscle in her body telling her to run to him, to latch on, to never let go. They'd depended on each other for so long. We leave here whole. We leave here together. They'd done that. So why now did it feel like they were breaking a promise? It felt like she was losing a piece of herself. It wasn't rational, she knew, but it was still true. She turned and ducked into the vehicle, sliding over the supple leather seats, and then lying down as the tears began to flow. It felt like she had a never-ending supply. It felt like she might cry forever. The driver pointed to a bag on the floor behind his seat.
"There's food for you, Ms. Meyer. Water, too."
She mumbled a thank you. Food, water. As much as she wanted. She should have been only relieved, but the thought brought mostly pain, and she wasn't even sure why. She felt so intensely bereft of the boy who'd held her fingers throughout her nightmare, who may never hold her fingers again. The car she was in began backing up, and then turning, driving away, leaving the small nowhere town where they'd found refuge for a few brief hours. Noelle didn't watch it out the window as they left. Instead, she continued to cry.
Chapter 17. Night came, the sun dipping below the desert horizon. Evan watched blankly as the clapboard houses along the highway whizzed by. He ate a sandwich and drank a bottle of water,
Strangely, he wondered when he'd feel a sense of freedom, even in eating. "Does Noelle have food?" he asked. His father gave him a thin-lipped look but nodded. Evan glanced back every few minutes to ensure that the car Noelle was in trailed close behind his own. His father only asked that he describe the building where they'd been kept and its location as best he could in reference to where they'd traveled. He did, speaking in a monotone. His emotions felt muted, and he was somewhat grateful and a little concerned. He sensed they were gathering, the way storm clouds did, and at some future time the sky overhead would split. He heard his father on the phone, talking to some form of law enforcement, relaying to them what Evan had described regarding the general direction of the building they'd been kept in, and the fact that it was on fire. Whoever it was on the phone sounded displeased. "I wasn't going to trust anyone with my son's safety. You failed to find him," his father spit out. Evan drifted off and then woke. His father was sitting stonily, his jaw set as he stared out the window. He turned his head and met Evan's eyes. "Do you have any ideas about who they are?" his father asked. Evan shook his head. "None." His father studied him for a moment but didn't ask any more questions, and for that Evan was grateful. Perhaps his father didn't want to know the details of what had happened to him. Maybe he was scared to find out. That was fine. Evan didn't want to tell him anyway. He didn't want to tell anyone. He and Noelle knew. It was all that mattered. Finally, too exhausted to keep his eyes open, he slept again, the car rocking him into a chaotic dream in which he relived their escape, only this time making different choices that resulted in terrible outcomes, where he watched Noelle die in horrific ways, over and over. His father shook him now and again so that he came awake, choking back a scream. "Shh, son. It's okay," his father said. "You're safe." He slept through most of the drive to the border and then across it. He realized that his father had Evan's passport, but how would they get Noelle across the border? He bolted upright in a panic and turned to look out the back window, breathing out a sigh of relief when he saw the 3 SUVs still trailing them. However they'd worked it out, she was still with him, just a car away. He slept again. It was almost morning when Evan opened his eyes, wiping the sleep from his face and sitting up. They were in the parking lot of a police station, the SUV still idling. He was alone. How long had he sat here sleeping? His head swiveled, taking stock, looking for Noelle. The other cars were parked nearby, a bevy of news vans all around, the logos telling him they were in San Diego. What the hell was happening? His father was just outside the car talking to a man in a suit. Evan opened the door. "Evan," his father said, moving forward and wrapping his arm around him as he got out. Cameras flashed, news anchors yelling questions at him, only disconnected words that didn't form full sentences making it to his ears. "I'm sorry," his father gritted. "Someone from the police department leaked it to the media that we were on our way. Fucking vultures." He rushed with his father and the other man into a side door of the building, the calls and clicks muting as the doors fell shut. "Noelle?" he asked. "Where's Noelle?" "She's with a detective," his father said. "Don't worry about her right now." Don't worry about her right now. But Evan didn't know how to do that. Her well-being had been connected to his for so long, he didn't know how to separate himself. He whipped his head around, looking for her, but a tall man in a blue suit stepped in front of him, extending his hand. "Evan, I'm Agent Crokin. If you'll come with me, we need to get a statement. Time is of the essence." "Noelle!" he called, pushing past the man and turning his head one way and then the other. "Evan," his father said sternly, "stop it. She's poison. Her family is poison. Whatever you experience together, it's over. And thank God for that. Thank God." His father didn't understand. All that old stuff, it had ceased to matter. It wasn't even real. Everything buzzed. The lights, the people walking by, his head. He couldn't get his bearings. And so he let the agent lead him down a hall and out into a wide area filled with desks. He saw Noelle sitting on a bench, her head in her hands, as a woman knelt beside her. Evan broke free of the man guiding him and ran to Noelle, going down on his knees next to the woman. "Noelle, what's wrong? What happened?" She raised her head, her eyes bloodshot, face wet with tears. Her expression crumbled as she leaned toward him, and he wrapped his arms around her. "My dad, he's dead," she said. "He died while I was missing." "Died?" He didn't understand. The woman who had been comforting Noelle had taken a seat next to her on the bench. "It was a heart attack," the woman told him, and Noelle sucked back a sob. "Right after Noelle went missing." He felt a hand on his arm, and his father pulled him up, his arms falling as Noelle sat back. "They need your statement now, son. If we have any chance of catching the people who did this, you need to tell the agents everything you can remember. Then we'll get you to the hospital. Your mother is flying in. She'll be here in the morning, and then we'll fly home." "All that can wait," he said, yanking his arm away and stepping back toward Noelle. But she shook her head. "No, Evan, go. Tell them what you can. I will too." The sound of footsteps moving quickly made him turn, and there was Noelle's friend Paula, red ponytail bouncing as she rushed toward Noelle, two older people hurrying behind her, Paula's parents. Someone obviously called them to jump on a flight, maybe his father, more likely the police. He'd slept through a lot. Noelle stood and let out another sob as Paula took her in an embrace, both crying and shaking. Paula's parents were crying too as they wrapped their arms around the girls. Evan stepped back. He felt lost without her hand in his, stripped of his identity, the only one he knew now, alone in a way too painful to describe. And Noelle was alone too, fatherless now, no family. She was in the arms of her friend and her parents, though, wrapped in safety, at least for now. He allowed his father to guide him away, his arm, still reaching toward Noelle, finally dropping. He turned, then walked down the hall and into a room with a table in the middle surrounded by chairs. The agent offered them drinks, and his father requested a coffee, and Evan asked for a bottle of water. He was thirsty. He'd been thirsty for so long, but he didn't have to be thirsty anymore, or hungry, or petrified. He was no longer caged, but he didn't know how to stop feeling like he was. He started shaking. He sank down into a chair, and his father sat next to him. "Who did this, Dad?" he asked, his voice a mere croak. His father stared at him for a moment, his eyes murderous. He looked like he was barely containing his rage. "I don't know," he gritted. "But let me work on figuring that out. You need to try to forget." Forget? He was tempted to laugh, but if he did that, he knew he would cry. And he would not cry in front of his father because, even now, Evan knew his father would consider him weak. 3 days. 3 days had passed. In some ways it felt like 3 years since he'd seen her, and in some ways, mere minutes. He'd never known before how tangled his emotions were with the passage of time. He stood for a moment, staring up at her house, the place where she was, somewhere just beyond those walls. The yearning spurred him forward. The home was older, the white shingles clearly in need of a coat of paint. Evan let the short white picket gate swing closed behind him and then walked up the path to the hunter green front door. The lawn had been recently cut, but the flowers in the beds under the front window had died, as had the ones in the pots in the front porch. A fly bumped into the bulb of the porch light, giving off a tiny buzz. Evan raised his fist and knocked. Footsteps approached, and then the door swung open. "Hi, Paula," Evan said, putting his good hand in the pocket of his jeans, his left hand across his chest in a sling. He felt strangely like he was doing something wrong to be there, at this house he'd never visited before and never thought in a million years he'd have reason to. The house where his so-called enemy lived, at least on paper. What a joke. It was laughable now. That had been a different life. Paula hesitated, clearly torn about how to respond to his presence. "She's resting upstairs," she finally said, obviously knowing full well why he was there. As if to illustrate the point that he wasn't welcome in the house, Paula stepped to the side, her body blocking the entrance. Jesus. She was looking at him the way she always had in school, with distrust, contempt. Did she still hold a grudge against him for what his father had done to her friend's family? Hadn't Noelle explained to her how they'd worked together, how they'd bonded? Or was it that, like him, she'd been unable to put their experience into more than a handful of words? "Let him in, Paula." He leaned in slightly as Paula turned around, both of them peering up at Noelle, who stood on the stairs, hair mussed, eyes a little swollen but not like they'd been at the police station days before. He felt momentarily disoriented seeing her in a gray sweatshirt and jeans after having seen her in the same outfit for so long. For a moment, he thought he'd leaped backward, to the time before, to the time when they'd been different people. But he hadn't. He was here, and she was only a few feet away. He nudged past Paula, who made a tiny gasping sound as he rushed up the stairs. As soon as he reached Noelle, he pulled her into his chest, carefully avoiding where his damaged hand lay. He held her, not just her 2 lone fingers, but her, all of her, nothing between them at all. He held her, and he could finally breathe. Finally. She pulled back and shot a glance over his shoulder. By the look on Noelle's face, he imagined Paula still there, staring disapprovingly up at them. But she simply turned and led him to her room. "She's staying with you?" he asked when she closed and locked the door to her bedroom. Noelle nodded, sitting down on the bed. He was glad Noelle wasn't alone. He'd pictured her that way, standing in an empty house, grieving her father who she'd never gotten to say goodbye to. Another parent lost, suddenly. And his family was entwined in that loss too, though in a completely different way. He didn't want to think about it. He couldn't, not right then. He passed by the officer sitting in front of her house and was glad she had that security, at least temporarily. When that was no longer the case, maybe he could convince her to stay with him. She pulled the cuffs of her sweatshirt over her hands, fidgeting. He hadn't known her to fidget before, not when he'd watched her in school, and not when she'd occupied the cage next to him. "How's your hand?" she asked, nodding to a sling. "It's okay. I have surgery scheduled on Friday. My doctor thinks he can fix it. The plastic surgeon has high hopes, too," he said, gesturing to the cuts on his face. "I'll be good as new." She let out a small, breathy laugh. They both knew that was an impossibility, for his hand and anything else. If only. He looked around her room briefly, noting the shabby white furniture that he'd bet anything she'd had since she was a kid. The unicorn stickers half peeled off the side of the desk confirmed his thought. Her bookshelf was loaded down with books, not just in rows, but with singular copies wedged in along the top. He wanted to take a minute to glance through them, but not now. It occurred to him, though, that he knew her as well as a person could know anyone, and also barely knew her at all. "What's your favorite color?" he asked. She looked briefly confused, but then smiled. "Blue." "That's pretty broad." "Turquoise, then. The color of that Easter egg dye that comes in those little kits from the grocery store." Well, that was very specific. What a luxury to talk about things like favorite colors and Easter egg dye. The realization made his mind spin, and it made him sad. He smiled again, but it felt sort of odd. For the last few days, he'd felt like his face was underwater and all his expressions came out sort of wrong and distorted, like they were being pulled in several different directions by an unseen current. "Did they find anything?" she asked, her finger playing idly with the thread on the throw blanket on the end of her bed. He sighed. He knew what she was referring to, but he'd hoped to have a few more minutes to talk about mundane things. Sad things. Because it felt like they mattered too little now, and it felt like they were everything. Life had become a circle of conundrums, and he didn't know how to make it make sense. No, the fire had destroyed almost everything. By the time fire trucks got out there, it was a smoldering pile of ash. There were bits of human remains found, though, belonging to 2 individuals. She worried her lip for a moment. "The men we killed," she said. "So they were the only ones there?" He nodded, taking a seat next to her on the bed and leaning his forearms on his knees before tilting his head to look at her. Whoever else visited was only there temporarily. It had only been a few days since they'd given what information they had to the authorities. Multiple agencies were still testing and investigating, and whatever else they did with a case like theirs. The FBI was involved. Cyber teams and forensics experts and all the best of the best. Surely they'd find those responsible. Evan couldn't consider living in a world where the people who'd tortured them for almost a month and a half, it had been 5 weeks and 1 day that he'd been gone, 3 fewer for her, weren't apprehended. From what he'd been able to gather so far, when they'd first gone missing, it had seemed overly coincidental that 2 kids from the same school had disappeared within days of each other. In the beginning, the police had wondered if they were together. A secret romance, perhaps. But when their friends had insisted that that wasn't possible and there was no evidence he and Noelle had ever even spoken, much less were carrying on a secret relationship, that potential lead went dry. If they had been taken by the same person, there was no evidence of that either, despite that they did have a connection to their father's legal battle. Seemingly, both of them had just disappeared into thin air for no discernible reason. Not much had been uncovered in their absence, so for all intents and purposes, the investigation was just beginning now. Evan stood, bending aslant in the blind and peering out at the quiet street. The sun was lowering. It would be nighttime soon. Those hours when he was tormented by dreams that felt so real he woke clawing at nothing, his fists swiping at invisible shadows that existed only in his mind. And reaching for her, his fingers stretching to link with Noelle's and then dropping when they met only emptiness. "You have a weapon," she said, nodding to the hunting knife in his back pocket. It flipped open with the slide of a button and was hooked and sharp and could be deadly if used with enough force. He'd use that force if he needed to. "When I was grabbed," he told her, "there was a moment when I could have used a weapon if I had one. But I didn't. I only had my fists, and those ended up being mostly useless. I won't make that mistake again." He looked out the slat again at the black car parked just down the street, his driver waiting for him. It was supposed to make him feel safe, whatever safe was. "I know what you mean," she said softly. "I looked up how to register for a concealed carry yesterday. It's like I'll never feel safe again, you know? I haven't even left the house." He returned to where he'd been sitting on the bed next to her, taking her hand in his, running his thumb over her knuckle. They were still scraped, but they were healing. The bruise on her face looked better, too. "Your dad, Noelle, how are you?" he asked. "Really?" Was she even able to grieve amid everything else she was trying to bear? The memories, the nightmares. He didn't have to ask if she was having nightmares, too. She let out a shaky breath. "I just keep thinking about him here in this house alone and so terrified. They say he died of a heart attack. But I think it broke. I think it just broke in two. He couldn't stand the torture of not knowing what was happening to me. He couldn't stand another sudden loss." Tears welled in her eyes, and he took her in his arms, rubbing circles over her back. He'd wanted to do this so many times over those long weeks when she'd come back from that upstairs room, the one that would be burned into his memories for all time, kept in the dungeon of his soul. He'd wanted to comfort her this way, but he hadn't been able to. He was able to now, though, and it soothed him as well. He kept rubbing her back as she cried, and then he began whisper singing. "If all the little snowflakes were candy bars and milkshakes, oh, if I, the little snowflakes, were candy love and milkshakes. Oh, what a you that would be." He felt her lips move into a smile, even though her tears were still wetting the crook of his neck. He leaned back so he could look at her and offer her a smile too, as small as the one she wore, as pulled by that unseen current. Their eyes held, and something shifted, some deeper need that each realized could be fulfilled with the other. His heart beat harder, and he saw her pulse pick up speed in her throat as she exhaled, her tears ceasing. The sex was the same as that in the motel room in Mexico, frantic, confusing, yet so desperately wanted. Like that day, he both rushed toward his orgasm and regretted it after it had exploded through him. It wasn't the point of what they'd done, and yet maybe he should have tried to make it pleasurable for her. She hadn't seemed to want that, though, and truth be told, neither had he, necessarily. His body was different, however, and it simply couldn't be stopped. Whatever need they were fulfilling in each other, it was like a drug, and like any good narcotic, it made him briefly numb. "Noelle," he said, when he'd rolled away and they both lay staring up at the ceiling. "We didn't use anything. This time or the last." "They did a rape kit on me at the hospital," she said, her voice monotone. "They gave me a morning after pill." "Oh." He reached up, running his fingers through the front of his hair and clenching a handful in his fist. "But this time..." God, he hadn't even thought about that. Both times he'd just become pure need, no thought. Jesus. "I got an IUD put in at the hospital," she said. She sat up, bringing the bedspread with her and bending to retrieve her clothes. He hated the look on her face. She looked remorseful and confused, and just plain sad. This was hurting her. He was hurting her, and it was the last thing he wanted. "We have to stop doing this," he said. He felt confused and upset, and he'd felt like he needed the release, or her touch, or just her, but he didn't know why, or if it was right or wrong anymore. Because it had stopped the pain for a moment, but not longer than that. "Yes," she agreed without turning. "We do. We need to stop this. It's not right." That was the thing, though. It didn't feel wrong exactly either. It just felt like they were substituting sex for something else, and for the life of him, he didn't know what the fuck that was or how to get it. If he could have, he would have. He opened his mouth to say something just as loud banging met their ears from below. Evan sprang off the bed, going to the window and pulling at the slat again. "My dad," he said, letting out a whoosh of breath. What the fuck was his dad doing there? They both dressed as rapidly as possible, he rehooking his sling and rushing from her room to the stairwell and looking over to where Paula was arguing with Evan's father in the doorway. "Where the hell is my son?" "Dad, what are you doing?" His father pushed past Paula the way Evan had, yet with more force, and Paula jolted backward, giving his dad a death glare as he passed her. "Let's go," he said to Evan, standing at the bottom of the steps. "Let's go? How did you even know I was here?" Oh, he took his phone from his pocket, holding it up. "You put tracking on my phone? Do you blame me?" His father practically yelled, face reddening. "Jesus, you were abducted. You don't get to just run off without telling me where you're going." "I'm not a child, Dad," he said between clenched teeth. "As long as you're under my roof, you're my responsibility, and you may not come here again." His father's jaw clenched like his own, and the older man was studiously refusing to even glance at Noelle standing behind his son. Evan felt her heat at his back. He felt her anxiety. "She didn't do this," Evan yelled, his frustration boiling over. His father wanted to blame someone, and she was the only option. He'd noticed how his father had quietly seethed over the past few days as he spoke with the police and the FBI and his own personal security, whenever Noelle's name was brought up. "She was there with me. She's a victim, too. For the love of Christ!" "Evan." Noelle put a hand on his shoulder, and he sucked back the words he wanted to spew at his dad. This wasn't fair. None of it was. When he looked back at Noelle, he saw the hostility in her face, too. "If my father knew this man was in his home," she said, glaring at his father, her words cutting off as she pulled in a breath. "Please leave. Noelle would like you to leave her home." He heard Paula's voice from behind him and turned to see her looking at his father. Her eyes moved to Evan. "And your father is right. You two probably need some time apart." She gave Noelle a look, and he saw the sympathy there, but it pissed him off, too. "You went through something terrible together," she went on. "Give yourselves time to process it." "No one asked you," he spit out. "You don't know a goddamn thing." Her nostrils flared, and Noelle let out a quiet cry. He hated that stupid girl, but she was protecting Noelle, too. A part of him was glad to know she had someone else on her side. He turned back to Noelle, and the sorrow on her face broke him. "Evan," she said, "I'm planning my dad's memorial service. Maybe Paula's right. Maybe your dad is too. Let's take some time. At least a few months." "A few months? You don't mean that." "I do. I do mean it. I need that. And so do you." "The girl has some sense. Let's go, Evan," his dad said. The girl. The way his father said it enraged him. She had been destroyed by the animals that had taken them too. She was the biggest part of why he was alive. Was his father so filled with hate that he couldn't see that? He turned back to Noelle again, and she'd already taken a step backward, away from him. His chest felt like it was caving in, and he was having trouble catching his breath. "Evan," she said gently. "Both of us. Our thoughts, our emotions, they're tangled, conflicted. We both have to remember what it's like to live in the world again, to find new footing." He stared at her. What she was saying made some sense, Yet it also made him want to scream and claw the same way he did when he woke from those night terrors. Alone. It made him feel alone. "Noelle, please, Evan," she said. "I have to plan a service for my dad. I have to say goodbye. He deserves that." She looked behind him at his father. "The police, they'll find answers. I feel good knowing you're working with them and focusing on that so I can grieve. Please, let me grieve." He felt like she was falling away from him, like he was standing on the edge of a cliff, watching her disappear, not because he'd let her go, but because she wasn't reaching back. Goodbye, Evan." And with that, she turned and jogged back up the stairs, turning the corner out of sight. Evan waited only a moment, his heart in his throat, before he turned in the opposite direction, joining his thin-lipped father in walking past Paula without looking at her. Outside, the sun was a mere slip on the horizon. Night was coming, the place where nightmares waited.
Chapter 18. The collector sipped his cup of tea and then placed it down on the saucer, enjoying the small clatter of porcelain against porcelain. The liquid was piping hot, dosed liberally with sugar and a slice of lemon. A man he'd once known long ago had drunk this exact tea prepared in just this way, and now he did too. Not because he had revered the man, but because he had hated him, because he sought to keep that hatred alive, in his heart, in his soul, even in his mouth. He took another sip. Despite the sugar, this one tasted bitter. Good. The collector clicked on the news article about Evan and Noelle. Their pictures were at the top of the page, the same ones that had been used in each article posted during the time they were missing. Their senior pictures. Evan in a suit and tie with a megawatt smile. Ah, the boardrooms he'd thought he'd command one day. Not that he couldn't still, if he chose to, but the collector would bet his plans had shifted, or they would. Captivity changed a person after all. Priorities rotated. And there was Noelle, his little rabbit. He felt a distant sort of flutter in his chest at the vision of her shy smile. If he didn't know himself better, he might describe it as a form of love. But he had long since become incapable of that emotion. By choice. No, not love then, but pride. Yes, he was so proud of her. She'd been so strong. She'd done just as he'd hoped she would. And he felt a connection. The strongest connection he'd felt in a long, long time. How could he not? He ran a finger over the screen, tracing her dark hair. She'd curled it that day. It fell over her shoulders in long waves. He wondered what she'd thought about as she'd run that curling iron through her hair. Certainly not that in just a few short months she'd find herself bait in a cage, the innocent pawn in the twisted grip of 100 psychopaths. Life was unpredictable, though. It could be, anyway, if you didn't plan ahead for every possibility, and even then. He opened a drawer, reached toward the back, and carefully removed a framed photograph. Celeste. His throat grew tight. He ran a finger over her delicate cheekbone, the same as he'd just done to Noelle's image. How beautiful she'd been. He could still recall the fragrance of her hair, but it was growing fainter by the year. Some day soon would he forget it altogether? The collector seldom felt fear, but that thought distressed him greatly. He gazed at her shy smile. She'd rarely spoken to anyone but him. He'd been her voice then, and he'd be her voice now. His finger traced her necklace, and then moved to the jewel sitting in the hollow below her throat. A red diamond. He owned the matching ring. He didn't wear it much anymore. It was too recognizable. Skatja, he whispered in his native Dutch, before sliding the photograph back in the drawer. Little treasure. He took a sip of tea. It had grown lukewarm as he'd sat and gazed at the photograph. He moved his mind back to Noelle as he again looked at the screen and began to scroll down through the article, but not because he wanted to read about the nightmare they'd survived. The press knew nothing, even if they thought they did. The police didn't either, nor did the FBI. They'd try. They'd find a few leads, perhaps, but by the time they followed them, the game would have been moved, new codes sent out, deeper hallways built within the dark basement of the Internet. These people had unlimited cash to spend, and there was always a dirty cop ready to be bribed somewhere. He imagined some of the players even worked in the three-letter agencies. A king's court required such men, after all, to operate outside the law. No, he didn't care what the article said or what the investigative update might be. He wanted to look at the photograph of Noelle being led into the police station at dusk, the high street lamps in the parking lot and the flash of a multitude of cameras lighting her pale and haunted face. He'd thought her plain at first, but that was before he'd seen the fire that made her glow from the inside, the one that made her beautiful. He'd touched her naked body with his hands, but he'd also entered her mind, and that was far, far more gratifying, fulfilling in a way even he hadn't thought it would be. He stared at her for a few more minutes, his blood pumping swiftly through his veins, making him feel alive. Watching their escape, fueled by him, had been one of the greatest thrills of his life. He'd never forget them. And while, by choice, Noelle might forget him for a while, she wouldn't forget him forever. No, he was quite certain she would not. The knowledge was intoxicating. A message appeared on the phone, and he used the code to log into the site he'd been directed to. A new game was beginning. He'd play, of course, and maybe once again he'd play to win. Because why the fuck not?
Chapter 19. 1 year later. Noelle's knee bounced as she raised her head, glancing at the sidewalk just beyond where she sat on the umbrella-covered restaurant patio. Dappled morning sunlight sparkled off the water of the fountain nearby, and the soft splashing offered a sense of calm. Despite the still morning and the peaceful sound of flowing water, Noelle's heart beat swiftly, anxiety causing her to shift her legs repeatedly. She knew it was him approaching from down the block even before she could register any discerning quality that told her so. The man walking toward the place where she sat was taller than she remembered Evan to be, his shoulders broader, and she'd never become very acquainted with his walk. After all, she'd regularly averted her eyes when she'd seen him at school. And then after that, they'd spent the majority of their time together on their knees, or their backs. He was blocks away, but she recognized him all the same. Maybe she'd know he was near even with her eyes closed. She didn't necessarily like to think that was the case, but for a brief span of time, her emotional survival had been dependent on his presence. Perhaps they were fused in some inexplicable way, a tightly woven tether that stretched over seasons and distance. She'd felt the space between them this last year, and she felt his nearness now. A reeling, a buzzing inside, an internal meter emblazoned with his name. Noelle stood, smoothing her hands over her jean-clad hips and then fluttering her hands, unsure of what to do with her arms. God, she was nervous. He came closer. Closer. He didn't glance around the open space. His eyes were focused directly on her. Perhaps he felt her too. He smiled, and her breath released, her lips curving in response. He was wearing low-slung jeans and a black t-shirt with some logo she was too preoccupied to attempt to discern. He was as staggeringly handsome, as breathtakingly golden, as he'd always been. Even more so. Something about that made her rejoice, and simultaneously made her want to cry. Truth be told, something about it hurt. She didn't understand why, and maybe she'd think about it later, and maybe she wouldn't. Evan walked through the short black gate, let it swing closed behind him, and then made his way to where she stood at the small bistro table. His smile grew. "Hey," he said. His voice, it washed over her. A ray of light, a hand in the dark, fingers linking with hers. "You're not alone." "Hey," she greeted him, and she couldn't help the way her smile widened too. It felt good. Effortless when so much in her life had felt forced this past year. Slow and lonely. "You look good," he said. "Damn good." "So do you." "Your hair," he said. "It's lighter." "Oh." She ran a hand over it, shrugging in a girlish way, surprising herself with how much she liked that he'd noticed. "Highlights," she explained, feeling ridiculous for her response, as if they were nothing more than old classmates who'd run into each other unexpectedly. Next, they'd speak about the weather. It had been a year since that day he'd left her house after his father had shown up to fetch him, all but dragged him away. It was still so hard to believe. She'd told him they both needed time to process, and that had been true, though the further truth was probably that they'd both be doing that in some way or another for the rest of their lives. They stood there for a minute, the air thick with all the words she knew they wouldn't say, all the things for which no words existed, really. And that was okay, she supposed. They both knew. She guessed they always would. She gestured to the table where a thermos of coffee and 2 white mugs sat. "I wasn't sure if you'd want to eat or just have a coffee." "Just a coffee," he said. "I ate earlier." They both sat, and the waitress approached them, her eyes hanging on Evan. Noelle took a sip from her cup as he told her no menu was necessary. "I'm so glad you called me," Evan said. This is great." She almost hadn't. She'd hemmed and hawed for weeks after making arrangements to be in San Francisco for Paula's grandmother's funeral. She hadn't known the woman well at all, but Paula had asked if Noelle would accompany her for support, and she'd been happy to do so. "So, tell me how you've been," she said. Evan poured himself a cup of coffee, took a sip, and then sat back in his chair. She could see what having the money to hire the best plastic surgeons could do. His face held no trace of the beatings he'd taken. His left hand came to rest on the table, and her heart clutched as she saw that that part of him, at least, still held the faint physical proof of his trauma. Her gaze traced the white hairline scars before she raised her eyes to his. He was watching her as she studied the surgical scars. "I've been good," he said. "Pretty good, anyway. Stanford is..." His brows moved in 2 different directions before he decided on the word. "Intense." He smiled, but it appeared tight. She tilted her head, studying the clench of his jaw, the way one shoulder had inched up. "You don't like Stanford?" Evan laughed, his shoulder dropping. I can't hide anything from you, can I? Noelle's lips tilted, but she kept her eyes on her coffee as she stirred in another packet of sugar, only raising her gaze when Evan cleared his throat. He squinted out to the street where a woman was going by with a dog almost as tall as her. The woman struggled and yanked on the leash, and it was unclear who was walking whom.
No, the truth is, I hate it.
He let out a breath.
There it is. That's the first time I've said that even to myself. I hate it,
he repeated, as if confirming it for himself. Why do you hate it? Evan sighed.
It feels pointless. You know, I sit in these classes and they're all talking about corporate governance and executive leadership, and I just keep thinking how fucking useless it all seems. It's like I feel myself careening toward the exact life my father leads, and it feels like a death sentence, Noelle.
The exact life my father leads. His father was a mogul with every luxury money could buy. And yet, Noelle understood exactly what Evan meant. I think it's fair to say we see the world differently now than most people do. For better or worse. Their eyes met, understanding passing between them. He tapped the knuckle of his unscarred hand on the table for a moment.
Yes. But I still don't know exactly what that means, or...
He let out a frustrated breath.
How to apply it to my life.
I think it'll take time. He gave a small nod.
In some ways, it feels like I started over last year. Like I had to learn to do everything all over again because everything was different. New. Rebirth. Only without the innocence.
He gave a short laugh that dissolved into a grimace. She smiled too, though. I relate, she said.
And you? How are you?
I'm okay. Better. Except for the nights, but he'd know that. She didn't think she needed to mention the nights. He was watching her closely, his expression worried, knowing. Yes, he understood the things she wasn't saying. But she was telling the truth, too. She was okay. In most ways, she was just fine.
And you're still in school?
He asked. No, I dropped out. She'd been taking classes at the local community college. She gave a short laugh. I guess I found the classes useless, too. At least for now. She stirred her coffee again. It had grown cold, and she'd already had 2 cups anyway as she'd waited for him to arrive, the caffeine only working to intensify her anxiety. She felt calmer now, though. Her mind had worked her into an emotional tsunami. His presence had ended the internal storm. I found I couldn't sit still, you know? Maybe someday that will change, or... She shrugged. I'll find the topic that keeps me there. But for now, I prefer to be on my feet, moving, working, thinking as little as possible. I'm waitressing at a sports bar. It pays the bills. Evan nodded.
There's so much you could do. You'll figure it out.
She felt the ghost of a smile float across her lips.
I didn't expect it to be this long not seeing you,
he said. I know. I didn't either, she told him. I guess after I said goodbye to my father and started the process of figuring out where to go from there, it almost... She trailed off. She wasn't sure how to finish that sentence without hurting him.
Focusing solely on your own emotions, rather than both of ours, was the easier option.
The healthier one, anyway.
I get it.
He took his full bottom lip under his teeth for a moment, obviously considering whatever he was about to say.
I went to your father's memorial.
She blinked. You did? I didn't see you.
I didn't let you. I stood in the back. It was a nice service.
She wasn't sure what to say to that.
I held myself back from going to you so many days,
he said.
But then I started feeling a little bit more on solid ground. And then I was sort of...
Afraid to see me? To confront those feelings all over again? He gave a small smile, and it was sort of sad.
Yeah, I guess.
She nodded. It had been like that for her, too. Seeing him every day would mean staying stuck. In a sense, walking away from Evan had been like another step away from that cage, away from the person she'd been while she was there. The differences that existed between that girl and the one she'd become could only be understood with distance. And once she'd begun making strides to even consider moving backward, where, in her mind anyway, he still remained, was unthinkable. They were quiet for a moment. Perhaps he, too, was thinking about the push and pull of those early days. The spinning desperation, the despair, the longing to be with someone who understood everything. The anger, though that had come later, at least for her.
And are you dating anyone?
He'd been playing with the edge of a paper napkin, and his hands stilled now as he waited for her response. She shook her head. I went on a couple dates a few months ago. Noelle bit at her lip. But that's over. She'd ghosted the guy she'd agreed to go to coffee with, and then a movie. He'd tried to hold her hand, and she'd felt like her skin was crawling. The air around them seemed to have stilled, the background blurring so that only he was clear and crisp. Her sole point of reference.
Why?
He asked, and his voice had grown soft. There was a scratchiness to it, as though something had gotten caught in his throat.
I mean, is it
difficult for me? She swallowed, her eyes sliding away. Yes. I freeze up, she whispered. I don't even seem to tolerate hand-holding, and I worry that I'm not capable of feeling pleasure. And eventually, if things go further with someone, it will take so long.
He'll take it personally?
Evan asked. Yes, exactly. And then it's a vicious cycle. The more tense I become, the less likely it is that I'll get there. So why even try? Why do that to someone? Maybe she'd just accept that she was broken.
You could explain that to the right person,
he said. Her face felt hot. Even with him, this was hard. And yet, she'd offered the truth willingly. Because he'd asked, and she wouldn't lie to him. For whatever reason, doing so felt like lying to herself. I could, she agreed. With the right person. Eventually. And yes, it felt good to be honest. There was so much she couldn't be honest about with anyone. She saw a tick in his jaw. His hands remained utterly still. She had the sense that he was jealous, that he didn't like talking about her love life. And perhaps that was true. They were both damaged by what had happened. Like they'd already admitted, their emotions were not based on healthy things. Their emotions were not based on anything real or lasting. Which was why their reunion would be brief and uncomplicated. Two old friends? Were they friends? Sure. Two old friends, talking about their struggles regarding the thing they had in common. The things they'd endured that only they could talk about. She needed to move on. He needed to move on. He should move on. And they both had. At least enough to live a mostly normal life. She'd learned to leave the house without constantly looking over her shoulder. She'd learned to laugh again. She'd learned not to burst into tears at the drop of a hat. He obviously had to. He seemed to be doing well, despite questioning his current path, but lots of 20-year-old guys did that. And you? She asked. Are you seeing anyone? No. He answered quickly, and she felt her muscles relax. She hadn't realized she'd been holding them taut. She was jealous too. That strange tether was twisted together with so many varying emotions. Why not? He shrugged and lifted his hand before stretching his fingers. I've been busy focusing on getting my strength back and, hating my classes, wondering what the hell I should really be doing with my life. A breeze stirred, and a tree near the low gate shivered, its leaves rustling. He turned his head toward the soft noise, the smile that moved over his face fading. And I haven't met anyone I'm interested in. He paused, and she waited. I get stuck emotionally, too. A lot. He tapped the table. He didn't like admitting that, she could tell. But he'd told her, and she was glad. Are you still seeing that therapist you mentioned in your last email? She asked. He let out a soft chuckle. I sent that email 6 months ago. Sorry, I don't check it very often. She didn't like to go online. It felt like a field of virtual landmines. Everything was a trigger for one reason or another. The last time she'd gone on Instagram, a post appeared on her feed of a girl comparing 2 lip liners, and she'd cried for an hour. Because you were robbed, Paula had said later when she'd told her. Robbed of the possibility of being a girl who cared about which lip liner possessed the most lasting color. She'd laughed, but then she'd cried some more. She wanted to care about that, desperately. She did feel robbed. And so she rarely logged on to anything. There were enough potential landmines involved in just leaving the house. But those ones were necessary. She had to work because she had to eat. He was watching her as her brain tripped over the cascade of thoughts.
Maybe I should have been writing you letters on paper and sending them through the mail,
he said after a moment. She laughed. Maybe.
But, to your question, yes, I am seeing the same therapist. Not as often, but, when I need to.
Does it help? He appeared to think about that.
Yeah, I think so. He's very smart. Very soothing, I guess is a good word. And just knowing there's someone I can talk to who won't fall over with shock and horror when I disclose details is a relief. What about you?
No. I went to a therapist a few months ago. She was okay, but I don't know. I guess I didn't really click with her. But I have Paula. Paula's been a rock for me. She didn't mention that she'd also stopped going to a professional because she couldn't afford one. But she meant what she said about Paula. And of course, she had herself. She was getting by.
That's good. I'm glad.
Evan said. Can I get anything else for you? The waitress asked. No, thank you. Just the check. Noelle said. What else could they talk about? It had only been a year. They were both still struggling, and both still doing just fine. She missed the hell out of him, and knew they weren't good for each other. It would simply take time to heal, and to move on in any measurable way from what they'd experienced. But she was glad they'd checked in. She could picture him now as he was, healthy. At least mostly happy, moving forward.
What do you have planned for today?
Evan asked, and his words came out in a rush. She hesitated. I hadn't really made any plans. Paula is helping her mother with some last-minute arrangements and greeting family who flew in for the funeral. She pointed across the street to the hotel where she was staying, and the reason she'd chosen this particular restaurant. She had a view from her room. I was just going to hang out at the hotel pool for a few hours, or maybe see some sights. I don't know. He nodded.
My day is pretty free too.
Those rushed words again. The speed of her heart followed suit. That old familiar clutching. The need she'd tried not to acknowledge since the moment her eyes had landed on him. The waitress reappeared, placing their check on the table, and then seeming to take an interminable amount of time clearing the few dishes and coffee accoutrements. Noelle's breath gusted out when the young woman turned away. Their gazes locked, and with effort she tore hers away. She wasn't going to ask him to hang out at the pool, or to tour the city. She wouldn't even know how to do that. Not with him. They were strangers. Yes, they'd shared something unimaginably horrific, something that would change them forever, connect them forever. But at the heart of the matter, they knew nothing significant about the other. It was better to simply say goodbye and allow him to get on with his life. It had been too soon. They shouldn't have done this.
Noelle.
Evan. Her eyes searched his. He didn't seem to know where to take this next either. He looked across the street toward the Hyatt, the bellman out front helping an elderly gentleman unload suitcases from his trunk. He met her eyes again. She knew what he was offering, or asking. Maybe there were no words for that type of proposal, but she knew, and so did he. She'd already decided she wouldn't. It was a bad idea. Yes, she said softly. She reached for her wallet, but he beat her to it, throwing a 20 on the table. They exited the small gate together and headed toward the hotel. The room she'd checked into the day before was nice, if basic. Noelle tossed her purse on the desk. Behind her, she heard the click of the door and a quiet rattle of chain as Evan engaged the lock. Her heart rate kicked up another notch. She was nervous, but now that she'd surrendered, now that she'd given herself permission, even if it was wrong, she was also relieved. She'd made a choice. There would be consequences for both of them. But she wouldn't back out, not now. She could see the certainty in his gaze as well. There would be no need for artifice here. There was only a goal in mind, and complete understanding. She kicked off her shoes and turned, watching as he approached her. He tilted his head, smiling softly. He looked nervous, and it made tenderness sweep through her. This was different then. She hadn't felt tenderness before, only raw need.
We've never kissed,
he noted. She couldn't help the laugh that bubbled up from her chest. It seemed ridiculous. Haven't we?
I'd remember.
She supposed she would too. Sometimes she pictured the two and only times they'd had sex. The grasping, the feel of his skin as it slid over hers, the hot press of his flesh as he'd entered her body. She closed her eyes, and she saw him come over her again and again, to shut out the other visions that threatened. And she was grateful she had those memories. She clutched them the way she'd clutched him all those months ago. They felt like a weapon, a torch among shadows.
Let's do it differently this time,
he said.
We'll go slow. As slow as you need. There's no rush, no time frame, okay?
It was as if he'd read her mind. Yes, she had those old memories, but these ones would be sharper, brighter. Yes, she breathed. Yes. Okay. He brought a finger to her chin, tipping her face and leaning in. He was sweet. He really was. She'd been so wrong about him for so long. It had only taken a month and a cage and a fiery escape to bind her to her mortal enemy. A small laugh escaped her lips, and he pulled back for a second, a smile floating over his lips as well. He didn't ask what was funny. Her eyes fluttered closed just as his lips touched hers. She knew his taste. Maybe that was because she knew the scent of his breath. Despite the newness of this, their first kiss, in some ways, it felt like coming home. A home where 100 ghosts dwelled. Maybe there to live in peace, but maybe there to rattle their chains deep in the dead of night. He dragged his tongue slowly along the seam of her lips, and she opened, pressing closer. His arms came around her, and he wove the fingers of his scarred hand through her hair, cradling the base of her skull. That felt good. She'd never been touched that way. She sighed into his mouth and met his tongue with her own. Before that second-floor room, she'd only kissed 3 other boys. She barely remembered any of them, except that they hadn't been very good at it. Evan was good. He was very good. Their kiss was slow, deep, divinely passionate. She could do this. He was going to give her all the time in the world. All night, if that's what it took. She was certain of that. And because of it, her confidence grew. And so did her enjoyment. She melted. Her arms encircled him, and she pressed even closer, running her palms up his biceps to his shoulders and moving her fingers so that his pulse beat beneath them. She felt the bulge in his pants and the heat of his skin. He was turned on, but he did not make a sound. He was attempting to hold back his excitement so that he didn't rush too far ahead of her. Their lips broke, and he stepped back, his cheeks flushed and his lips wet from her mouth. He was so beautiful, not just because of his features or his hair, but because of the intense concentration on his face as he stared at her and made her heart nearly stop. He gripped the hem of his t-shirt and brought it over his head. He'd obviously been working out. He was strong and sleek. She allowed herself a moment to drink him in before she, too, pulled her shirt over her head. This was different, too. New memories to replace the others. Ones where they weren't haggard versions of themselves, exhausted, hungry, thirsty, fearful, desperate. They both undressed, gazes heated as each piece of clothing was removed. She felt the first buzz of anxiety when his erection sprang free, but she breathed through it, towing her clothes aside and sitting down on the edge of the bed. She lay back, and instead of coming over her, he lay next to her, turning toward her. Evan reached out, moving a piece of hair off her cheek. She felt shy, but excited, intensely present in a way she hadn't felt in any other part of her life recently. She had the fleeting thought that this was what it would have been like if Evan had taken her virginity, rather than the disgusting old man wearing a strange, silver, expressionless mask who'd had onion on his breath and grunted as he'd raped her. As if sensing her sudden mental distress, Evan pulled her to himself, running his fingers gently over her spine.
"It's hard for me too sometimes,"
he said at her ear.
"To think about touching anyone else. I think about you, Noelle. I can't help but wonder."
She brought her lips back to his, quieting him. She didn't want him to speak of anything other than now. No promises, no plans. She knew at least part of him still carried misplaced guilt for what had been done to her, and it wasn't necessary. It had been done to him, too. If this helped alleviate that false concept, then she was glad, because this wasn't only for her. But it shouldn't be more. She turned toward him as they kissed, sliding her leg over his hip and bringing their cores together. His breath hitched, and he pulled back slightly, looking in her eyes, reading her. His left hand splayed on her skin, over her heart. She moved her arms, cupping his hand between hers and bringing it to her lips. He sighed as she kissed his fingertips, slowly, one by one. "How is it?" she whispered. "Really?"
"Stiff. Sore. But it works,"
he said on a small, breath-filled laugh.
"Physical therapy helps. The doctors think that in time it will be mostly normal."
"Sort of like the rest of us?" she asked on a smile. She'd said it jokingly, but really it was true. Or so she hoped.
"Exactly,"
he said, a smile flitting over his lips.
"Mostly normal."
In time. It's a pretty good prognosis, don't you think? She shrugged. Talking to him like this, so close, their skin bare, was causing her blood to move faster in her veins. She felt warm, hopeful. As far as prognoses go, yes. It could be worse. He laughed softly, and it fell over her like a piece of velvet caressing her skin. She shivered slightly, nipples growing hard. She could feel undone with a throaty laugh. What a nice thing to know. He leaned in and kissed her neck, his breath hot against her skin. His thumb moved in lazy circles over her nipple. Good? He asked. Yes, she breathed. Yes, good. She kept her eyes open. She wanted to feel him, but even more so, she wanted the sight of him emblazoned in her mind, available to retrieve at a moment's notice. Was it sickness that ensured she'd have the memory of Evan to pull forth whenever she was intimate with another man? Perhaps it was terribly unfair to that unknown future partner. But the alternate visions were far worse. The alternate visions would make any future intimacy an impossibility. Eventually, you'll hang on to the feeling of Evan, but his face will blur. Someday. And then she'd be truly free. She wanted that for him, too, if he needed it. And maybe he didn't. But she was fairly certain that giving her pleasure was healing him in some small way. It definitely works, she murmured, as his hand did magical things to her breast, and his lips curved in a smile. His hand skimmed her stomach, and tentatively, he used his fingers to part her thighs. She stilled, her instincts telling her to pull away, to run. Breathe, he said, redirecting her thoughts. And look at me. Her breath gusted out, eyes locked with his. They were so blue, as clear as the still morning sky after a long night of rain. He smiled, and it was kind of silly and unexpected, and so she smiled too, just as his fingers dipped inside her. Oh, she whispered. And then she was sensation, anchored to his stroking hand, yet floating into that clear blue sky, letting herself drift away. God, it was nice to drift. A drug. A beautiful escape. Evan dipped his head, taking a nipple in his mouth, and she cried out, threading her fingers through his soft hair. She could feel him against her leg, hot and hard. But she knew he would spend as long as it took until she told him she was ready. She didn't want it to take too long, though. Didn't want to chance the possibility that she would mentally spiral when her body was responding so well. It was a balance, a delicate one. That goofy smile had helped. Only he would know that. He moved his fingers slowly in and out of her, using his thumb to circle lightly in the spot that made her press toward his hand, seeking more. She parted her legs so he had more access. His scent surrounded her, mixed with a masculine-smelling deodorant and nothing more. She'd know the smell of his skin anywhere. She knew the flavor of his fear, too, and the tang of his blood. But she wouldn't think about that now. She refused to see his face as it had been when they were dragged down to hell. She realized she'd closed her eyes with pleasure, and they flew open now. He was watching her. You're fine, he reassured.
Everything's good. You're so wet, Noelle. Everything about you is perfect. She was wet. She could feel it. Feel the way his fingers were gliding in and out, using the slippery evidence of the desire he'd stoked. Her body was still her own. No one had committed her to a life of sexual aversion. She could heal. She was doing it now. Now, she said, pulling gently on his shoulders. She didn't want to allow the shadows to collect, didn't want to take that chance. I can do it this way, he said, his fingers continuing that slow glide. But she shook her head. She needed him to come over her, needed him to enter her with more than his finger. She needed to surrender, to know she could. He looked briefly unsure, but did as she asked, removing his hand and kissing her as he leaned over, bringing his body on top of hers and supporting himself with his knees. Guide me in, he said. Noelle reached down, grasping his hard length, surprised by the silkiness of his skin. She marveled at it, using her hand to slide over it, mesmerized by the way the skin moved so easily, up, down. She might want to investigate that further later, with her hand and maybe even her mouth. The thought made her giddy. Evan let out a pained laugh. If you don't stop that, this is going to be over in a minute. She smiled. What he was saying was that there was a goal, and his pleasure wasn't the whole of it. Sweet Evan. She looked in his eyes, and she knew she loved him. In that very moment, she realized she did. And it might be sick and twisted, based on things love should never be based upon. But regardless, she loved him. And that love was right there, warming her heart as she guided him into her body. I love you. And it's why, when this is over, I'll let you go. Again. His eyes went slightly hazy, and she watched the pleasure that contorted his features. That look. God, it was beautiful. She drank it in and found more pleasure of her own just in witnessing his. That was a wonderful realization, too, to know that she could find her own pleasure, but also that she took satisfaction from witnessing that of the man she was with. He felt different. Much different from the 2 times he'd been inside her before. Being this turned on made it feel natural. Right. She'd almost thought he didn't quite fit before, but no. He was perfect. She lifted her leg, experimented with different positions as he moved leisurely, sweat breaking out on his brow. The skin of his back was damp, and she caressed him, enjoying the feel of him inside her and beneath her palms, loving his mouth on her breast and the way he trembled when she squeezed her internal muscles. There was so much about sex that she'd never even known. He seemed to sense the moment she began the slow climb, bringing his hand between her legs and massaging her gently so that her blood flowed faster as her stomach muscles began to tighten. Evan was breathing hard, his head hung, muscles so tense. He was holding on. Then everything tightened as a wave of pure bliss crashed over her, and she gripped his shoulders, digging her fingernails into his skin and crying out his name. She could tell he was coming too, and for a moment, they hung suspended together before floating back down to earth. She felt blissful one moment, and bereft the next. Tears flowing from her eyes as she laughed.
Her laughter turned to weeping, and still she gripped him. He was fine with both her joy and her sorrow. He didn't need to question either. He simply held her through it. In that moment, Noelle didn't care if it was right or wrong. It just was.
Chapter 20. Evan was relieved that she let him stay. He almost thought she wouldn't. They'd hurt each other this way before. And though he thought they had a clearer picture of what they were offering each other this time, he couldn't really be sure. He'd meant what he'd said about feeling a sort of rebirth when they'd escaped those cages. He was relearning everything. His boundaries, his emotions, his comfort level, his identity, his place in the world, his view of humanity. He was constantly spinning, reeling. And being with her, spending the night with her in his arms, was the first time in so long that he'd felt grounded. They ordered room service and ate in bed. Then they made love again, and again. He took such immense pleasure in watching her explore her limits, both physical and emotional, and he found healing too. He'd been victimized as well. He'd worried that he'd carry visions with him that would haunt him during intimacy, but that wasn't the case. She was all that he saw. He lived that night only in the present, and it helped patch together his wounded soul. The third time they had sex, she didn't cry. "No tears," he said, rolling over and bringing her with him. She laughed down at him, her face going serious. "No tears," she confirmed. "You're better now." "That easy?" He nodded. "Should I send my bill?" She laughed and socked him lightly on the shoulder. In the deep of night they woke, fingers hooked, eyes fluttering open as they stared at each other. He didn't know where he was, only that his hand was stretched and she was holding him the way she once had. The memory fell over him like an oily rain. The cage, the cold, the fear, the feelings of that place, that time, all came pouring in. Noelle gasped, pulling her hand away and sitting up, her back to him. Evan swallowed, leaping up and reaching for the lamp on the bedside table. He was unsteady, and in his flailing, the lamp clattered off the table and onto the floor, the bulb smashing. The room remained dark, so dark, too dark. Am I still there? Was I dreaming that I was free? Evan heard Noelle's quiet keening and felt his way along a wall, his fingers encountering a switch. He flicked it upward, and the room was bathed in blessed light. He was sweating, so hot, breathing hard. Just a rented room, the bedsheets rumpled. But it wasn't that rented room, the one where he'd piled furniture in front of the door. The one where he'd peeked through the curtains expecting to see a man in red shoes walking down the dusty street. A caricature of a smile stretched across his hate-filled face. That nightmare had haunted him once, but he hadn't dreamed it in a while, hadn't even thought of it for so many months. Until now. Noelle sat on the edge of the bed, her arms crossed over her bare breasts, eyes wide as they darted around the room. You could see on her face that her mind had taken her to that cage, or that motel, or even perhaps that room on the second floor that he'd tried so hard to wipe from his brain. He went to her, going down on his knees on the floor and taking her hands in his. She lowered her arms, gazing at him. She was so beautiful. He'd thought it when he'd seen her standing in the courtyard of the coffee shop in her striped blue shirt and white pants, hair pulled away from her face. She'd looked fresh then, young but also older than she'd been. She looked so vulnerable now, and he wanted to take the haunted look from her eyes, but even though he hadn't meant it, it was there because of him. They were like wounded warriors who had been through the bloodiest of battles together. They found refuge in each other's understanding because, in many ways, their experience was unspeakable. Together, they required no words. But being in each other's presence also brought with it visions and memories that were easier to bury when that person wasn't there. If he hadn't known that before, he knew it now, and it broke his heart. It did, and for the same reason it had the first time. He craved her. He needed the solace only she offered, but she also triggered him in a way no one else could. It had been easier to be away from her. and it ripped him in two. He kissed her knuckles. He opened her hand and put his mouth on her palm. When he looked back up at her, she still wore that vulnerable look, but warmth had entered her eyes. "We're still a mess," she said. He sighed. "In some ways." "I'll never regret this," she said. "You're cutting me off," he said. Again. "It's what we both need, Evan." She lifted their entwined hands and kissed his scars one by one. He wanted to argue, but he really couldn't. It hurt, but he knew she was right. "I guess so. How do we know?" "We know by living our lives." A fissure formed in his heart, fibers ripping. He felt it. No one could ever convince him those words didn't alter his physical self in some measurable way. He put his head on her knees, and she stroked his hair. "I feel empty when I'm away from you," he said. "This last year, I've thought about it a lot." "Me too. But the emptiness is important in a way too." "Yes," he admitted. "But it also hurts." "That will fade." He felt that tearing again, his heart being stretched in two directions. He knew she was right, though. For now, maybe forever, no future could be built on a foundation of trauma and nothing more. But there is more. Was there? How could they know? How would they ever really know? Noelle lay back and Evan crawled in bed beside her, spooning. They'd healed each other, and they'd hurt each other. They couldn't do anything different. Fate had determined what their impact on the other would be. As he lay there with her, he had the strange urge to cry when he couldn't remember the last time he'd wept. Not even in that cage. Not even in that upstairs room of horrors. He pulled her closer, holding on while he still could. In the morning when he woke, Noelle was gone, just as he'd known she would be. Part 2. He who fights with monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster. Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 21. 7 years later. Evan's phone rang as he got out of his car. He clicked the lock on his key fob as he pulled the phone from his pocket and glanced at the screen. Dead. He declined the call and returned the phone to his pocket as he headed out of the garage and turned in the direction of the Italian restaurant where he was meeting Aria. He'd call his dad back later. These days he ignored his call more often than not. He didn't want another lecture on how disappointed he was that Evan was squandering his opportunities. He was a 27-year-old man, and his dad still couldn't let go of the fact that he'd dropped out of Stanford's business program 7 years before and opted instead to study criminal justice. His father had refused to pay for it, which was fine. His mother had come back with her simple platitude of, "Whatever makes you happy is fine with me," which really meant, "I'm busy living my life with my new husband and stepchildren, and I don't really care." So Evan had applied to a couple of state schools and then gotten a job and supported himself through all 4 years. A year after he'd graduated, he opened his own private investigation firm and had not one regret. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't even always interesting. But it fed that part of him that had gone without justice to find closure for a client. Even a cheating spouse, though he rarely took those types of jobs anymore, the ones that he hadn't had the luxury of turning down in the beginning. They were mostly thankless and always depressing, and in his experience, if a spouse suspected their partner of cheating, they were. And of course, he had his pet project, too, if that was even the right term. He'd made several contacts at the Reno PD, who he worked with on a regular basis, and he was meeting one of them now, an officer named Aria Dixon. The hostess smiled as he entered the small, homey-feeling restaurant, but before he could let her know he was meeting someone, he saw Aria stand and wave at him from a table near the back. He raised his hand, letting Aria know he saw her, and then nodded to the hostess, who'd watched the exchange. "Have a nice meal, sir," the hostess said. "Thanks." "Hey," Aria said when he'd made it to the table, standing and giving him a quick hug. "It's great to see you." "You too." He took off the light coat he was wearing, hanging it on the back of the restaurant chair. "How are you?" he asked when he'd taken a seat. Aria shrugged, her honey-blonde hair brushing her shoulders. He was more used to seeing her with her hair up and in a uniform, and it was always a little strange to see her as a civilian. Arya was about his age, with deep green eyes and a smattering of freckles across her nose. She looked more like a pretty Midwestern farm girl than a hardened cop. You know, living the dream as always. He let out a chuckle as Arya shot him a smile. He could tell by the way she looked at him sometimes that she hoped to revisit the short affair they'd had about a year ago. It had started when they'd gone out for drinks as a group and he'd ended up back at her place. They'd hooked up a handful of times, but it had always been casual. And eventually he'd suggested they stop because he didn't want to further jeopardize their working relationship. And regardless, he wasn't in a place to focus on a romance. It wasn't that he didn't find her attractive and interesting, but he was busy building his career. She'd seemed to take it well, but he'd also noticed the quick flash of hurt in her eyes and regretted that he'd crossed that line in the first place and created tension with someone he valued as a work associate. Because he was at a peaceful place, it had taken a long time. Years, but he was good. He was damn good. He only woke from nightmares very occasionally. He could think about what had happened to him without breaking out in a cold sweat. He still experienced emotions relating to his victimhood, of course, but he was okay with that. He figured that should be the case. What had happened had altered him. How could it be any different? What he was finding, though, the more time passed, was that not all the change that had occurred was negative. It had taken 7 long years of healing, of on and off therapy, and of following the path that felt right inside his gut to arrive at the place he was at. To risk that, in the slightest way? Well, Evan supposed he'd know when and if something or someone came along that made the risk worthwhile. Arya had taken a sip of water and now set it down. Thanks for meeting me here. I feel like I haven't had a day off in weeks. There's not a lick of food in my house. Still working the task force? Yeah, gang activity has been off the charts lately. A 4-year-old boy was shot in a drive-by on Saturday. He grimaced. How is he? It's touch and go right now. Say a prayer if it's your thing. He nodded. It wasn't necessarily his thing on any regular basis, but he wasn't averse to reaching out to God on behalf of a 4-year-old little boy who'd been shot by some piece of shit looking to prove his allegiance to a group of criminals. Arya had been assigned to the gang unit a month or so before. It was an issue that was becoming a bigger and bigger problem in Reno. And, of course, with gangs came more drugs and therefore more crime, not only committed by the gang members, but by the citizens who ended up hooked on something that required money to keep up. And there was always the more serious issue of human trafficking. The waitress approached and took their drink order, a glass of wine for Arya and a beer for him. It was technically off hours, after all. So it sounded like you might have something for me, he said. Arya nodded. Maybe. I'm not sure. I figured I'd let you decide. She reached into her purse beside her chair and handed him a folder. Evan laid it on the table and flicked it open, his brow creasing as he glanced over the details. He'd been looking into abductions during his free time and asked Arya to pull aside anything that caught her eye that met his criteria. Naturally, he'd first had to tell her about his past, but she'd already known. She'd blushed when she'd admitted it, but she hadn't needed to. He wasn't surprised she'd remembered his name, considering the news coverage his and Noelle's story had gotten in the year after their escape. No one knew the whole truth. Certainly not the media, something both he and Noelle had ensured with their refusal to speak with them. The last thing he wanted was for someone to look at him and immediately associate rape and violence. Of course, the feds had swooped in and taken over the case almost immediately. It was a kidnapping, after all, not just across state lines, but into another country. But Arya had access to some information, and anyway, what he had requested from her was of a more general nature. He flipped a page in the file, understanding why she'd flagged this one. He told the police he was kept in a cage. Evan murmured, the hair on the back of his neck standing up. He almost startled when the waitress placed their drinks down on the table, closing the file that had photographs of a skinny man with multiple lacerations on his arms. He was surprised to see that he was an old man. He looked pale and wide-eyed. Shock. Are you ready to order? The chipper young girl asked. Do you want a minute? He asked Arya. I'm ready if you are. He wasn't, but he usually got the same thing when he ate at an Italian restaurant. He waited as Arya ordered a pasta dish and then put in his order for chicken parmesan. When the waitress turned away, he opened the file again. He was kept in the basement of a warehouse in Texas. Texas, that wasn't even close. I know, Arya said. That was the only thing that seemed off, unless whoever abducted you moved or works with a large network. Whoever abducted you. He was tempted to correct her, to make sure Noelle was included in that sentence. It hadn't been just him who was abducted. They'd been a team, and it felt wrong, even now, not to acknowledge her. He pushed thoughts of Noelle aside, though. Of all the things that still cause those old scars to pull and stretch uncomfortably, it was the thought of Noelle. Noelle, who he hadn't seen since that spring day in San Francisco. He forced his mind back on the file in front of him and what Arya had just said about a large network. I've always thought it was possible, he said. We were on camera constantly. People were watching. They could have been stretched all over the globe as far as I know. Some of them, anyway. He figured the ones who had paid money to rape them or beat them had been closer to where they were kept in Mexico, in a dirt-poor town a few hours across the border. Arya sipped her wine, her gaze stuck on him, eyes sad. She seemed to adopt that look any time he talked about the crime committed against him, or even alluded to the things he'd suffered. Her sadness said something, given that the work she did on a daily basis was tragic as hell. And yet, in all this time, there haven't been any reports of a similar abduction, she said as she set her glass down. Maybe whoever they abducted died in their cages. Her mouth set. They would have been found eventually, though, right? I mean, especially if this was a trafficking network. It wouldn't have just stopped with you. Things as lucrative as selling humans seldom do. He sighed. It was a horrifying fact. No, you're right. I just can't believe it ended. That after we escaped, whoever was behind what happened to us packed their bags and called it a day. This was sophisticated stuff. Cameras, potentially flying people in who had rented us from behind a computer somewhere. This was a big operation. The problem is, it was conducted from a random abandoned factory in Mexico. Yes, he knew that very well. The FBI had looked at the owner of what had once been a textiles business. The business had set up shop on the outskirts of several low-income towns, hoping to not only attract a workforce, but help address the poverty of the area. Evan wasn't sure where that plan had gone awry, but the business owner had moved back to the States less than 5 years after construction was complete and the doors were opened. It had remained abandoned for 3 years before Evan and Noelle found themselves caged in what had once been a large workshop teeming with seamstresses creating apparel. And an abandoned factory that burned down at that, he muttered. Maybe there would have been more forensics to find had the entire place not gone up in flames. For a second, he smelled the smoke, felt the burn of his lungs as he pulled in a breath. He let out a long exhale, taking a deep swallow of his beer. I appreciate this, he said, tapping the folder. It might be something. She nodded. Or he might be batshit crazy, she said on a small laugh. The guy is 70 years old and has been in and out of rehab. Also, he's currently in the slammer for breaking and entering, so if you want his story, you'll have to go visit FCI Beaumont in Beaumont, Texas. Geez, that was a trek. Thanks, Arya, he said, closing the folder. He would read it more thoroughly later when he was alone. And if his gut said it was worthwhile, maybe he'd pay the guy a visit. If the FBI hadn't made headway with Evan's case, he wasn't likely to either, especially almost a decade later. But trying, at the very least, was a burning need inside him, and so he wouldn't give up. One other thing, Arya said, removing another folder. You asked me to dig up anything not in public databases about Noelle's father. Did you find something? The FBI had looked into their father's connection, including the two men's personal and legal history, but hadn't found that it led anywhere as far as Evan and Noelle's abduction. That part was still odd and unsolved, but Evan still believed that that was no coincidence. If not, though, how did it factor in? If he could figure that out, he had a feeling it would lead to more. Much more. There wasn't anything else regarding their legal case than what you'd already told me. The shooting of Megan Meyer was rehashed in court, and you have those records. Evan nodded. He'd already been somewhat familiar with the case, as he'd been living with his father when it had been litigated. Still, he'd read through every word and learned all the details of exactly what had happened that fateful day his father shot the scorned woman he'd been having an affair with. A mistake. A tragedy. One his father was deemed not guilty for by a jury of his peers. If it's not relating to the court case, what is it? Arya pulled a folded piece of paper from her purse and handed it to him, speaking as he opened it. He filed a police report on behalf of a friend right before Noelle was reported missing. Evan frowned. Really? Arya nodded. It might not be related to Noelle's abduction in any way, but I thought it was a bit coincidental that his daughter went missing within a couple days of a friend of his going missing too. He scanned the document. Had the FBI discovered this? If they did, he didn't know about it. Either they'd missed it or investigated and found it to be unrelated. Maybe the FBI didn't even know about it, because the person who filed the police report on Noelle was her friend Paula Hathaway. Apparently, according to Paula, she was the one who'd first felt an internal alarm after days of not hearing back from Noelle. She'd called Noelle's father, who had informed her he hadn't seen her in person either. He'd hung up after telling Paula he was going to check her room and other areas of the house to determine if she'd been home. When Paula didn't immediately hear back from him, she called the police. What she hadn't known was some time between that phone call and the police arriving at his home to take a statement regarding Noelle, he had died of a heart attack. Dow McGinn, he muttered, bringing himself back to what Arya had just said about Mr. Meyer's missing friend. Was he found? He was. She pulled yet another file from her magic purse of information and handed it over. He was the victim of a mugging, apparently. His body was found at the back of an alley, behind a dumpster. Mr. Meyer found out about his friend, and then was informed his daughter was missing 2 days later. Tough week. Evan flipped open the file, scanning it. Yes, Mr. Meyer had had a tough week, but all his hardships ended with a major heart attack that killed him almost instantly. For his daughter, however, things were about to turn a corner into the realm of nightmares. A mugging, he repeated. They didn't catch the perp, huh? No, but the guy was known to be a drinker and a fighter, and he'd gotten into scuffles before in that same area. He owned a computer repair shop nearby and would go drinking after work, or sometimes during work, from the few statements the investigators got at the time. It's a high-crime area. Muggings are not unusual. His wallet and his watch were missing, so the police didn't have much reason to believe it was more than what it looked like. Evan closed the folder, setting it with the other things Arya had given him. Yeah, it set my bells off, too, Arya said. Anyway, I hope there's something more for you to dig into from all that. There definitely is. He held up his beer, smiling as he clinked it to Arya's wineglass. To the possibility of a break, and to you for finding it. I can't thank you enough for this, Arya. Her lips tipped, her gaze hanging on him as she took a sip of her wine. Anything you need, Evan, she said. I'm always here. Chapter 22. Evan took in a big swallow of air as the gate clanked closed behind him, and he followed the guard to the visiting room along with 3 other people. One was a young woman sporting a serpentine neck tattoo and pushing an infant in a baby stroller. Another, an old woman who hadn't bothered to take the curlers out of her hair, and the third, a man who appeared to be a lawyer. His ill-fitting suit and general look of apathy told Evan he was likely court-appointed and had little interest, if any, in whatever client he was there to see. Evan fell in line with a small crew of misfits, entering a barracks-type building on the grounds of FCI Beaumont. He took a seat at one of the small tables, and the other people did the same, spreading out from each other. The young woman closest to him took a bottle from her bag and stuck it in the infant's mouth, bouncing the stroller with her foot as she shot him a wink and wiggled her tongue suggestively. He gave her an uncomfortable smile, as if she might be making a weird joke that didn't exactly land, placing his hands on the table in front of him and training his eyes on the door at the back where he assumed the prisoners would enter. He'd gotten to Texas a few hours before, stopped and had lunch, and then headed straight here. The plan was to meet with the man named Lars Nauer and jump back on a flight later that evening. He only hoped this trip was worth his while and the $700 he'd put on his credit card. The door opened and a guard came through, 4 men shuffling behind him. He knew what the man looked like from his case file, and when he saw him, Evan stood, lifting his hand to get the old man's attention. Lars approached slowly, obviously sizing Evan up. Evan did the same. In the photo he'd seen, the man had looked skinny and sunken in. Of course, the photo had only been from the neck up, and benders could do a number on a person's face. He hadn't been able to tell that the man was still so fit for a 70-year-old. His shoulders were broad, and he didn't appear to have an inch of extra fat on him. He'd heard the term built like a brick shithouse somewhere, and that term came to mind now, though to be honest, he wasn't entirely sure what it meant or if it actually applied. Lars had a buzz cut, and though it was cropped close to his head and completely white, it was all still there. Evan held out his hand, and Lars looked at it for a moment as if deciding whether or not to take it, but then he did, clasping it and giving it one somewhat rough shake before letting go. "Mr. Nauer, thank you for seeing me." They both sat down, and Lars Nauer set his hands on the table, palms down. He gave a chin tip. "Call me Lars. You said on the phone you experienced a crime that might be similar to what I reported to the police." "Yes, that's right. Although what happened to me happened 8 years ago, so it's been a while." "What was it that happened to you exactly?" Evan took a deep breath and gave Lars the basics of what he'd experienced, ending with their escape through the desert. He wanted to gain the man's trust, but he held back on details, also mindful not to sway Lars's story in any way. Lars had watched him as he spoke, but now he looked out the window to his right, staring at the chain-link fence, which was the only view. "Similar," he said, and Evan was almost taken aback by the way his voice had changed, the tone suddenly fearful. "Will you tell me about what happened to you?" Lars rubbed a hand over his short-cropped hair, still staring out that window. He sighed, training his eyes back on Evan. "Yeah, I'll tell you. I was nabbed coming out of a bar at 2 a.m. They must have struck me from behind or maybe put a shot in my arm. Hell, someone could have slipped something in my beer for all I know. I was pretty wasted, so I have no memory of what exactly happened. All I know is that I woke up in the dark, in a cage." "Shit," Evan swore. "Yeah," Lars said. "Shit is right." He paused for a moment. "I freaked, yelled, screamed, but it became real clear that no one was going to answer. So I calmed down and went Zen. You know what Zen means?" Like Buddha Zen?" "That's right. Zen is all about transcendent virtues, moral training, patient endurance, meditation, wisdom. I was a POW in Nam, and a guy I met there taught me about it. Kept me sane until my guys got me out." Damn, this man had been a prisoner not once, but twice. 3 times, as a matter of fact, if you counted his present circumstances, and Evan had to figure he absolutely did. "So, anyway," he went on, "I remembered those teachings. Funniest thing, because I've been through some shit since I got back to the States, and never once had I thought to practice some Zen. I guess I associated it with war, and waking in that cage definitely applied." He shook his head, as though clearing it. "When the lights came on, there was another cage in the cellar with me, and there was a guy in it." All the hair was standing up on Evan's arms. This was it, exactly what he'd experienced. It had to be connected. All these years later. Evan's head was spinning. "Who was he? The guy?" "Han. I don't know his last name. Don't even know how to spell his first name, so in my head I pictured it H-A-N-H. Evan picked up his phone and opened the Notes app, typing in the name. "Have you seen him? Do you know where he is?" "Not a clue. We got separated during the escape, and I don't even know if he went to the police. He wasn't a legal citizen, for one thing, so he might not have, for fear of being deported." He gave a low chuckle that held little humor. "Like that would be worse. I'd want to get the hell out of Dodge after that, but evil shit happens everywhere. I told all of this to the cops, by the way," Lars said. "As for me, the police thought I was having a psychotic episode. I'd spent some time in the mental ward, diagnosed with PTSD. A few times I even wondered myself if I'd imagined it all." "I don't think you did," Evan said. "Although whether that's a comfort or not." Lars gave a distracted smile. "No, I know I didn't. Those memories have edges, just like the ones from Nam." "You don't have to go through every specific, obviously," Evan said. "But if you could sum up what they did to you and Han, I'd really appreciate it." "Sick mind games is what they did. They tried to make us sell each other out to avoid something worse. Just like you, it sounds like. Words failed him for a moment. A nod sufficed. See, but I wasn't gonna do that, Lars went on. I saw enough sick shit in that jungle over there, and I knew what giving in to the monster inside would do to you. Maybe not right away, but later. Were you rented? Rented? You mean like sex trafficked? Evan nodded. Not me, maybe Han. We didn't talk about what had happened to us when they took us out of our cages. Han was prettier, though, let's say, and definitely younger, if any of that even makes a difference to sick fucks who do stuff like that. Evan swallowed. He figured there was a market for everything. But yeah, youth and attractiveness were always going to be hot commodities in the trafficking business. Some people simply had less of a likelihood of being victimized in that specific way. Case in point, a 70-year-old man. And yet? So, what did they do to you to try to get you to betray Han? Betray, he said, as though testing the word. Huh. Yeah, I guess that's what it would have been, right? He paused. Scare tactics, mostly. They put me in a locked room with 3 hungry pit bulls. Told me I had to stay in there for an hour, and if I wasn't mauled, I could change my mind at any point before the time was up, and they'd take Han's hand or a leg or something. Fuck, Evan said. He felt sick. Zen? He asked, and his voice croaked slightly. Lars smiled. His teeth were strong, just like the rest of him. Zen, he confirmed. God, this big dude, a Vietnam veteran who'd spent time in the mental ward, had meditated his way through an hour in a room with 3 hungry pit bulls. People surprised the hell out of him sometimes. Did you see any cameras in any of the rooms you were in? Lars shook his head. No, but I knew someone was watching. The guy who came to get us out of our cage and toss us back in said things he could only know if he'd been watching us. He pictured the guy who had played the same role with him and Noel. Red shoes. He'd worn red shoes. He wondered if that had been part of some uniform, as it was very distinct. Did anything stand out about that man? He asked. Anything specific that he wore that you remember? Lars shrugged. Ugly son of a bitch. Face like a pug dog. But other than that, no. No red shoes, then? Evan hadn't wanted to lead him, but he had to make sure mentioning it wouldn't jog a memory. Red shoes? No. He wore black boots. Evan nodded. Will you tell me about your escape? Yeah. He scratched at his jaw, thinking. We started getting things delivered with our meals, items and weird little riddles. We were told they were gifts, and they were because they're the things that helped us get free. Evan had broken out in a cold sweat, excitement and dread coursing through his blood. He felt sick and slightly feverish, and he now knew without a single doubt that the same people who were responsible for abducting him and Noel had abducted this man and his partner, Han. It was like... A guard sitting at the front of the room at a desk suddenly announced, 10 minutes, and visiting time is up. It was like we were both sent things that only we would know how to use, or that seemed meant for us in some specific way. He was speaking more quickly now, obviously aware of the time constraint. His forehead wrinkles became deeper as he frowned. It's hard to explain. It's as if they knew your strengths and how you could use them. Yeah, exactly. He looked surprised to be understood. Believed. Like, Han didn't speak much English, but he knew numbers. We had to gesture quite a bit to get something across to each other, but I'm good at that. Do you know how much time you spend in the jungle communicating with the other guys without ever saying a word? Maybe it worked in our favor, because if people were watching us, they couldn't figure out everything we were communicating. Han is, I guess, some kind of genius with numbers. He figured out the code being inputted into our cage lock somehow from the way the guy typed the numbers in before opening the door. It took hearing it many times before he knew for sure he had both. But once he had the codes, or thought we did anyway, it was a matter of figuring out how to make it out of the room. But it was like the things we were given were tools only we might know how to apply to our circumstance. He scratched his head as though the idea still baffled him. But it piqued Evan's interest. It was familiar. Someone had left Noelle a piece of graphite that she'd used to start a fire. How had someone guessed she'd know how to do that? And not only that, but they'd known she'd take the risk of being burned alive to be free. When he thought back on it, some of it almost seemed planned. But not by them. Was that even possible? A chill snaked down his spine. We knew it would take both of us, and it did, Lars said. One of us escaping would have never worked. Yes, again the same with him and Noelle. Exactly the same. We leave here whole, and we leave here together. Once you got free of your cages, did anyone try to stop you? Evan asked. Yeah, I heard them coming after us, but it was weird because when we left the building, we weren't pursued. We were in the middle of fucking nowhere, so we had to make our way to the closest town. Where in the middle of nowhere? Here, in Texas, but way out in the desert. It took us 6 hours to walk to civilization, but as far as I could tell, they just let us go. That was similar to their situation, too. He only saw that looking back, though. At the time, he'd been terrified and paranoid that they'd be found, that some sort of posse was hot on their heels and eager to put them back in cages. But, in actuality, no one had come after them, even years and years later. And for a while, he'd been worried about that. So Evan had gotten a concealed carry. He worked out regularly and ran long distances whenever he had the time. He kept in fighting shape, because maybe in the back of his mind, he thought there'd be a time when he'd be forced to fight again. But maybe no one was interested in him anymore. Or the man across the table. Maybe once they'd escaped, they were no longer of any importance to their once captors. Because they'd won. They'd won some sick, twisted game. Just like the gladiators of old, who won their freedom when they won the battle. Another chill joined the others, moving fast and furious down his neck and over his back, like cold, bony fingers trailing along his skin. I appreciate you listening to me. After I got out, my PTSD came back real bad. I had a few breakdowns, picked up a bottle. The police said I was crazy. There was no Han. He'd never existed except in my mind. Some holdover from Nam. The police humored me and went to the building I'd escaped from. It was empty. Not even a footprint could be seen in the dust. There was a pile of recent empty liquor bottles, though. I could see what they thought. He ran a hand over his head. And I got to drinking real heavily one night and walked back to my apartment. Only it wasn't mine. It belonged to some old lady, and I scared her into having a heart attack right on her kitchen floor. Her husband called the police, and when they got there, we were both passed out. Me from drink, her from cardiac arrest. He shook his head, regret and clear pain passing over his rough features. He sighed. I'll be out in another year. It hasn't been bad, though. Being in here helped me remember that life can be a war, and I don't need to wait to be shot at in a foreign jungle or caged by sickos to find that peace-filled space. I vowed never to forget. Forgetting helps for a while, but then it doesn't. He paused. I don't enjoy being caged again, but funny enough, I almost feel safer here than out in the world. I know what to expect within these bars. He sat back in his chair. They say this is where the monsters are housed, but I know that's not true. The true monsters, they're out there. He jerked his head toward the window. And they run in packs. They always run in packs. Evan stepped out of the gray brick building and walked to his car. When he got behind the wheel, he rolled down the windows, taking a deep breath. It was a hot day, but he'd found a space beneath a tree, and the shade helped with the heat. He didn't care about the temperature, though. He wanted the air. He thought about what Lars had told him, so many thoughts and questions streaming through his mind. The police hadn't included nearly the level of detail Lars had been able to give him in their report. Because they hadn't believed him. They thought he was a kooky, alcohol-drenched vet on some psychotic spree. There were some differences in particulars as far as what Lars had experienced, but if they both were involved in some sick game, wouldn't that naturally be the case? If they were going for ultimate interest, not every event could be the same. He ran his hand through his hair, the mild queasiness he'd felt while talking to Lars about his experience increasing. A game. An event. Christ. Was that really what it was? An ongoing game still being played to this day? He'd thought about gladiators earlier, and the vision came to mind now of the once grand Roman Colosseum, where those slaves fought bears and lions, and most notably each other. His head swam. Was that what this was about? Not sex or money, at least not at its core. Instead, was the main point entertainment? The idea wove through his mind like a venomous snake, fangs dripping. Throughout history, some humans had always had a sick fascination with blood sport. Maybe it wasn't as ancient as it seemed. For a moment he stared, unseeing out the side window of his car. If that was the case, then the most important question remained. Who was in the stands, watching and cheering, hungry for the sight of blood and gore, greedy to view others' pain and suffering, humiliation, and willing to pay to see it? Because he knew money had to be involved. Where there was evil, there was always money. Chapter 23. Evan let out a frustrated breath, sitting back in his chair. There was no one named Han missing currently in the United States of America, and no one reported missing with that name in the last 10 years. Not that that necessarily meant anything. Lars had said he was pretty sure he was an undocumented immigrant, which made things exceedingly tricky. So it could be that he had come from a different country and his family didn't even know he'd gone missing. Or it could be that no one had reported his absence for fear of the authorities. But damn, to have 2 more people telling a similar story to his and Noelle's, it might help put just enough pressure on the police and the feds that they would start actively investigating again. Even if the FBI had found nil 8 years ago, technically the case was still open. They'd just run out of leads, but Evan couldn't let it lie. Not only because he craved justice, but because if this was ongoing, as his interview with Lars led him to believe, people were being horrifically victimized, perhaps even right that minute. God, it made his hair stand on end. He stood, his hair screeching backward on the wood floor, and he paced for a moment before grabbing his phone off his desk and dialing. "Officer Dixon," she answered on the first ring. "Hey, Arya, it's Evan." "How was Texas?" "Hot." She gave a soft chuckle. "I hear that. Good thing we're used to it," he said on a smile. Reno, Nevada was not known for its cool summers. He gave her a quick rundown on his meeting with Lars Nauer, and when he was done, she let out a harsh gust of air. "Wow, the police didn't believe him." No, which was why his statement was bare bones. They didn't want to hear what they thought were the ramblings of a drunk with mental health problems. "Well, I can't say I blame them. We get a lot of that, and usually it's exactly what it seems." "I bet." Plus, it was in a different state entirely and a long damn time after what he and Noelle had experienced, despite that theirs was a high-profile case at the time. "It was a great find on your part, Arya. I'm really appreciative. Seriously. If I can just find a thread between our cases to follow, I might be able to break this open, even after all this time." "I'm rooting for you, Evan. Always." "I know." He cleared his throat. "So, the reason I'm calling is that I have another request, and it's a little gory." "Oh, intriguing." He chuckled softly. He'd been considering different ways of coming at this case, his own, and if he couldn't find any victims that were alive, maybe he could find a few who were dead. "I'm looking for bodies found with missing parts." "Missing parts?" "Yeah, fingers or ears or limbs. Anything, really." She paused for a moment. "I see why you're taking this angle, but remember, gangs have an affinity for that level of fucked up, too. We have an informant who used to be part of the Diablos who's missing his pinky finger and an eye. Some sick initiation gone wrong. Or maybe gone right, according to some people. It's hard to say. Anyway, my point is there might be more bodies, alive and dead, in the system than you want to hear about." "Point taken. Still, if you come upon something that raises your hackles, give me a call. My hackles are all yours, she said with a soft laugh. There was a slightly awkward pause. He could feel her waiting for him to walk through the door she'd opened, but he just couldn't bring himself to do that. Not a good idea. Have I told you lately that I appreciate me? Yeah, I know. Bye, Evan. Bye, Arya. Evan sat back down in his chair, drumming his fingers. Lars and this unknown Han, maybe living in this country illegally and maybe returned home, wherever that was. They had been strangers. They hadn't known each other before waking up in those cages. But he and Noelle had known each other, and they'd been from the same town. More than that, they'd had a connection. A negative one. That was different. So, why? Did it add some sort of sick interest? What would two people who hated each other do when asked to take on pain so the other didn't have to? He drummed some more. It was an interesting question, if only it had been rhetorical. One of those dreamed-up moral dilemmas asked in a board game where the answer didn't really matter because it was all for fun. No, they'd lived it. They'd arrived at the answer, just like Lars and Han. Unwilling to throw the other under the bus, or hacksaw as it were, he shook off the creepy crawlies that fell onto the back of his neck. Lars, a Vietnam vet who had already decided he'd seen too much carnage before he even arrived there, and Han, a stranger in a strange land, seeing Lars as the first person who stood up for him, who saw him not as an illegal alien but as a human being. Of course, that was speculation, but it seemed to make some sense, if there was any sense to be made from what they'd all experienced. Or rather, how they'd reacted to the experience. He sat back, gripping his head. He didn't know where to go from here, so back to square one. Except now he was certain that what had been done to him and Noelle had been done to others. He sighed. Noelle. He tried not to think about Noelle too often because thoughts of her totally threw him off. Still, all those years ago, they'd said goodbye to each other and gone their separate ways because their feelings were too convoluted. It was like they'd both survived a shipwreck and were floating on a dark sea, each clutching to their own small piece of wreckage, barely hanging on. To come together, to try to survive on a tiny, insufficient piece of flotation would mean that they'd both drown. Intuitively, they'd known it, even if he hadn't had the words to describe what they were psychologically experiencing at the time. All he'd known was that he both wanted to run away from her and the feeling she stirred up in him, and simultaneously couldn't bear the thought of letting her go. Noelle had been asked to sacrifice his fingers and his teeth and various other body parts, and she'd refused each time. Ironic how much he felt like he'd lost a limb when he'd woken in an empty bed that day so long ago. And truth be told, for many years after. Even now, sometimes. Like right that minute. He missed her. Jesus, he did. They hadn't even kept in touch. Because at the time, he didn't think that would have worked. It had to be a clean cut, no matter how much it hurt. Had Noelle regretted it sometimes, or had she known they'd done the right thing? He wondered if she wished so much time hadn't passed, to where now it was almost impossible to just reach out, make contact. But in that room that day, he thought they'd done the right thing, despite the regret he sometimes felt. After all, who was going to be the one to suggest that the other person not move on from something like what they'd experienced? Who was going to ask the other to stay stuck? To drown? Evan blew out of breath. It had been a long time since he'd sat and just thought about all things Noelle. It still hurt. He hadn't even talked about Noelle with the therapist he'd begun seeing right after he'd come home, a retired forensic psychologist recommended by the Reno PD, who did consulting work as a profiler for them and taught classes at the university as well. Even though he'd been technically retired as a psychologist when Evan had first escaped from that abandoned building, he acted as an on-call therapist for the cops when needed and had agreed to see Evan. He'd been told by the cops who'd worked his case that Professor Vitucci was the best, and they hadn't been wrong. He'd helped Evan immensely, but there had been some things Evan couldn't talk about, even to him. Of all the sufferings, his complicated feelings for Noelle were almost the worst, and the one that hadn't ended when they'd gotten free. In some ways, it had only become more painful. There, in that dungeon, they'd been together. And as God is his witness, sometimes he yearned for the closeness they'd experienced in those cages, the bond they'd forged. How sick was that? How twisted. Some inverse form of Stockholm Syndrome he couldn't even begin to explain or justify. But speaking of Professor Vitucci, psychologist, profiler, and all-around man of wisdom, it had been a long time since he'd spoken to him, and he could use his insight. Chapter 24. Evan, Professor Vitucci said on a smile, opening his office door wide and ushering him in. Just the sight of the older man brought him much-needed calm. "Prof, it's great to see you." His home office looked basically the same, though Evan thought the couch was new and maybe the area rug. He couldn't remember all the particulars of what the room had looked like the last time he'd been there years ago. That time was foggy. He'd been better, but he'd still been treading water. Stronger, even if his head was barely above the waves that rose unceasingly. But, though he didn't remember exactly what colors the area rug had been, he remembered the feeling of the room, and that remained unchanged. It still smelled woodsy and clean, and the same bookshelf heavily stuffed with books sat behind his desk. Professor Vitucci looked virtually the same too, though he had a bit more gray at his temples than he had before, and perhaps a few more lines fanned his eyes. But his smile was still open and warm, his demeanor relaxed. He'd put Evan immediately at ease 8 years before, and he did so now. The professor sat down in his chair, and Evan took a seat on the couch facing him, putting his ankle on his knee as he sat back. "How have you been, Prof?" "I'm supposed to be asking you that," he said with a smile. "Me, though? I've been great. This is the last semester I'll be working at the university. In a few months, I'll be retired for real." "Why do I get the feeling your retired for real is still going to involve quite a bit of work?" "Ah, you know me too well. Even after all this time, how's the PI business?" "It's good. Better than good, actually. I'm finally at a place where I can pick and choose my jobs." "No more jealous spouses?" Evan laughed. "How'd you know I gave those cases up first?" "Who wouldn't? It's disheartening to watch people betray each other." He made a sound of agreement in his throat. "I do a lot of consulting work with the Reno PD now, actually, so I guess you and I are sort of co-workers." When Evan had first started seeing him, the professor had told him he consulted on a case many years before where a troubled man who'd consider himself a game master had tormented the city for weeks. Evan found it comforting that the man had first-hand knowledge regarding the psychopathy of game-related crimes, if such a field existed, and also that nothing surprised Vitucci. He'd seen it all. Too much. Evan wondered how he maintained such calm and even exuded it. "You sound happy, Evan. Much more settled than you were when I last saw you. How long ago was that now?" 4 years. Hard to believe. And how are you doing? Do you still have nightmares, or have those passed?" "They've passed. I have one occasionally, but nothing regular. Nothing that makes me anxious to go to bed at night. You assured me that would be the case, just a matter of time, and you were right." "Most things are just a matter of time," he said. "It's very difficult to believe when you're in the midst of the pain." He nodded. He'd found that to be true. Time didn't necessarily make the pain disappear entirely, but it sanded the sharp edges. It felt like now it was almost possible to run his fingers along it, to investigate the portions that still held splinters, that still had the potential to make him bleed. He played with the plastic end of his shoelace for a moment. The professor waited. He was good at sensing when someone was taking a moment to choose their words. "There's one thing that's still difficult for me. Something that I wrestle with, I guess." "What is that?" He raised his eyes and met the empathetic gaze of the professor. "The girl," Evan said. "The girl who I was abducted with, who I escaped with." "Yes," the professor said. "The girl? What was her name?" "Noelle." "Ah, Noelle, yes. I never met her, but I remember most of what you told me about her. She helped you cope while you were there. She was instrumental in figuring out how to escape." Yes, she was." "Are you still in contact with her?" Evan shook his head. It was painful afterward. He sighed. How to explain this? You became very attached while in captivity, the professor said, tilting his head as he studied Evan. Evan nodded, grateful that the professor was as intuitive as ever. We did. And afterward, it was like... He moved his hand and lowered his foot to the floor. It was like we were desperate to be together, but also desperate to be apart. Was that right? Sort of. The desperation to be together was stronger. He frowned. For me more than her. Maybe. But we both knew we needed to heal separately, I guess. He gave his head a small shake, frustrated. I'm trying to verbalize what's only ever been a feeling. I don't know. I was wondering if it was a kind of Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome is a bond with one's captor. That happens too. But what you experienced is called shared trauma, or unit cohesion as it relates to war. And I don't believe it would be going out on a limb to say you survived a war of sorts, would you? Evan thought about that for a moment. The unrelenting fear, the isolation, the constant threat of physical harm, the helplessness. Yes, he supposed they had been to war. An atypical one, but a war all the same. Yes, he said. I would say that. Shared trauma bonds are very, very strong because for a time they mean survival. Even brothers and sisters living under extreme abusive conditions experience this bond and find it difficult to leave it behind, even when the abuser is no longer part of their lives. It complicates relationships in a very profound way. Sometimes that bond is even mistaken for deep love, but it's a love that feels desperate and possessive. Evan sighed, taking his bottom lip between his teeth. So it's not really love then, even though it feels like it? No one can tell you whether you love a person or whether what seems like love is solely a shared trauma bond. What I'm saying is that it would be more likely that the desperation you described was the latter. He sat forward slightly. Unit cohesion serves an important purpose when you're at war, Evan, he said. It's a necessary support system that makes it possible to survive more trauma. The trauma bond outside of war, however, serves no real purpose, as ongoing trauma is no longer a reality, nor should it be. I sense that you felt that, you and Noelle both. We did. We knew it was unhealthy. We just didn't know how to pack it up. We didn't know how to stop feeling it. And so you parted ways. Yeah. Perhaps for the best. Perhaps. But... Evan let out a laugh that was mostly breath. But I wonder, because sometimes I miss her. Do you? Are you sure? What do you mean? I mean, did you get a chance to really know who she was during that time? Did she come to know you? He thought about that. I'm not sure. Do you know someone more or less when you've been to hell with them? I have no idea what it'd be like to go to a movie with her. I don't know if she likes butter on her popcorn or if she prefers comedies to dramas, but I know that she's the bravest person I ever met and that she'd march straight into a fire rather than let someone else be burned. The ghost of a smile floated over Professor Vitucci's face. A person is a compilation of so many experiences and qualities, he said. But yes, perhaps you do know things about her that other people never have any occasion to learn about another. And good for them. Yes, good for them, that was for sure. This has all been on my mind recently because I've been looking into some similar situations of people who were abducted and caged. I found a man in Texas who has a similar story. The professor's dark brows raised. I see. I think there's a high likelihood that what we experience might still be going on. Or it was anyway, as of a couple of years ago. I only have his testimony, and the police already looked into it, but... The professor watched him for a moment, a look of concern in his eyes. You have ways to access information others don't, he said. So I understand why you'd be tempted to pick up the investigation. Just be careful, he cautioned. In what way? That you don't immerse yourself in something that you need to be distancing yourself from. That you don't become stuck again. Evan nodded. He thought the same thing, but how could he not at least try if there was the slightest chance that others out there were or would be victimized in the same horrific way? I keep coming back to one thing, he said, thinking aloud now. It helped having someone to be a sounding board as he verbalized all the thoughts that had been rattling around in his head, disorganized and half-formed. And that's that Noelle and I knew each other. Our fathers had a connection. Ah, yes, remind me. Evan did, summing up the affair his father had had with Noelle's mother, the stalking, his father accidentally killing her, and the court case. Yes, Professor Vitucci said. It's coming back to me now. It is interesting. I believe I thought so at the time, too, but the FBI didn't uncover anything that might have explained that connection. No, they didn't uncover much, he murmured, but it's the origin story here, and I think it might be important. Ah, yes, those tell a lot, the professor said, if you can access them. It would help if I could ask Noelle some questions, especially now that she could look at things in hindsight, with clearer eyes, he mused aloud. But you're worried that those same feelings will resurface. Yeah, I guess I am. He paused. Also, Noelle disappeared. I emailed her a few times years ago, but they got returned. I have no idea where she lives now, or if she's married in a serious relationship. Truth be told, that scared him, and it scared him that scared him. What a mess. Well, Professor Vitucci said, good thing you're not a private investigator or anything, because that would make it far too easy. Evan laughed, and it felt good. Something shifted inside, feeling suddenly lighter. True enough. Chapter 25. Evan stepped from his car, looking around with some amount of awe. He felt like he'd arrived in a different world. Off to his left, just over a slatted walking bridge flanked by tall grass swishing in the slight breeze, the ocean cast off diamonds, sparkling in the sun. The call of a bird gliding up above caused Evan to raise his head and squint into the cloudless blue sky before looking back to the wooden sign announcing that he'd arrived at the right place, Sweetgrass Cottages, where Noelle lived and worked. His heart sped, and he took a deep breath of the salt-tinged air before shutting the door of his rental car and heading toward a brick walkway, flanked by grand moss-draped trees that led to a plantation-style home. Wow. The website he'd looked at had been well done, but it didn't do justice to the beauty of this property in person. The grounds were beautifully maintained, some sort of fragrant red flowers growing in beds along the porch and vining through the slats of the rails. He climbed the short set of steps, taking in the comfortable-looking wicker furniture, currently unoccupied, the hanging ferns and the pots of cascading flowers. Underneath the eave, fans rotated slowly. Evan stepped to the vast mahogany door with a small gold sign next to it that read, Rental Office. With another flutter in his chest, he pulled the door open and stepped into the air-conditioned lobby. "Hello, sir." A smiling blonde in a white blouse and navy shorts greeted, stepping behind the curved mahogany counter that sat in the middle of the foyer. There was a sweeping staircase behind her, with a velvet rope at the base that declared the upstairs private. "Will you be staying with us?" the young woman asked. No, actually. Well, maybe." He cleared his throat. "What I mean is, I'm here to see one of your employees, Noelle Meyer." Her brows moved slightly, but her smile remained. "Noelle? Oh, sure. Let me call her and tell her you're here. Your name?" He hesitated, worried that she'd decline to see him. It was why he'd taken a flight here to South Carolina after he'd made the effort to locate her and find where she'd been living for the last 7 years. He tried to convince himself it wasn't overkill that he hadn't just called her. He tried to convince himself that once he'd gotten it in his head to see her, he simply couldn't shrug off the yearning. The slight desperation he felt wasn't the same as it had been. It was merely a want now, the need to see her, to make sure she was doing well, to reconnect in some small way, even if that simply meant getting some closure. But he couldn't force her to see him, even if it had taken him half a day to get here. "Evan Sinclair," he said. The woman nodded, picking up the phone and dialing. After a minute, she set it down. "I'm sorry, she's not answering. She's probably making the evening rounds to the cottages and should be done in an hour or so. Do you want to wait?" She gestured to a small grouping of red-upholstered furniture to her right. He was far too antsy for that. I think I'll take a walk to the shore and come back." "Sure." Evan left the house, descended the steps, and turned toward the shaded path, where he saw the side of a smaller building around the main house. The cottages? According to the website, there were 10 cottages of various sizes and guest capacity, stretching out behind the main house where the owner of the property still lived, a Mrs. Chantilly Calhoun. Instead of heading to the shore, he took the path that led around the house, passing a sign that said Coquina, and had an arrow pointing toward a quaint bungalow that he could partially see through the foliage. Several paths lay before him, and he stopped, simply curious about the layout of the property. He heard a little girl's voice saying something excitedly, and then the sound of a woman responding. The child laughed, and then he heard the scamper of little feet as she ran down one of the paths nearby, her white dress flashing through the trees and bushes as she passed him. Lured by the sound of that second voice, Evan moved through the trees, another larger cottage rising on his right. There were towels flung over the railing of that one and sand toys sitting on the porch. What a beautiful, serene place. Each of the cottages was tucked away among trees and foliage just off the meandering main path that he assumed stretched quite a way back. He rounded a flowering bush, lush with pink blossoms, stopping as his heart rose in his throat and then dropped quickly. Noelle. She was standing next to a cart with a long pull handle, jotting something on a small pad of paper. Evan stared. She was her, but a different person entirely. Her hair was swept up in a high ponytail. Tendrils glinting with caramel had fallen out, framing her face and trailing over her neck. She was wearing a similar outfit to the woman who greeted him at the front desk, a white gauzy blouse and navy blue shorts with white tennis shoes. Her skin was golden, cheeks flushed with the heat of the day, and a small smile curved her lips before she finished writing and stuck the pad and pencil in her pocket. He couldn't speak. He was incapable of even moving. She began to reach for the handle of the cart but stopped, her brow dipping right before she turned toward him, as though she'd sensed his presence. She froze, eyes widening as they stared at each other across the span of space. "Evan?" she breathed. He stepped from the shade of the foliage, the sunlight falling over him as he moved toward her. "Hi," he said when he'd almost reached her. Hi. What a stupid word. It didn't encompass even one of the 100 emotions he was feeling in that moment. She gave her head a slight shake, as though she didn't believe her own eyes, and when he'd made it to where she stood, she blinked before asking, What are you doing here?" "It's nice to see you." Better, but still woefully inadequate. She let out a breath. "It's nice to see you too. It's just unexpected. Wow, She glanced back over her shoulder. Wow. Hi. Wow. He almost laughed. Almost. "I know you're working," he said. "And I'm sorry to just show up like this, but I'm here for a reason." He shifted awkwardly. God, this was weird. And after all these years, without a phone call. Her eyes widened again. "Is everything?" "Yes, everything is okay. For me, I mean. He rubbed the back of his neck. It was damp with sweat. He was still in the jeans and t-shirt he'd put on to travel and wasn't dressed for this muggy southern weather. He hadn't thought much of this through, he realized. Not the details, anyway. He'd acted on his feelings, and so here he was, sweating in his inappropriate clothes and stammering through his explanation for being here. Showing up out of the blue, not just here in South Carolina, but here to interrupt her life unexpectedly. "I actually need your help with something." Damn it, that was not how he wanted to broach the subject, and he hadn't meant to say that so soon. He just didn't know what trivial niceties to use to make this less artless. He should have figured out what to say to her, but he hadn't. He'd been nervous, so here he was winging it, and it was all wrong. "I need your help with something." God, that sounded stupid. Maybe it was stupid. Not just the words, but even asking at all. He was suddenly second-guessing the whole thing. It was lovely here, serene, drenched in sunshine, and she was tanned and happy and peaceful-looking, and so beautiful it ripped his fucking heart out. She was still staring at him, and he squinted up to the blue sky, and then looked back at her, standing in front of a tropical-looking plant studded with tiny white flowers. Man, the places we've been together. He wanted to cringe. Why had he said that? But she huffed out a small, agreeable breath, his words seeming to bring her back from the momentary shock stupor she'd been in. "You look great," he said. "Thank you. So do you." She picked up the handle of the cart. "Walk with me?" She glanced back over her shoulder again. "I have a few more deliveries to make, and then we can talk." "Okay, great." He followed along as she turned down a path, pulling the wagon behind her. "What do you do here?" he asked. He looked at the website, but staff hadn't been listed there, and so he had no idea what job she performed. She glanced back at him, a smile gracing her lips but quickly fading. "Technically, I'm the owner's assistant," she said, "but I do a little bit of everything. 2 of our employees went back to school last week, and so we're a bit short-staffed." She reached into the wagon and took out a stack of white fluffy towels before turning toward a cottage they'd come to stand in front of. Noelle knocked on the door and a woman answered, smiling as Noelle handed her the towels. "Thanks," the woman called as Noelle turned with a wave. "The owner's assistant," he repeated. The owner being Chantilly Calhoun. "The one and only," she said with a smile. "And you?" she asked as they continued along the path, turning and following another. Here and there were wooden signs that pointed toward each cottage, spelling out the names. Lettered olive, banded tulip, and below each name was the picture of a seashell. "What are you doing now, Evan?" "Feeling like a moron, following you around at your job when what I really want to do is take you in my arms, hold you for hours, and then ask you questions that actually mean something." "Well, you'll be surprised to know that I'm a private investigator." She stopped and turned toward him. "You're kidding." "Nope. I dropped out of Stanford and became a PI." She tilted her head, a wisp of hair falling across her cheek. His hand itched to push it back. "I bet your dad loved that." She gave him the first genuine smile since he'd shown up here unannounced. He smiled back. "He's still steaming mad," he admitted. He rubbed his hand over the back of his neck again. "But it's my life. I'm happy with my choices." Their eyes locked for a few beats before she looked away, pulling her bottom lip between her teeth and glancing off through the trees. What did she keep looking for? Someone to rescue her? Or was she worried her boss would be unhappy with her chatting with him as she worked? "Well, that's good to hear," she said. "Thanks." He glanced at her hand as she leaned over the cart. She wasn't wearing a ring. His lungs expanded. He didn't want to admit how relieved he felt, but he did. He wouldn't think about why. He wouldn't. She pulled a blue beach bag full of something out of the cart and carried it to the door of another cottage just through 2 tall trees. He heard Noelle and a woman exchange a few words, and then Noelle returned a minute later. "That's it," she said. "I have a few more things to do back at the house, and then I can meet you for a drink in an hour or so?" That worried look over her shoulder again confused him. "There's a place in town that has really good sweet tea vodka. It's sort of a local favorite." She looked suddenly flustered. "I don't even know if you drink. Well, anyway, they have everything. Are you staying here, or are you flying home later today?" "To tell you the truth, I hadn't really planned anything beyond today, Noelle." She huffed out a chuckle, putting her hand to her forehead, her features scrunching. "God, Evan, this is just—" "I know," he said. "I know. I'm totally spinning here, too. And I expected to see you." It was surreal. They were 2 people who'd been to hell together, now standing in the dappled sunlight of an ancient tree under a clear summer sky. He couldn't remember the journey from there to here, and so each experience backed up to the other in his mind, making him feel slightly drugged and just a little delirious. A fever dream, a mixed-up impossibility. "It's not just that," she murmured. "It's—" "Mommy! Mommy!" came the childish voice he'd heard earlier, foliage rustling as the small patter of feet came toward them. He turned his head just as a little girl came down the path, running toward Noelle. Her mother. Oh. Noelle was a mother. "Can I go on a bike ride with you to get ice cream?" Evan blinked as Noelle turned toward the child, bending slightly so she could smooth her hair back. "Sure, honey, but change your shoes," she said, nodding down to her flip-flop-clad feet. "And wear your helmet, and tell Ewell only 1 scoop of ice cream this time, not 3. Evan's heart thumped in his chest. Was Noelle married but didn't wear a ring? Or had she broken up with this child's father? The little girl turned as Noelle stood straight, and Evan got the first glimpse of her full face. He swallowed, mouth going dry. Oh. He took a step back, reaching for something, his palm finding the trunk of a tree. "Who's that, Mummy?" the little girl asked. "That's Evan," Noelle said, her voice soft as she watched Evan closely. "An old friend." "Hi, Evan," the girl said with a grin. "I'm Callie." She was missing a front tooth. How old was he when he lost his front teeth? 6, 7? Yes, right about that. Oh, God. He managed to smile, but he could feel that it trembled. "Hi, Callie. Nice to meet you." "Bye, Mommy. Bye, Evan," she called as she skipped away, rounding the corner and disappearing through the greenery. For several long moments, Evan and Noelle simply stared at each other, eyes locked. "Evan?" she finally whispered. He lowered his hand from the tree, but he still wasn't sure he trusted his own knees not to buckle. "Is she?" Noelle nodded slowly. "Yes, Evan. She's your daughter."
Chapter 26. Noelle stepped onto the beach where Evan was waiting for her, and then approached him slowly, taking the opportunity to watch him without him knowing. A wave crashed, the water rushing forward and washing over his feet. He stood staring out to the horizon, where the sun was just beginning its fiery descent. She still couldn't believe he was here, in this place where she'd often stood, especially in the beginning, staring out to the water as she thought of him and wondered how he was. He was as handsome as ever. Time hadn't changed that. But she hadn't remembered that their daughter looked as much like him as she did. Callie had simply become herself, and because Evan's face had been somewhat of a distant memory, she hadn't realized what a carbon copy she was, minus her coloring, which was Noelle's. But the rest, all Evan. No wonder he'd taken one look at their child and known immediately who she was. He must have heard her feet crunching in the sand as she drew closer, but he didn't turn, even when she came up right next to him. She followed his gaze to where the silhouette of a singular sailboat crossed in front of the glowing sun.
"It's peaceful here," he finally said. "I see why you made it home."
The words were casual, but his voice sounded dull, as though he was in a bit of shock. Of course he was. She couldn't blame him for that. She'd asked him to meet her on the beach so they could talk. She'd needed to let the rest of the staff know she was leaving for the day, and she'd hoped that a few minutes alone on the shore would help him get his bearings. Instead of addressing the solitude of this private beach, she reached out, putting her hand on his forearm. "Evan."
"Why?"
He turned toward her, her hand falling away. The look on his face so tormented it ripped at her heart.
"Why didn't you tell me? I had a right to know."
She released a breath, moving her eyes away from his and crossing her arms over her chest. "I'm sorry." She shook her head. "I don't even know how to explain it."
"Try, Noelle. Because you at least owe me that."
She dropped her arms. He was right. She did. She just hadn't been at all prepared to do so. How could she have known when she woke up that morning that he'd show back up in her life? There was no script from which she might pull, because she'd never imagined this moment. All she had was the truth, in all its shades of gray. I found out I was pregnant after I moved to South Carolina. I had rented a small apartment and was going to start job hunting. She rubbed at her head as she cast her mind back to that time. She'd still been on such shaky emotional ground, but sitting on the shore each morning and watching the waves come in had begun ministering to her spirit right away. The decision she'd made after that night in San Francisco to move away, to start fresh, suddenly felt destined. She sensed that she was right where she should be. Noelle sighed. At first, I was almost in denial about the positive pregnancy test. I got the job at Sweetgrass. I loved it here right from the beginning. Chantilly is, well, she let out a small laugh that faded quickly. She's a force. But she made me feel welcomed. Loved. Noelle turned to him then, meeting his eyes. I was going to email you so many times, Evan. I was. She glanced away. But then, I would feel so afraid. Even more scared than I felt just knowing I was pregnant and alone. The thought of seeing you again, I don't know. It almost felt like you'd be traveling backward emotionally. She nodded, her heart swelling. He'd been kind to provide that language for her when she was having a hard time finding it herself, and she appreciated it so much. Of course, he'd understand that. Maybe he'd thought of her too, now and again. And maybe he'd felt the same when he had. Maybe each time he pictured her, he saw her in that cage. Just like that night in the hotel room. The night they'd made Callie. Yes. Only now it wasn't only me I was thinking of. I was thinking of you too, Evan. I really was. I thought about dragging you away from your life again, the one I hoped you were living well. What would it be like for you if you were just finding solid footing and suddenly you'd have to figure out how to be a dad? We'd already decided that it was in both of our best interests to part ways. And I think we're probably both better for that, she finished softly. His shoulders rose and fell, and he scratched his temple. He still looked confused and slightly angry, but mostly hurt. Is she better off, Callie? It was a fair question, and a complicated answer. She's remarkable. She's smart, and she's empathetic. She's happy, Evan. But she'd never known a father. And if she didn't miss that now, she would eventually. Who does she think her father is? Does she think he's some guy who just abandoned you? And her? Jesus, Noelle. He took a few steps, turning halfway away from her. I simply told her it didn't work out between her father and me. She's not even 7. She hasn't asked a lot of in-depth questions. And when she starts to, what then? I don't know. Maybe I'd tell her the truth. I hadn't gotten that far. He swore. It was mostly under his breath, but she caught it. He turned back to her so suddenly she almost took a step back. You robbed me, he said. You robbed me of her, of deciding whether or not I was capable of being a father. You took something else from me after all the things that had already been taken. And what really kills me more than anything is that of all people, Noelle, you should have known what that would do to me. That I'd already lost enough. Regret washed through her, icy and bitter. God, when he put it that way, she felt so ashamed. She knew he had every right to feel the way he did and that his judgment of her was perfectly justified. And even still, she couldn't quite bring herself to say that she'd change it if she could. Her life wasn't perfect by any stretch. Sometimes she was lonely. And though she hadn't come up with any specific plan, sometimes she did worry about the questions Callie would ask when she got older, and wasn't as easily distracted by ice cream and seashells, and any of her other joyful pleasures. But Noelle was at peace. She felt healed. She could think about what had happened to her without breaking out in a cold sweat. She could catch sight of an ice pick or a length of rope or even a pair of red shoes without losing it. And she could set her thoughts and memories aside if she preferred not to dwell there even for a moment. She was in control. And it had been a long, hard battle, but she'd won. So perhaps she'd been selfish. But maybe not. Because healing meant that she was the mother Callie needed her to be. "I'm sorry for hurting you," she told him. "I'm sorry for keeping her from you, and you from her. I can't go back, Evan. I can't change it." He studied her for a second, finally sighing and giving his head a shake. "We were partners," he said. "Once we were. We worked together during the most horrific circumstances imaginable. For God's sake, we would have been able to handle an accidental pregnancy together, too." Despite the accusation in his words, his tone had softened, his anger obviously having faded, at least a little. "Yes. Of course we would have managed. At the time, I decided we both needed more than just managing." "You decided that without me?" "Yes, I did." "That wasn't fair." I know." "Do you?" She could see he'd asked it rhetorically, so she didn't answer. He squinted off behind her for a moment before meeting her gaze again. "I'd like to spend some time with her." Her stomach squeezed. She felt momentarily defensive. But he hadn't threatened her. He'd merely asked to spend some time with his daughter. "Okay." His eyes moved over her features before he gave a slight nod. "I won't demand anything of you, Noelle. I know you've been doing this on your own for a long time. And she's obviously living a good life. I'd just like a chance to." "Yes," she said, rescuing him as he'd rescued her. He didn't know what to say either. He'd been even less prepared for this than her. "Of course." Tomorrow night, the turtles make their journey to the shore. There's a big gathering on the beach. Callie's been looking forward to it for weeks. "I'd love to be there." There was a bit of an awkward silence before he said, "I guess I'll get a hotel room nearby." "We have a vacant cottage," Noelle said. "You're welcome to stay there." "Okay. Yeah." He looked back over her shoulder again in the direction of the property. "That would be great." She nodded. "And I know you're here for a reason," she said. We can talk about that after Callie goes to bed tomorrow. He ran his hand through his hair, her words causing a wrinkle to form between his brows.
Right. Yes. We'll talk then.
The sun dipped farther, and the last two people who'd been sitting on the beach a little way down the shore stood, packing up their things. I should get home, Noelle said. Callie would be back from her bike ride by now, likely stuffed on ice cream. Getting her to bed would be a chore and a half. Despite the thought, her heart warmed, and she felt the pull toward her child. Come with me, she said, turning toward the wooden bridge that connected the beach to Chantilly's property. I'll show you to your cottage.
Thanks,
he said.
I'm pretty wiped.
She imagined he was. She'd just knocked him for a loop. And she was going to need tonight to find her footing once again, too, before hearing why he was here. What had made him decide to seek her out? She almost didn't want to know.
Chapter 27. Cedro glanced over as the older man heaved into the metal toilet for the 100th time. He groaned, wiping his mouth with his arm, and fell in a heap on the floor of his cage. You should almost be done, Cedro remarked casually. He'd watched his father detox before. Messy. Gross. The man in the cage next to him had been puking his guts up for the past 3 days. Or what Cedro thought were 3 days, if he could count on the schedule of the lights turning on and off to tell him when it was day and when it was night. Until that morning, the man had been crazed, ranting and sweating and playing out of his mind. Lucky break for him in some ways. In others, not so much. Because now, with a sane mind, he'd have to come to terms with where he was. If you've been wondering if the cage was part of your sickness, it wasn't, Cedro said. The cage is real, and your stench is definitely real. I can smell you from over here. Shut the fuck up, the man slurred, rolling over and gripping his head. Make me. The man pulled himself into a sitting position, gripping his bars and squinting over at Cedro. Cedro wasn't good at guessing ages. The guy looked old to him, but part of that was probably because he'd spent a week at death's doorstep. His eyes were sunken in, and though his hands were brown, his face was pale and was sort of green, and he had deep wrinkles that looked carved into his skin and a generous amount of gray in his short beard. Yes, he was at least oldish, and there was something just a little familiar about him. Who are you? The man demanded, his voice scratchy. Cedro Leon? I didn't ask your name. Who are you? Cedro thought about that. Maybe the guy was asking because he was trying to figure out why he'd been snatched and locked in a cage with him in particular. Maybe it wasn't random like he'd thought. And maybe the guy hadn't barfed up every single one of his brain cells. I'm nobody, he said. He didn't say it because he was sad or sorry about that. It was just true. And Cedro was a realist. He'd survived, so far anyway, in his life because he was honest, at least with himself. I was crossing to the U.S. My brother's 17, and he's in Arizona. I was nabbed about an hour past the border. He'd been stung by a bee, or so he'd thought for a brief second. He'd quickly brought his hand to his neck to swat the insect, and that was the last thing he remembered. He'd woken in the dark, And at first he'd wondered if he'd been caught by Border Patrol agents, but when the lights never came on, and he realized that even when his eyes had time to adjust to the dark, all remained pitch black, he knew something was very wrong. He'd felt around and realized he was caged. That's when he knew traffickers must have taken him. He'd panicked, yelled and kicked and gone a little crazy, but not for too long. He was where he was. Throwing a fit wasn't going to change it. At the first opportunity, he'd have to use his wits and his skills to get free. What he hadn't at all expected was that they'd toss someone else in the cage next to him while he was sleeping, and then turn on the lights. "How old are you?" the stranger demanded. 14, he said. "Jesus fucking Christ," the man muttered, collapsing back down so that he was half propped against the bars. "You didn't hire someone to bring you across?" "You mean a coyote?" he asked, turning his head and making a spitting sound. He would have brought up some actual saliva, but he didn't think it smart to waste the moisture in his mouth. "Never," he said. "Animals." He knew what the coyotes did to those stupid enough to trust them. The man just grunted. "So here you are, too young and stupid to realize that whatever this is, you're probably better off than if you'd tried to cross that desert by yourself." Cedro bristled. "What the hell do you know, you old used-up drunk?" His brother had crossed that desert and lived to tell about it, even though he was only a teenager like him. He'd written their mother when he'd arrived in Arizona and told them he was living in a migrant shelter and to follow his lead. "Grim," the man said, right before he went into a coughing fit. "What's grim?" he asked once the man had gotten hold of himself. "My name, Grimaldo. Friends call me Grim." "You think we're friends?" "Not even close." He coughed once more. It was rattly and loose. "I've seen you before, little pickpocketing thief," Grim said. "You stole something from me." Cedro pulled in a silent breath, turning his head again and squinting over at the man's profile. Oh. It came to him then. He'd seen the man, too, in the small, lawless border town he was from. Once. Only once. "You shot that dog," he said. Grim turned his head, looking at him for a moment, and then turning away again. "She was suffering," he rasped. Yes, Cedro knew that. He'd seen the piece of shit car that hit her, watched from a doorway as it driven away, leaving the animal moaning and broken in the dirt road. Cedro hadn't known what to do, but he'd hated it, that moaning. He felt it inside himself like it was leaking through his pores. The man, Grim, had been in a building nearby. Cedro had tracked him as he exited the doorway and made his way toward the dog. He'd knelt down beside it, and then he'd taken a gun from the waistband of his jeans, and he'd shot it in the head. That shot had rung in Cedro's ears long after the man had disappeared down the road. He didn't remember stealing anything from him, though. "I didn't steal from you. I don't steal," he lied. "I sell vegetables from my mother's garden." The man snorted. "A thief and a liar. A better liar than a thief, however. I'd like my property back." Outrage rose in Cedro, even though what the man said was true. Maybe that was the part that made him so angry. This man thought he knew him, and he didn't. He didn't at all. "What is it you think I stole from you, pig?" "A locket." A locket? Oh, he remembered that locket. He'd gotten a pretty penny for it from the man who ran the migrant aid group near the border. He'd eaten regularly for the next month. It'd been a good month. Cedro didn't have many of those. I don't know anything about any locket. You probably got drunk and lost it, pig. Grim let out a chuff of laughter. Who are you anyway? Cedro asked. And why are we here together? Who took us? I have no fucking clue, Grim mumbled. One of the gangs, I assume. What do they want with us? Grim glanced over, and his face looked like his name. No clue, he mumbled again. But Cedro was a liar, after all, and he could spot another one. What do you do, other than roll around in your own vomit?